Section 13 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. The Heart of a City. Amiens in Time of War. Chapters 1 to 9. Chapter 1. During the battles of the Somme in 1916, and afterward in periods of progress and retreat over the abominable fields, the city of Amiens was the capital of the British Army. When the battles began in July of that year, it was only a short distance away from the fighting lines, near enough to hear the incessant roar of gunfire on the French front and ours, and near enough to get by motor car or lorry in less than 30 minutes to places where men were being killed or maimed or blinded in the routine of the day's work. One went out past Amiens station and across a little stone bridge, which afterward, in the enemy's advance of 1918, became the mark for German high velocities, along the road to Querrieux, where Rawlinson had his headquarters of the Fourth Army in an old chateau, with pleasant meadows round it and a stream meandering through fields of buttercups in summertime. Beyond the dusty village of Querrieux, with its white cottages, from which the plaster fell off in blotches as the war went on, we went along the straight high road to Albert, through the long and straggling village of La Suissoise, where Scottish soldiers in reserve lounged about among frowsy peasant women and played solemn games with the bairns, and so past camps and hutments on each side of the road to the ugly red brick town where the Golden Virgin hung head downward from the broken tower of the church, with her babe outstretched above the fields of death, as though as a peace offering to this world at war. One could be killed any day in Albert. I saw men blown to bits there, the clay after the battles of the Somme began. It was in the road that turned to the right past the square to go to Méaulte and on to Fricourt. There was a tide of gun transport swirling down the road, bringing up new ammunition for the guns that were firing without a pause over Fricourt and Amidst. The high scream of a shell came through a blue sky and ended on its downward note with a sharp crash. For a few minutes the transport column was held up while a mass of raw flesh, which a second before had been 2 living men and their horses, was cleared out of the way. Then the gun wagons went at a harder pace down the road, raising a cloud of white dust out of which I heard the curses of the drivers, swearing in a foul way to disguise their fear. I went through Albert many scores of times to the battlefields beyond, and watched its process of disintegration through those years, till it was nothing but a wild scrap heap of red brick and twisted iron, and in the last phase even the Golden Virgin and her babe, which had seemed to escape all shell fire by miraculous powers, lay buried beneath a mass of masonry. Beyond were the battlefields of the Somme, where every yard of ground is part of the great graveyard of our youth. So Amiens, as I have said, was not far away from the red heart of war, and was clear enough to the lines to be crowded always with officers and men who came out between one battle and another, and by lorry jumping could reach this city for a few hours of civilized life according to their views of civilization. To these men, boys mostly, who had been living in lousy ditches under hellfire, Amiens was paradise, with little hells for those who liked them. There were hotels in which they could go to get a bath, if they waited long enough or had the luck to be early on the list. There were streets of shops with plate-glass windows, unbroken, shining, beautiful. There were well-dressed women walking about with kind eyes, and children as dainty, some of them, as in High Street, Kensington, or Princes Street, Edinburgh. Young officers who had plenty of money to spend, because there was no chance of spending money between a row of blasted trees and a ditch in which bits of dead men were plastered into the parapet, invaded the shops and bought fancy soaps, razors, hair oil, stationery, pocketbooks, knives, flash lamps, top boots at a fabulous price, khaki shirts and collars, gramophone records, and the latest set of Kirchner prints. It was the delight of spending, rather than the joy of possessing, which made them go from one shop to another in search of things they could carry back to the line. That and the lure of girls behind the counters, laughing, bright-eyed girls who understood their execrable French, even English spoken with a Glasgow accent, and were pleased to flirt for 5 minutes with any group of young fighting men, who broke into roars of laughter at the gallantry of some Don Juan among them with a gift of audacity, and paid outrageous prices for the privilege of stammering out some foolish sentiment in broken French, blushing to the roots of their hair, though captains and heroes, at their own temerity with a girl who, in another 5 minutes, would play the same part in the same scene with a different group of boys. I used to marvel at the patience of these girls. How bored they must have been with all this flirtation, which led to nothing except perhaps the purchase of a bit of soap at twice its proper price. They knew that these boys would leave to go back to the trenches in a few hours, and that some of them would certainly be dead in a few days. There could be no romantic episode, save of a transient kind, between them and these good-looking lads, in whose eyes there were desire and hunger, because to them the plainest girl was womanhood, the sweet, gentle, and feminine side of life, as opposed to the cruelty, brutality, and ugliness of war and death. The shop girls of Amiens had no illusions. They had lived too long in war not to know the realities. They knew the risks of transient love, and they were not taking them, unless conditions were very favorable. They attended strictly to business and hoped to make a lot of money in the shop, and were, I think, mostly good girls, as virtuous as life in wartime may let girls be, wise beyond their years, and with pity behind their laughter for these soldiers who tried to touch their hands over the counters, knowing that many of them were doomed to die for France and England. They had their own lovers, boys in blue somewhere between Vaux-sur-Somme and Hartmannswillerkopf, and apart from occasional intimacies with English officers quartered in Amiens for long spells, left the traffic of passion to other women who walked the streets. Chapter 2. The street of the Three Pebbles, la rue des Trois Cailloux, which goes up from the station through the heart of Amiens, was the crowded highway. Here were the best shops, the hairdresser at the left-hand side, where all day long officers down from the line came in to have elaborate luxury in the way of close crops, with friction d'eau de quinine, shampooing, singeing, oiling, not because of vanity, but because of the joyous sense of cleanliness and perfume after the filth and stench of life in the desolate fields. Then the booksellers, Madame Carpentier et Fille, on the right-hand side, which was not only the rendezvous of the miscellaneous crowd buying stationery and la vie parisienne, but of the intellectuals who spoke good French and bought good books and liked 10 minutes' chat with the mother and the daughter. Madame was an Alsatian lady with vivid memories of 1870, when, as a child, she had first learned to hate Germans. She hated them now with a fresh, vital hatred, and would have seen her own son dead 100 times (he was a soldier in Saloniki) rather than that France should make a compromise peace with the enemy. She had been in Amiens, as I was, on the dreadful night of August of 1914, when the French army passed through in retreat from Bapaume, and she and the people of her city knew for the first time that the Germans were close upon them. She stood in the crowd, as I did, in the darkness, watching that French column pass with their transport and their wounded lying on the baggage wagons. Men of many regiments mixed up, the light of the street lamps shining on the casques of cuirassiers and their long horsehair tails, leading their stumbling horses, and foot soldiers hunched under their packs, marching silently with dragging steps. Once in a while one of the soldiers left the ranks and came onto the sidewalk, whispering to a group of dark shadows. The crowds watched silently in a curious, dreadful silence, as though stunned. A woman near me spoke in a low voice and said, "Nous sommes perdus." Those were the only words I heard or remembered. That night in the station of Amiens, the boys of a new class were being hurried away in the truck trains, and while their army was in retreat sang La Marseillaise as though victory were in their hearts. Next day The German army under von Kluck entered Amiens, and 10 days afterward passed through it on the way to Paris. Madame Carpentier told me of the first terror of the people when the field-gray men came down the street of the Three Pebbles and entered their shops. A boy selling oranges fainted when a German stretched out his hand to buy some. Women hid behind their counters when German boots stamped into their shops. But Madame Carpentier was not afraid. She knew the Germans and their language. She spoke frank words to German officers who saluted her respectfully enough. "You will never get to Paris. France and England will be too strong for you. Germany will be destroyed before this war ends." They laughed at her and said, "We shall be in Paris in a week from now. Have you a little diary, madame?" Madame Carpentier was haughty with them. Some women in Amiens, poor drabs, did not show any haughtiness, nor any pride, with the enemy who crowded into the city on their way toward Paris. A girl told me that she was looking through the window of a house that faced the Place de Gare and saw a number of German soldiers dancing around a piano organ which was playing to them. They were dancing with women of the town, who were laughing and screeching in the embrace of big blonde Germans. The girl who was watching was only a schoolgirl then. She knew very little of the evil of life, but enough to know that there was something in this scene degrading to womanhood and to France. She turned from the window and flung herself on her bed and wept bitterly. I used to call in at the bookshop for a chat now and then with Madame and Mademoiselle Carpentier, while a crowd of officers came in and out. Madame was always merry and bright in spite of her denunciations of sale boche, les brigands, les bandits. The Mademoiselle put my knowledge of French to a severe but pleasant test. She spoke with alarming rapidity, her words tumbling over one another in a cascade of volubility delightful to hear, but difficult to follow. She had a strong mind, masterly in her methods of business, so that she could serve 6 customers at once and make each one think her attention was entirely devoted to his needs, and a very shrewd and critical idea of military strategy and organization. She had but a poor opinion of British generals and generalship, although a wholehearted admiration for the gallantry of British officers and men, and she had an intimate knowledge of our preparations, plans, failures, and losses. French liaison officers confided to her the secrets of the British army, and English officers trusted her with many revelations of things in the wind. But Mademoiselle Carpentier had discretion and loyalty, and did not repeat these things to people who had no right to know. She would have been far more efficient as a staff officer than many of the young gentlemen with red tabs on their tunics who came into the shop, flipping beautiful top boots with riding crops, sitting on the counter and turning over the pages of La Vie for the latest convention in ladies' legs. Mademoiselle was a serious musician, so her mother told me, but her musical studies were seriously interrupted by business and air raids, which one day ceased in Amiens altogether after a night of horror, when hundreds of houses were smashed to dust and many people killed, and the Germans brought their guns close to the city, close enough to scatter high velocities about its streets, and the population came out of their cellars, shaken by the terror of the night, and fled. I passed the bookshop where Mademoiselle was locking up the door of this house, which had escaped by greater luck than its neighbors. She turned as I passed and raised her hand with a grave gesture of resignation and courage. "Il ne passons pas," she said. It was the spirit of the courage of French womanhood which spoke in those words. Chapter 3. That was in the last phase of the war, but the Street of the Three Pebbles had been tramped up and down for 2 years before then by the British armies on the Somme, with the French on their right. I was never tired of watching those crowds and getting into the midst of them and studying their types. All the types of young English manhood came down this street, and some of their faces showed the strain and agony of war, especially toward the end of the Somme battles, after 4 months or more of slaughter. I saw boys with a kind of hunted look in their eyes, and death was the hunter. They stared into the shop windows in a dazed way, or strode along with packs on their backs, looking neither to the right nor to the left, and white, haggard faces as expressionless as masks. Tomorrow, or the next day perhaps, the hunter would track them down. Other English officers showed no sign at all of apprehension or lack of nerve control, although the psychologist would have detected disorder of soul in the rather deliberate note of hilarity with which they greeted their friends, in gusts of laughter, for no apparent cause, at Charlie's bar, where they would drink 3 cocktails apiece on an empty stomach, and in their tendency to tell tales of horror as things that were very funny. They dined and wined in Amiens at the Rhin, the Godebert, or the cathedral, with a kind of spiritual exaltation in good food and drink, as though subconsciously they believed that this might be their last dinner in life, with good pals about them. They wanted to make the best of it, and damn the price. In that spirit many of them went after other pleasures down the byways of the city, and damned the price again, which was a hellish one. Who blames them? It was war that was to blame, and those who made war possible. Down the Rue des Trois Cailloux, up and down went English and Scottish and Irish and Welsh and Canadian and Australian and New Zealand fighting men. In the winter they wore their trench coats, all splashed and caked up to the shoulders with the white, chalky mud of the Somme battlefields, and their top boots and puttees were plastered with this mud, and their faces were smeared with it after a lorry drive or a tramp down from the line. The rain beat with a metallic tattoo on their steel hats. Their packs were all sodden. French poilus, detrained at Amiens station for a night on their way to some other part of the front, jostled among British soldiers, and their packs were a wonder to see. They were like traveling tinkers, with pots and pans and boots slung about their faded blue coats, and packs bulging with all the primitive needs of life in the desert of the battlefields beyond civilization. They were unshaven, and wore their steel casques low over their foreheads, without gaiety, without the means of buying a little false hilarity, but grim and sullen-looking and resentful of English soldiers, walking or talking with French coquettes. Chapter 4. I saw a scene with a French poilu one day in the Street of the Three Pebbles, during those battles of the Somme, when the French troops were fighting on our right from Méricourt southward toward Roye. It was like a scene from Gaspard. The poilu was a middle-aged man and very drunk on some foul spirit which he had bought in a low cafe down by the river. In the High Street he was noisy and cursed God for having allowed the war to happen, and the French government for having sentenced him and all poor sacrés poilus to rot to death in the trenches, away from their wives and children, without a thought for them, and nothing but treachery in Paris. "Nous sommes trahis," said the man, raising his arms. "For the 100th time France is betrayed." A crowd gathered round him, listening to his drunken denunciations. No one laughed. They stared at him with a kind of pitying wonderment. An agent de police pushed his way between the people and caught hold of the soldier by the wrist and tried to drag him away. The crowd murmured a protest, and then suddenly the poilu, finding himself in the hands of the police on this one day out of the trenches after 5 months, flung himself on the pavement in a passion of tears and supplication. "Je suis père de famille. Je suis un soldat de France, dans les tranchées pour 5 mois. Qu'est-ce que mes camarades vont dire, nom de Dieu? Et mon capitaine? C'est important après tout ma service comme brave soldat. Mais quoi donc, mon vieux?" "Viens donc, saligo," growled the agent de police. The crowd was against the policeman. Their murmurs rose to violent protest on behalf of the poilu. "C'est un héros tout de même. 5 mois dans les tranches. C'est affreux, mais oui, il est seul. Mais pourquoi pas? Après 5 mois sur le front, qu'est-ce que cela signifie? C'est n'a aucune importance." A dandy French officer of chasseurs alpins stepped into the center of the scene and tapped the policeman on the shoulder. "Leave him alone. Don't you see he's a soldier? Sacred name of God, don't you know that a man like this has helped to save France, while you pigs stand at street corners watching petticoats?" He stooped to the fallen man and helped him to stand straight. "Be off with you, mon brave. or there will be trouble for you." He beckoned to two of his own chasseurs and said, "Look after that poor comrade yonder. He is en feu étoile." The crowd applauded. Their sympathy was all for the drunken soldier of France. Chapter 5. Into a small estaminet at the end of the Rue des Trois Cailloux, beyond the Hôtel de Ville, came one day, during the battles of the Somme, two poilus, grizzled, heavy men, deeply bronzed, with white dust in their wrinkles, and the earth of the battlefields ingrained in the skin of their big, coarse hands. They ordered 2 little glasses, and drank them at one gulp, then 2 more. "See what I have got, my little cabbage," said one of them, stooping to the heavy pack, which he had shifted from his shoulders to the other seat beside him. "It is something to make you laugh." "And what is that, my old man?" said a woman sitting at the other side of the marble-top table, with another woman of her own class from the market nearby. The man did not answer the question, but fumbled into his pack, laughing a little in a self-satisfied way. "I killed a German to get it," he said. "He was a pig of an officer, a dirty Boche, very chic, too, and young like a schoolboy." One of the women patted him on the shoulder. Her eyes glistened. "Did you slit his throat, the dirty dog, eh? I'd like to get my fingers round the neck of a dirty Boche." "I finished him with a grenade," said the poilu. "It was good enough. It knocked a hole in him as large as a cemetery. See then, my cabbage. It will make you smile. It is a funny kind of mascot, eh?" He put on the table a small leather pouch stained with a blotch of reddish brown. His big, clumsy fingers could hardly undo the little clasp. "He wore this next to his heart," said the man. "Perhaps he thought it would bring him luck. But I killed him all the same. Cré nom de Dieu." He undid the clasp, and his big fingers poked inside the flap of the pouch. It was from his woman, his German grue. Perhaps, even now, she doesn't know he's dead. She thinks of him wearing this next to his heart. Cré nom de Dieu. It was I that killed him a week ago. He held up something in his hand, and the light through the estaminet window gleamed on it. It was a woman's lock of hair, like fine spun gold. The 2 women gave a shrill cry of surprise, and then screamed with laughter. One of them tried to grab the hair, but the poilu held it high, beyond her reach, with a gruff command of "Hands off!" Other soldiers and women in the estaminet gathered round, staring at the yellow tress, laughing, making ribald conjectures as to the character of the woman whose head it had come from. They agreed that she was fat and ugly, like all German women, and a foul slut. "She'll never kiss that fellow again," said one man. "Our old one has cut the throat of that pig of a Boche." "I'd like to cut off all her hair and tear the clothes off her back," said one of the women, the dirty drab with yellow hair. "They ought to be killed, every one of them, so that the human race should be rid of them." "Her lover is a bit of clay, anyhow," said the other woman. "A bit of dirt, as our poilus will do for all of them." The soldier, with the woman's hair in his hand, stroked it across his forefinger. "All the same, it is pretty. Like gold, eh? I think of the woman sometimes, with blue eyes, like a German girl I kissed in Paris, a dancing girl." There was a howl of laughter from the 2 women. "The old one is drunk. He is amorous with the German cow." "I will keep it as a mascot," said the poilu, scrunching it up and thrusting it into his pouch. "It'll keep me in mind of that saligaud of a German officer I killed. He was a chic fellow. Tout de même. A boy." Chapter 6. Australians slouched up the street of the 3 Pebbles, with a grim look under their wide-brimmed hats, having come down from Pozieres, where it was always hell in the days of the Somme fighting. I liked the look of them. Dusty up to the eyes in summer, muddy up to their eyes in winter, these gypsy fellows, scornful of discipline for discipline's sake, but desperate fighters, as simple as children in their ways of thought and speech, except for frightful oaths, and looking at life, this life of war and this life in Amiens, with frank, curious eyes, and a kind of humorous contempt for death and disease and English Tommies and French girls and the whole damned show, as they called it. They were lawless except for the laws to which their souls gave allegiance. They behaved as the equals of all men, giving no respect to generals or staff officers or the devils of hell. There was a primitive spirit of manhood in them, and they took what they wanted and were ready to pay for it in coin or in disease or in wounds. They had no conceit of themselves in a little, vain way, but they reckoned themselves the only fighting men, simply and without boasting. They were hard as steel and finely tempered. Some of them were ruffians, but most of them were, I imagine, like those English yeomen who came into France with the Black Prince, men who lived rough, close to nature, of sturdy independence, good-humored, though fierce in a fight, and ruthless. That is how they seemed to me in a general way, though among them were boys of a more delicate fiber, and sensitive, if one might judge by their clear-cut features and wistful eyes. They had money to spend beyond the dreams of our poor Tommy. 6 shillings and 6 pence a day, and remittances from home. So they pushed open the doors of any restaurant in Amiens and sat down to a table next to English officers, not abashed, and ordered anything that pleased their taste, and wine in plenty. In that high street of Amiens one day I saw a crowd gathered round an Australian, so tall that he towered over all other heads. It was at the corner of the Rue des Coqs de Neuf-Test, the street of the naked body without a head, and I suspected trouble. As I pressed on the edge of the crowd I heard the Australian ask in a loud, slow drawl whether there was any officer about who could speak French. He asked the question gravely, but without anxiety. I pushed through the crowd and said, "I speak French. What's the trouble?" I saw then that, like the French poilu I have described, this tall Australian was in the grasp of a French agent de police, a small man of whom he took no more notice than if a fly had settled on his wrist. The Australian was not drunk. I could see that he had just drunk enough to make his brain very clear and solemn. He explained the matter deliberately, with a slow choice of words, as though giving evidence of high matters before a court. It appeared that he had gone into the estaminet opposite with 4 friends. They had ordered 5 glasses of Porto, for which they had paid 20 centimes each, and drank them. Then they ordered 5 more glasses of Porto, and paid the same price, and drank them. After this they took a stroll up and down the street, and were bored, and went into the estaminet again, and ordered 5 more glasses of Porto. It was then the trouble began. But it was not the Australian who began it. It was the woman behind the bar. She served 5 glasses more of Porto, and asked for 30 centimes each. 20 centimes, said the Australian. 20, madame. Mais non, 30 centimes chaque verre. 30, my old one. 6 sous, comprenez? No comprenez, said the Australian. 20 centimes, or go to hell. The woman demanded the 30 centimes. Kept on demanding, with a voice more shrill. It was her voice that vexed me, said the Australian. That and the bloody injustice. The 5 Australians drank the 5 glasses of Porto, and the tall Australian paid the 20 centimes each without further argument. Life is too short for argument. Then, without words, he took each of the 5 glasses, broke it at the stem, and dropped it over the counter. "You will see, sir," he said gravely, "the justice of the matter on my side." But when they left the estaminet, the woman came shrieking into the street after them. Hence the agent de police and the grasp on the Australian's wrist. "I should be glad if you would explain the case to this little Frenchman," said the soldier. "If he does not take his hand off my wrist, I shall have to kill him." "Perhaps a little explanation might serve," I said. I spoke to the agent de police at some length, describing the incident in the café. I took the view that the lady was wrong in increasing the price so rapidly. The agent agreed gravely. I then pointed out that the Australian was a very large-sized man, and that in spite of his quietude he was a man in the habit of killing Germans. He also had a curious dislike of policemen. "It appears to me," I said politely, "that for the sake of your health the other end of the street is better than this." The agent de police released his grip from the Australian's wrist and saluted me. "Vous avez raison, monsieur. Je vous remercie. Ces Australiens sont vraiment formidables." N'est-ce pas?" He disappeared through the crowd, who were smiling with a keen sense of understanding. Only the lady of the estaminet was unappeased. "They are bandits, these Australians," she said to the world about her. The tall Australian shook hands with me in a cowardly way. "Thanks for your trouble," he said. "It was the injustice I couldn't stick. I always pay the right price. I come from Australia." I watched him go slouching down the rue des Trois Cailloux, head above all the passers-by. He would be at Pozieres again next day. Chapter 7. I was billeted for a time with other war correspondents in an old house in the rue Amiral Courbet, on the way to the river Somme, from the Street of the Three Pebbles, and with a view of the spire of the cathedral, a wonderful thing of delicate lines and tracery, graven with love in every line by Muret Bonnet, and from my dormer window. It was the house of Madame de la Rochefoucauld, who lived farther out of the town, but drove in now and then to look at this little mansion of hers at the end of a courtyard behind wrought iron gates. It was built in the days before the Revolution, when it was dangerous to be a fine lady with the name of Rochefoucauld. The furniture was rather scanty, and of the Louis XV and Empire periods. Some portraits of old gentlemen and ladies of France, with one young fellow in a scarlet coat who might have been in the King's company of the Guard about the time when Wolfe scaled the heights of Abraham, summoned up the ghosts of the house, and I liked to think of them in these rooms and going in their sedan chairs across the little courtyard to high mass at the cathedral or to some game of bézique in some other mansion still standing in the quiet streets of Amiens, unless in a day in March of 1918 they were destroyed with many other hundreds of houses by bombs and gunfire. My little room was on the floor below the garret, and here at night, after a long day in the fields up by Pozieres or Martinpuich, or beyond by Ligny-Tilloy, or on the way to Bapaume, in the long struggle and slaughter over every inch of ground, I used to write my day's dispatch, to be taken next day (it was before we were allowed to use the military wires) by King's messenger to England. Those articles, written at high speed, with an impressionism born out of many new memories of tragic and heroic scenes, were interrupted sometimes by air bombardments. Hostile airmen came often to Amiens during the Somme fighting to unload their bombs as near to the station as they could guess, which was not often very near. Generally they killed a few women and children and knocked a few poor houses and a shop or two into a wild rubbish heap of bricks and timber. While I wrote, listening to the crashing of glass and the anti-aircraft fire of French guns from the citadel, I used to wonder subconsciously whether I should suddenly be hurled into chaos at the end of an unfinished sentence. And now and again, in spite of my desperate conflict with time to get my message done (the censors were waiting for it downstairs), I had to get up and walk into the passage to listen to the infernal noise of the dark city of Amiens. But I went back again and bent over my paper, concentrating on the picture of war which I was trying to set down so that the world might see and understand, until once again, 10 minutes later or so, my willpower would weaken and the little devil of fear would creep up to my heart, and I would go uneasily to the door again to listen. Then once more to my writing. Nothing touched the house in the rue Amiral Courbet while we were there. But it was into my bedroom that a shell went crashing after the night in March when Amiens was badly wrecked, and we listened to the noise of destruction all around us from a room in the Hotel du Rhin on the other side of the way. I should have been sleeping still if I had slept that night in my little old bedroom when the shell paid a visit. There were no lights allowed at night in Amiens, and when I think of darkness I think of that city in time of war, when all the streets were black tunnels and one fumbled one's way timidly, if one had no flash lamp, between the old houses with their pointed gables, coming into sharp collision sometimes with other wayfarers. But up to midnight there were little lights flashing for a second and then going out, along the Street of the Three Pebbles and in the dark corners of side streets. They were carried by girls seeking to entice English officers on their way to their billets, and they clustered like glowworms about the side door of the Hotel de Reims after 9 o'clock, and outside the railings of the public gardens. As one passed, the bright bull's-eye from a pocket torch flashed in one's eyes, and in the radiance of it one saw a girl's face, laughing, coming very close, while her fingers felt for one's badge. "How dark is it tonight, little captain? Are you not afraid of darkness? I am full of fear. It is so sad, this war, so dismal. It is comradeship that helps one now. A little love, a little laughter, and then, who knows?" A little love, a little laughter, alluring words to boys out of one battle, expecting another, hating it all, lonely in their souls because of the thought of death, in exile from their own folk, in exile from all womanhood and tender feminine things, up there in the ditches and shell craters of the desert fields, or in the huts of headquarters staffs, or in the reserve camps behind the fighting line. A little love, a little laughter, and then who knows? The sirens had whispered their own thoughts. They had translated into pretty French the temptation of all the little devils in their souls. Un peu de mort. One flash lamp was enough for two down a narrow street toward the riverside, and then up a little dark stairway to a lamp-lit room. Presently this poor boy would be stricken with disease and wish himself dead. Chapter 8. In the Street of the Three Pebbles there was a small estaminet into which I went one morning for a cup of coffee while I read an Amiens news sheet made up mostly of extracts translated from the leading articles of English papers. There was never any news of French fighting beyond the official communiqué and imaginary articles of a romantic kind written by French journalists in Paris about episodes of war. In one corner of the estaminet was a group of bourgeois gentlemen talking business for a time, and then listening to a monologue from a woman behind the counter. I could not catch many words of the conversation, owing to the general chatter, but when the man went out the woman and I were left alone together, and she came over to me and put a photograph down on the table before me, and as though carrying on her previous train of thought, she said in French, of course, "Yes, that is what the war has done to me." I could not guess her meaning. Looking at the photograph, I saw it was a young girl in evening dress, with her hair coiled in an artistic way, and a little curl on each cheek. Madame's daughter, I thought, looking up at the woman standing in front of me in a grubby bodice and tousled hair. She looked a woman of about 40, with a wan face and beaten eyes. "A charming young lady," I said, glancing again at the portrait. The woman repeated her last sentence word for word. "Yes, that is what the war has done to me." I looked up at her again and saw that she had the face of a young girl in the photograph, but coarsened, aged, raddled by the passing years and perhaps by tragedy. "Is it you?" I asked. "Yes. In 1913, before the war. I have changed since then. N'est-ce pas, monsieur?" "There is a change," I said. I tried not to express my thought of how much change. "You have suffered in the war more than most people?" "Ah, I have suffered." She told me her story, and word for word, if I could have written it down then, it would have read like a little novel by Guy de Maupassant. She was the daughter of people in Lille, well-to-do merchants, and before the war married a young man of the same town, the son of other manufacturers. They had 2 children and were very happy. Then the war came. The enemy drove down through Belgium and one day drew near and threatened Lille. The parents of the young couple said, "We will stay. We are too old to leave our home, and it is better to keep watch over the factory. You must go with the little ones, and there is no time to lose." There was no time to lose. The trains were crowded with fugitives and soldiers, mostly soldiers. It was necessary to walk. Weeping, the young husband and wife said farewell to their parents and set out on the long trail, with the 2 babies in a perambulator, under a load of bread and wine, and a little maid carrying some clothes in a bundle. For days they tramped the roads until they were all dusty and bedraggled and footsore, but glad to be getting further away from the tide of field-gray men which had now swamped over Lille. The young husband comforted his wife. "Courage," he said. "I have money enough to carry us through the war. We will set up a little shop somewhere." The maid wept bitterly now and then, but the young husband said, "We will take care of you, Margot." There is nothing to fear. We are lucky in our escape." He was a delicate fellow, rejected for military service, but brave. They came to Amiens and hired the estaminet and set up business. There was a heavy debt to work off for capital and expenses before they could make money, but they were doing well. The mother was happy with her children, and the little maid had dried her tears. Then one day the young husband went away with the little maid and all the money, leaving his wife in the estaminet with a big debt to pay and a broken heart. "That is what the war has done to me," she said again, picking up the photograph of the girl in the evening frock with a little curl on each cheek. "C'est triste, madame." "Oui, c'est triste, monsieur." But it was not war that had caused her tragedy, except that it had unloosened the roots of her family life. Guy de Maupassant would have given just such an ending to this story. Chapter 9. Some of our officers stationed in Amiens and billeted in private houses became very friendly with the families who received them. Young girls of good middle class, the daughters of shopkeepers and schoolmasters and merchants in a good way of business, found it delightful to wait on handsome young Englishmen, to teach them French and to take walks with them, and to arrange musical evenings with other girl friends who brought their young officers and sang little old French songs with them, or English songs in the prettiest French accent. These young officers of ours found the home life very charming. It broke the monotony of exile and made them forget the evil side of war. They paid little gallantries to the girls, bought them boxes of chocolate until fancy chocolate was forbidden in France, and presented flowers to decorate the table, and wrote amusing verses in their autograph albums, or drew sketches for them. As this went on, they gained to the privilege of brotherhood, and there were kisses before saying good night outside bedroom doors, while the parents downstairs were not too watchful, knowing the ways of young people, and lenient because of their happiness. Then a day came in each one of these households when the officer billeted there was ordered away to some other place. What tears, what lamentations, and what promises never to forget little Jeanne with her dark tresses, or Suzanne with the merry eyes. Were they not engaged? Not formally, perhaps, but in honor and in love. For a time letters arrived, eagerly waited for by girls with aching hearts. Then picture postcards with a line or two of affectionate greeting. Then nothing. Nothing at all, month after month, in spite of all the letters addressed with all the queer initials for military units. So it happened again and again, until bitterness crept into girls' hearts, and hardness and contempt. "In my own little circle of friends," said a lady of Amiens, "I know 18 girls who were engaged to English officers and have been forsaken. It is not fair. It is not good. Your English young men seem so serious, far more serious than our French boys. They have a look of shyness which we find delightful. They are timid at first, and blush when one pays a pretty compliment. They are a long time before they take liberties. So we trust them, and take them seriously, and allow intimacies which we would refuse to French boys unless formally engaged. But it is all camouflage. At heart your English young men are just flirts. They play with us, make fools of us, steal our hearts, and then go away, and often do not send so much as a postcard. Not even one little postcard to the girls who weep their hearts out for them. You English are all hypocrites. You boast that you play the game. I know your phrase. It is untrue. You play with good girls as though they were greuze, and that no Frenchman would dare to do. He knows the difference between good girls and bad girls, and behaves with reverence to those who are good. When the English army goes away from France, it will leave many bitter memories because of that." End of section 13. Section 14 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5, chapters 10 to 14. Chapter 10. It was my habit to go out at night for a walk through Amiens before going to bed, and generally turned riverward For even on moonless nights there was always a luminance over the water, and one could see to walk along the quayside. Northward and eastward the sky was quivering with flashes of white light, like summer lightning, and now and then there was a long vivid glare of red touching the high clouds with rosy feathers. One of our dumps, or one of the enemy's, had been blown up by that gunfire, sullen and menacing, which never ceased for years. In that quiet half hour alone, or with some comrade like Frederick Palmer or Beach Thomas, as tired and as thoughtful as oneself after a long day's journey in the swirl of war, one's brain roved over the scenes of battle, visualizing anew and in imagination the agony up there, the death which was being done by those guns, and the stupendous sum of all this conflict. We saw, after all, only one patch of the battlefields of the world, and yet were staggered by the immensity of its massacre, by the endless streams of wounded, and by the growth of those little forests of white crosses behind the fighting lines. We knew, and could see at any moment in the mind's eye, even in the darkness of an Amiens night, the vastness of the human energy which was in motion along all the roads to Paris, and from Bolognia and Dieppe and Havre to the fighting lines, and in every village on the way, the long columns of motor lorries bringing up food and ammunition, the trains on their way to the army railheads with material of war and more food and more shells, the Red Cross trains crowded with maimed and injured boys, the ambulances clearing the casualty stations, the troops marching forward from back roads to the front, from which many would never come marching back, the guns and limbers and military transports and spare horses along hundreds of miles of roads, all the machinery of slaughter on the move. It was staggering in its enormity, in its detail, and in its activity. Yet beyond our sphere in the British section of the Western Front there was the French front, larger than ours, stretching right through France, and all their roads were crowded with the same traffic, and all their towns and villages were stirred by the same activity and for the same purpose of death, and all their hospitals were crammed with the wreckage of youth. On the other side of the lines the Germans were busy in the same way, as busy as soldier ants, and the roads behind their fronts were cumbered by endless columns of transport and marching men and guns and ambulances laden with bashed, blinded, and bleeding boys. So it was in Italy, in Austria, in Saloniki, and Bulgaria, Serbia, Mesopotamia, Egypt. In the silence of Amiens by night, under the stars, with the cool breath of the night air on our foreheads, with the glamour of light over the waters of the Somme, our spirit was stricken by the thought of this world tragedy, and cried out in anguish against this bloody crime in which all humanity was involved. The senselessness of it, the futility, the waste, the mockery of men's faith in God. Often Palmer and I, dear grave old Palmer, with sphinx-like face and honest soul, used to trudge along silently, with just a sigh now and then, or a groan, or a sudden cry of, "Oh God! Oh Christ!" It was I, generally, who spoke those words, and Palmer would say, "Yes, and it's going to last a long time yet. A long time. It's a question of who will hold out 24 hours longer than the other side. France is tired, more tired than any of us. Will she break first? Somehow I think not. They are wonderful. Their women have a gallant spirit. How good it is, the smell of the trees tonight." Sometimes we would cross the river and look back at the cathedral, high and beautiful above the huddle of old houses on the quayside, with the faint light on its pinnacle and buttresses, and immense blackness beyond them. "Those builders of France loved their work," said Palmer. "There was always war above the walls of this cathedral, but they went on with it, stone by stone, without hurry." We stood there, in a long silence, not on one night only, but many times, and out of those little dark streets beyond the cathedral of Amiens came the spirit of history to teach our spirit, with wonderment at their nobility and the brutality of men, and their incurable folly, and their patience with tyranny. When is it all going to end, Palmer, old man? The war or the folly of men? The war. This cursed war. This bloody war. Something will break one day, on our side or the other. Those who hold out longest and have the best reserves of manpower. We were starting early next day, before dawn, to see the beginning of another battle. We walked slowly over the little iron bridge again, through the vegetable market, where old men and women were unloading cabbages from a big wagon, then into the dark tunnel of the Rue des Augustins, and so to the little old mansion of Mademoiselle de Rochefoucauld in the Rue Amiral Courbet. There was a light burning in the window of the censor's room. In there the colonel was reading the Times in the Louis XV salon, with a grave pucker on his high, thin forehead. He could not get any grasp of the world's events. There was an attack on the censor by Northcliffe. Now what did he mean by that? It was really very unkind of him, after so much civility to him. Charteris would be furious. He would bang the telephone. But dear, dear, why should people be so violent? War correspondents were violent on the slightest provocation. The world itself was very violent. And it was all so dangerous. Do you think so, Russell? The cars were ordered for 5 o'clock. Time for bed. Chapter 11. The night in Amiens was dark and sinister when rain fell heavily out of a moonless sky. Hardly a torch lamp flashed out except when a solitary woman scurried down the wet streets to lonely rooms. There were no British officers strolling about. They had turned in early, to hot baths and unaccustomed beds, except for one or two who, with their Burberrys buttoned tight to the throat and sopping field caps pulled down about their ears, and top boots, which went splash, splash through deep puddles as they staggered a little uncertainly and peered up at dark corners to find their whereabouts by a dim sense of locality and the shapes of the houses. The rain pattered sharply on the pavements and beat a tattoo on leaden gutters and slate roofs. Every window was shuttered and no light gleamed through. On such a night I went out with Beach Thomas, as often before, wet or fine, after hard riding. "A foul night," said Thomas, setting off in a quick, jerky step. "I like to feel the rain on my face." We turned down, as usual, to the river. It was very dark. The rain was heavy on the quayside, where there were a group of people bareheaded in the rain and chattering in French with gusts of laughter. "Une bouteille de champagne!" The words were spoken in a clear boy's voice, with an elaborate caricature of French accent, in musical cadence, but unmistakably English. "A drunken officer," said Thomas. "Poor devil." We drew near among the people and saw a young officer, arm in arm, with a French peasant, one of the market porters, telling a tale in broken French to the audience about him with comic gesticulations and extraordinary volubility. A woman put her hand on my shoulder and spoke in French. "He has drunk too much bad wine. His legs walk away from him. He will be in trouble, monsieur. A child, no older than my own boy, who is fighting in the Argonne." "Apportez-moi une bouteille de champagne, vite!" said the young officer. Then he waved his arm and said, "J'ai perdu mon cheval." A kingdom for a bloody horse, as Shakespeare said. "Y a-t-il quelqu'un qui a vu mon sacré cheval?" In other words, if I don't find that four-legged beast, which led to my damnation, I shall be shot at dawn. Fusil, comprenez? On va me fusiller par un mot blanc. Or is it un mot blanche? Quand l'aurore s'est levée avec la couleur d'un rose, et l'odeur d'une jeune fille lavée et parfumée. Pretty good that, eh, what? But the fact remains that unless I find my steed, my charger, my war horse, which in reality does not belong to me at all, because I pinched it from the colonel, I shall be shot as sure as fate, and alas, I do not want to die. I am too young to die, and meanwhile I desire encore une bouteille de champagne. The little crowd of citizens found a grim humor in this speech, one-third of which they understood. They laughed coarsely, and a man said, "Quel drôle de type! Quel numéro!" But the woman who had touched me on the sleeve spoke to me again. He says he has lost his horse, and will be shot as a deserter. Those things happen. My boy in the Argonne tells me that a comrade of his was shot for hiding 5 days with his young woman. It would be sad if this poor child should be condemned to death. I pushed my way through the crowd and went up to the officer. "Can I help at all?" He greeted me warmly, as though he had known me for years. "My dear old pal, you can indeed. First of all, I want a bottle of champagne, une bouteille de champagne." It was wonderful how much music he put into those words. "And after that, I want my runaway horse. As I have explained to these good people who do not understand a bloody word, in spite of my excellent French accent, I stole the colonel's horse to come for a joyride to Amiens. The colonel is one of the best men, but very touchy indeed. You would be surprised. He also has the worst horse in the world, or did, until it ran away half an hour ago into the blackness of this hell which men call Amiens. It is quite certain that if I go back without that horse, most unpleasant things will happen to a gallant young British officer, meaning myself, who, with most innocent intentions of cleansing his soul from the filth of battle, from the horror of battle, from the disgusting fear of battle, oh yes, I've been afraid all right, and so have you, unless you're a damned hero or a damned liar, desired to get as far as this beautiful city, so fair without, so foul within, in order to drink a bottle, or even 2 or 3, of rich, sparkling wine, to see the loveliness of women as they trip about these pestilential streets, to say a little prayer in la cathedral, and then to ride back, refreshed, virtuous, knightly, all through the quiet night, to deliver up the horse whence I had pinched it, and nobody any the wiser in the dewy morn. You see, it was a good scheme." "What happened?" I asked. "It happened thuswise," he answered, breaking out into fresh eloquence, with fantastic similes and expressions of which I can give only the spirit. "Leaving at Pozieres, which, as you doubtless know, unless you are a bloody staff officer, is a place where the devil goes about like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour, where he leaves his victims' entrails hanging on to the barbed wire, and where the bodies of your friends and mine lie decomposing in muddy holes. You know the place? I put my legs across the colonel's horse, which was in the wagon lines, and set forth for Amiens. That horse knew that I had pinched him. Forgive my slang. I should have said it in the French language, volé, and resented me. Thrice I was nearly thrown from his back. Twice did he entangle himself in barbed wire deliberately. Once did I have to coerce him with many stripes to pass a tank. Then the heavens opened up upon us, and it rained. It rained until I was wet to the skin, in spite of sheltering beneath a tree, one branch of which, owing to the stubborn temper of my steed, struck me a stinging blow across the face. So in no joyful spirit I came at last to Amiens, this whited sepulchre, this Circe's capital, this den of thieves, this home of vampires. There I dined, not wisely, but too well. I drank of the flowing cup, une bouteille de champagne, and I met a maiden as ugly as sin, but beautiful in my eyes after Pozieres, you understand, and accompanied her to her poor lodging in a most verminous place, sir, where we discoursed upon the problems of life and love. O youth, O war, O hell! My horse, that brute who resented me, was in charge of an ostler, whom I believe, verily, is a limb of Satan, in the yard without. It was late when I left that lair of Circe, where young British officers, even as myself, are turned into swine. It was late and dark, and I was drunk. Even now I am very drunk. I may say that I am becoming drunker and drunker." It was true. The fumes of bad champagne were working in the boy's brain, and he leaned heavily against me. "It was then that happened which will undoubtedly lead to my undoing, and blast my career as I have blasted my soul. The horse was there in the yard, but without saddle or bridle. Where is my saddle? And where is my bridle? Oh, naughty ostler!" I shouted in dismay. The ostler, who, as I informed you, is one of Satan's imps, answered in incomprehensible French, led the horse forth from the yard, and giving it a mighty blow in the rump, sent it clattering forth into the outer darkness. In my fear of losing it, for I must be at Pozieres at dawn, I ran after it, but it ran too fast in the darkness, and I stopped and tried to grope my way back to the stable-yard to kill that ostler, thereby serving God and other British officers, for he was the devil's agent. But I could not find the yard again. It had disappeared. It was swallowed up in Cimmerian gloom. So I was without revenge and without horse, and as you will perceive, sir, unless you are a bloody staff officer who doesn't perceive anything, I am utterly undone. I am also horribly drunk, and I must apologize for leaning so heavily on your arm. It's awfully good of you, anyway, old man." The crowd was mostly moving, driven indoors by the rain. The woman who had spoken to me said, "I heard a horse's hoofs upon the bridge, the Bath." Then she went away with her apron over her head. Thomas and I walked each side of the officer, giving him an arm. He could not walk straight, and his legs played freakish tricks with him. All the while he talked in a strain of high comedy, interlarded with grim little phrases, revealing an underlying sense of tragedy and despair, until his speech thickened and he became less fluent. We spent a fantastic hour searching for his horse. It was like a nightmare in the darkness and rain. Every now and then we heard distinctly the clip-clop of a horse's hoofs, and went off in that direction, only to be baffled by dead silence, with no sign of the animal. Then again, as we stood listening, we heard the beat of hoofs on hard pavement in the opposite direction, and walked that way, dragging the boy, who was getting more and more incapable of walking upright. At last we gave up hope of finding the horse, though the young officer kept assuring us that he must find it at all costs. "It's a point of honor," he said thickly. "Not my horse, you know, doctor's horse. Devil to pay tomorrow." He laughed foolishly and said, "Always devil to pay in morning." We were soaked to the skin. "Come home with me," I said. "We can give you a shakedown." "Frightfully good, old man. Awfully sorry, you know, and all that. Are you a blooming general or something? But I must find horse." By some means we succeeded in persuading him that the chase was useless, and that it would be better for him to get into our billet and start out next morning early. We dragged him up the Rue des Augustins to the Rue Amiral Courbet. Outside the iron gates I spoke to him warningly. "You've got to be quiet. There are staff officers inside." "What? Staff officers? Oh, my God!" The boy was dismayed. The thought of facing staff officers almost sobered him. Did, indeed, sober his brain for a moment, though not his legs. "It's all right," I said. "Go quietly, and I will get you upstairs safely." It was astonishing how quietly he went, hanging on to me. The little colonel was reading the Times in the salon. We passed the open door and saw over the paper his high forehead puckered with perplexity as to the ways of the world. But he did not raise his head or drop the Times at the sound of our entry. I took the boy upstairs to my room and guided him inside. He said, "Thanks awfully," and then lay down on the floor and fell into so deep a sleep that I was scared and thought for a moment he might be dead. I went downstairs to chat with the little colonel and form an alibi in case of trouble. An hour later, when I went into my room, I found the boy still lying as I had left him, without having stirred a limb. He was a handsome fellow, and his hand hanging limply across his right arm and a lock of damp hair falling across his forehead. I thought of a son of mine, who in a few years would be as old as he, and I prayed God mine might be spared this boy's tragedy. Through the night he slept in a drugged way, but just at dawn he woke up and stretched himself with a queer little moan. Then he sat up and said, "Where am I?" "In a billet at Amiens. You lost your horse last night, and I brought you here." Remembrance came into his eyes, and his face was swept with a sudden flush of shame and agony. "Yes, I made a fool of myself, the worst possible. How can I get back to Pozieres?" "You could jump a lorry with luck." "I must. It's serious if I don't get back in time. In any case, the loss of that horse..." He thought deeply for a moment. I could see that his head was aching to the beat of sledgehammers. "Can I wash anywhere?" I pointed to the jug and basin, and he said, "Thanks enormously." He washed hurriedly, and then stared down with a shamed look at his muddy uniform, all creased and bedraggled. After that he asked if he could get out downstairs, and I told him the door was unlocked. He hesitated for a moment before leaving my room. "I am sorry to have given you all this trouble. It was very decent of you. Many thanks." The boy was a gentleman when sober. I wonder if he died at Pozières, or farther on by the Butte de Warlencourt. A week later I saw an advertisement in Amiens paper. "Horse found, brown, with white sock on right foreleg. Apply." I have a fancy it was the horse for which we had searched in the rain. Chapter 12. The quickest way to the cathedral was down a turning on the right-hand side of the Street of the Three Pebbles. Charlie's bar was on the left-hand side of the street, always crowded after 6 o'clock by officers of every regiment, drinking eggnogs, martinis, bronxes, sherry cobblers, and other liquids which helped men marvelously to forget the beastliness of war and gave them the gift of laughter and made them careless of the battles which would have to be fought. Young staff officers were there, explaining carefully how hard worked they were and how often they went under shell fire. The fighting officers, English, Scottish, Irish, Welsh, jeered at them, laughing hugely at the latest story of mirthful horror, arranged rendezvous at the Godebert restaurant, where they could see the beautiful Marguerite until she transferred to La Cathédrale in the same street, and our checks, which Charlie cashed at a discount, with a noble faith in British honesty, not often, as he told me, being hurt by a stummer. Charlie's bar was wrecked by shell fire afterward, and he went to Abbeville and set up a more important establishment, which was wrecked too in a fierce air raid before the paint was dry on the walls. The cathedral was a shrine to which many men and women went all through the war, called into its white halls by the spirit of beauty which dwelt there, and by its silence and peace. The great west door was screened from bomb splinters by sandbags piled high, and inside there were other walls of sandbags closing in the sanctuary and some of the windows. But these signs of war did not spoil the majesty of the tall columns and high roof, nor the loveliness of the sculptured flowers below the clerestory arches, nor the spiritual mystery of those great dim aisles where light flickered and shadows lurked, and the ghosts of history came out of their tombs to pace these stones again where 5, 6, 7 centuries before they had walked to worship God, in joy or in despair, or to show their beauty of young womanhood, peasant girl or princess, to lovers gazing by the pillars, or to plight their troth as royal brides, or get a crown for their heads, or mercy for their dead bodies in velvet-draped coffins. Our soldiers went in there as many centuries before other English soldiers who came out with Edward the Black Prince by way of Crécy, or with Harry the King through Agincourt. 500 years hence, if Amiens Cathedral still stands, undamaged by some new and monstrous conflict in a world of incurable folly, the generation of that time will think now and then, perhaps, of the English lads in khaki who tramped up the highway of this nave with their field caps under their arms, each footstep leaving the imprint of a wet boot on the old flagstones, awed by the silence and the spaciousness, with a sudden heartache for a closer knowledge, or some knowledge, of the God worshipped there, the God of love, while not far away men were killing one another by high explosives, shells, hand grenades, mines, machine guns, bayonets, poison gas, trench mortars, tanks, and in close fighting with short daggers like butcher's knives, or clubs with steel knobs. I watched the faces of the men who entered here. Some of them, like the Australians and New Zealanders, unfamiliar with cathedrals and not religious by instinct or training, wandered round in a wondering way, with a touch of scorn, even of hostility now and then, for these mysteries, the chanting of the office, the tinkling of the bells at the high mass, which were beyond their understanding and which they could not link up with any logic of life as they knew it now, away up by Bapaume or Bullecourt, where God had nothing to do, seemingly, with the night raid into Boche lines, when they blew a party of Germans to bits by dropping Stoke bombs down their dugout, or with the shrieks of German boys, mad with fear, when the Australians jumped on them in the darkness and made haste with their killing. All the same, this great church was wonderful, and the Australians, scrunching their slouch hats, stared up at the tall columns to the clerestory arches, and peered through the screen to the golden sun upon the high altar, and touched old tombs with their muddy hands, reading the dates on them, 1250, 1155, 1415, with astonishment at their antiquity. Their clean-cut hatchet faces, sun-baked, tanned by rain and wind, their simple blue-gray eyes, the fine, strong grace of their bodies as they stood at ease in this place of history, struck me as being wonderfully like all that one imagines in those English knights and squires, Norman English, who rode through France with the Black Prince. It is as though Australia had bred back to the old strain. Our own English soldiers were less arresting to the eye, more dapper and neat, not such evident children of nature. Gravely they walked up the aisles, standing in groups where a service was in progress, watching the movements of the priests, listening to the choir and organ with reverent, dreamy eyes. Some of them, country lads, thought back, I fancy, to some village church in England, where they had sung hymns with mother and sisters in the days before the war. England and that little church were a long way off now, perhaps all eternity away. I saw one boy standing quite motionless with wet eyes, without self-consciousness. This music, this place of thoughtfulness, had made something break in his heart. Some of our young officers, but not many, knelt on the cane chairs and prayed, face in hands. French officers crossed themselves, and their medals tinkled as they walked up the aisles. Always there were women in black weeds, kneeling before the side altars, praying to the Virgin for husbands and sons, dead or alive, lighting candles below holy pictures and statues. Our men tiptoed past them, holding steel hats or field caps, and putting their packs against the pillars. On the steps of the cathedral I heard two officers talking one day. How can one reconcile all this with the war? Why not? I suppose we're fighting for justice and all that. That's what the Daily Mail tells us. Seriously, old man, where does Christ come in? He wasn't against righteous force. He chased the money changers out of the temple. Yes, but his whole teaching was love and forgiveness. Thou shalt not kill. Little children, love one another. Turn the other cheek. Is it all sheer tosh? If so, why go on pretending? Take chaplains in khaki. These lieutenant colonels with black crosses. They make me sick. It's either one thing or the other, brute force or Christianity. I am harking back to the brute force theory. But I'm not going to say God is love one day and then prod a man in the stomach the next. Let's be consistent. The other fellows asked for it. They attacked first. Yes, but we are all involved. Our diplomacy, our secret treaties, our philosophical dope over the masses, our imperial egotism, our trade rivalries. All that was a direct challenge of might against right. The Germans are more efficient and more logical, that's all. They prepared for the inevitable and struck first. We knew the inevitable was coming, but didn't prepare, being too damned inefficient. I have a leaning toward religion. Instinctively, I'm for Christ, but it doesn't work in with efficiency and machine guns. It belongs to another department, that's all. We're spiritual and animal at the same time. In one part of my brain, I'm a gentleman. In another, a beast. It's conflict. We can't eliminate the beast, but we can control it now and then when it gets too obstreperous. And that's where religion helps. It's the high ideal, otherworldliness. The Germans pray to the same God, praise Christ, and ask for victory. Let them. It may do them a bit of good. It seems to me God is above all the squabbles of humanity, doesn't care a damn about them. But the human soul can get into touch with the infinite and the ideal, even while he is doing butcher's work and beastliness. That doesn't matter very much. It's part of the routine of life. But it does matter. It makes agony and damnation in the world. It creates cruelty and tyranny and all bloody things. Surely, if we believe in God, anyhow, in Christian ethics, this war is a monstrous crime in which all humanity is involved. The Hun started it. Let's go and give the glad eye to Marguerite. At night, in moonlight, Amiens Cathedral was touched with a new spirituality, a white magic beyond all words of beauty. On many nights of war I walked round the cathedral square looking up at that grand mass of masonry with all its pinnacles and buttresses gleaming like silver, and its sculptured tracery like lacework, and a flood of milky light glamorous on walls in which every stone was clear-cut beyond a vast shadow world. How old it was! How many human eyes through many centuries had come in the white light of the moon to look at this dream in stone enshrining the faith of men! The revolution had surged round these walls, and the screams of wild women, and their shrill laughter, and their cries for the blood of aristocrats had risen from the square. Pageants of kingship and royal death had passed across these pavements through the great doors there. Peasant women in the darkness had wept against these walls, praying for God's pity for their hearts. Now the English officers were lighting cigarettes in the shelter of a wall, the outline of their features, knightly faces, touched by the moonlight. There were flashes of gunfire in the sky beyond the river. "A good night for a German air raid," said one of the officers. "Yes, a lovely night for killing women in their sleep," said the other man. The people of Amiens were sleeping, and no light gleamed through their shutters. Chapter 13. Coming away from the cathedral through a side street, going into the Rue des Trois Cailloux, I used to pass the Palais de Justice, a big, grim building with a long flight of steps leading up to its doorways, and above the portico the figure of Justice, blind, holding her scales. There was no justice there during the war, but rooms full of French soldiers, with smashed faces, blind, many of them, like that woman in stone. They used to sit on fine days on the flight of steps, a tragic exhibition of war for passers-by to see. Many of them revealed no faces, but were white masks of cotton wool, bandaged round their heads. Others showed only the upper parts of their faces, and the places where their jaws had been were tied up with white rags. There were men without noses, and men with half their scalps torn away. French children used to stare through the railings at them gravely, with childish curiosity, without pity. English soldiers gave them a passing glance and went on to places where they might be made like this, without faces, or jaws, or noses, or eyes. By their uniforms I saw that there were chasseurs alpines and chasseurs d'Afrique, and young infantrymen of the line, and gunners. They sat, without restlessness, watching the passers-by, if they had eyes to see, or if blind, feeling the breeze about them, and listening to the sound of passing feet. Chapter 14. The prettiest view of Amiens was from the banks of the Somme, outside the city on the east side, and there was a charming walk along the towpath, past market gardens, going down to the river on the opposite bank, and past the gardens of little chalets built for love in idleness in days of peace. They were of fantastic architecture, these cottages where well-to-do citizens of Amiens used to come for weekends of boating and fishing, and their garden gates, at the end of wooden bridges over backwaters, were of iron twisted into the shapes of swans or flowers, and there were snails of terracotta on the chimney pots, and painted woodwork on the walls, in the worst taste, yet amusing and pleasing to the eye in their green bowers. I remember one called Moonlight, and wondered that any man should be proud of such a freakish conception of a country house. They were abandoned during the war, except one or two used for casual rendezvous between French officers and their light-o'-loves, and the towpath was used only by stray couples who came out for loneliness and British soldiers walking out with French girls. The market gardeners punted down the river in long, shallow boats, like gondolas, laden high with cabbages, cauliflowers, and asparagus, and farther upstream there was a boathouse where orderlies from the New Zealand hospital in Amiens used to get skiffs for an hour's rowing, leaning on their oars to look at the picture of the cathedral rising like a mirage beyond the willows and the encircling water, with fleecy clouds above its glittering roof, or lurid storm clouds with the red glow of sunset beneath their wings. In the dusk, or the darkness, there was silence along the banks, but for a ceaseless throbbing of distant gunfire, rising sometimes to a fury of drumming when the French 75 was at work outside Roye and the lines beyond Suzanne. It was what the French call la rafale des tambours de la mort, the ruffle of the drums of death. The winding waters of the Somme flowed in higher reaches through the hell of war by Biache and St. Christ, this side of Peronne, where dead bodies floated in slime and blood, and there was a litter of broken bridges and barges and dead trees and ammunition boxes. The river itself was a highway into hell, and there came back upon its tide in slow-moving barges the wreckage of human life, fresh from the torturers. These barges used to unload their cargoes of maimed men at a carpenter's yard just below the bridge outside the city, and often as I passed I saw human bodies being lifted out and carried on stretchers into the wooden sheds. They were the bad cases, French boys wounded in the abdomen or lungs, or with their limbs torn off, or hopelessly shattered. It was an agony for them to be moved, even on the stretchers. Some of them cried out in fearful anguish, or moaned like wounded animals again and again. Those sounds spoiled the music of the lapping water, and the whispering of the willows and the song of birds. The sight of these tortured boys, made useless in life, took the color out of the flowers and the beauty out of that vision of the great cathedral, splendid above the river. Women watched them from the bridge, straining their eyes as the bodies were carried to the bank. I think some of them looked for their own men. One of them spoke to me one day. "That is what the Germans do to our sons. Bandit, assassin." "Yes, that is war, madame." She put a skinny hand on my arm. "Will it go on forever, this war? Until all the men are killed?" "Not so long as that, madame. Some men will be left alive. The very old and the very young, and the lucky ones, and those behind the lines." "The Germans are losing many men, monsieur?" "Heaps, madame. I have seen their bodies strewn about the fields." "Ah, that is good. I hope all German women will lose their sons, as I have lost mine." "Where was that, madame?" "Over there." She pointed up the Somme. "He was a good son, a fine boy. It seems only yesterday he lay at my breast. My man weeps for him. They were good comrades." "It is sad, madame." "Ah, but yes, it is sad." "Au revoir, monsieur." "Au revoir, madame." End of section 14. Section 15 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5, chapters 15 to 18. Chapter 15. There was a big hospital in Amiens, close to the railway station, organized by New Zealand doctors and nurses. I went there one day in the autumn of 1914, when the army of von Kluck had passed through the city and gone beyond. The German doctors had left behind the instruments abandoned by an English unit sharing the retreat. The French doctor who took me round told me the enemy had behaved well in Amiens. At least he had refrained from atrocities. As I went through the long wards, I did not guess that one day I should be a patient there. That was 2 years later, at the end of the Somme battles. I was worn out and bloodless after 5 months of hard strain and nervous wear and tear. Some bug had bitten me up in the fields where lay the unburied dead. "Trench fever," said the doctor. "You look in need of a rest," said the matron. "My word, how white you are! Had a hard time, eh, like the rest of them?" I lay in bed at the end of the officers' ward, with only one other bed between me and the wall. That was occupied by the gunner general of the New Zealand division. Opposite was another row of beds in which officers lay sleeping or reading or lying still with wistful eyes. "That's all right. You're going to die," said a rosy-cheeked young orderly after taking my temperature and feeling my pulse. It was his way of cheering a patient up. He told me how he had been torpedoed in the Dardanelles while he was ill with dysentery. He indulged in reminiscences with the New Zealand general, who had a grim gift of silence, but glinting eyes. In the bed on my left was a handsome boy with a fine, delicate face, a subaltern in the Coldstream Guards, with a pile of books at his elbow, all by Anatole France. It was the first time I had ever laid in hospital, and I felt amazingly weak and helpless, but interested in my surroundings. The day nurse, a tall, buxom New Zealand girl whom the general chaffed with sarcastic humor and who gave back more than she got, went off duty with a cheery "Good night, all," and the night nurse who took her place and made a first visit to each bed. She was a dainty little woman with a complexion of delicate rose and large luminous eyes. She had a nun-like look, utterly pure, but with the spiritual fire in those shining eyes of hers for all these men, who were like children in her hands. They seemed glad at her coming. "Good evening, sister," said one man after another, even one who had laid with his eyes closed for an hour or more, with a look of death on his face. She knelt down beside each one, saying, "How are you tonight?" and chatting in a low voice, inaudible to the bed beyond. From one bed I heard a boy's voice say, "Oh, don't go yet, sister. You have only given me 2 minutes, and I want 10 at least. I'm passionately in love with you, you know, and I have been waiting all day for your beauty." There was a great gust of laughter in the ward. "The child is at it again," said one of the officers. "When are you going to write me another sonnet?" asked the nurse. "The last one was much admired." "The last one was rotten," said the boy. "I have written a real corker this time. Read it to yourself, and don't drop its pearls before these swine." "Well, you must be good, or I won't read it at all." An officer of the British Army, who was also a poet, hurled the bedclothes off and sat on the edge of his bed in his pajamas. "I'm fed up with everything. I hate war. I don't want to be a hero. I don't want to die. I want to be loved. I'm a glutton for love." In his pajamas the boy looked a child, no older than a schoolboy who was mine and who still liked to be tucked up in bed by his mother. With his tousled hair and his petulant grimace, this lieutenant might have been Peter Pan from Kensington. The night nurse pretended to chide him. It was very gentle chiding, but as abruptly as he had thrown off his clothes he snuggled under them again and said, "All right, I'll be good. Only I want a kiss before I go to sleep." I became good friends with that boy, who was a promising young poet, and a joyous creature, no more fit for war than a child of 10, hating the muck and horror of it, not ashamed to confess his fear, with a boyish wistfulness of hope that he might not be killed, because he loved life. But he was killed. I had a letter from his stricken mother months afterward. The child was missing then, and her heart cried out for him. Opposite my bed was a middle-aged man from Lancashire. I suppose he had been in a cotton mill or a factory, a hard-headed, simple-hearted fellow, as good as gold, and always speaking of the wife. But his nerves had gone to pieces, and he was afraid to sleep because of the dreams that came to him. "Sister," he said, "don't let me go to sleep. Wake me up if you see me dozing. I see terrible things in my dreams, frightful things. I can't bear it." "You will sleep better tonight," she said. "I'm putting something in your milk, something to stop the dreaming." But he dreamed. I lay awake feverish and restless, and heard the man opposite muttering and moaning in his sleep. Sometimes he would give a long, quivering sigh, and sometimes start violently, and then wake up in a dazed way, saying, "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" trembling with fear so that the bed was shaken. The night nurse was always by his side in a moment when he called out, hushing him down, whispering to him. "I see pools of blood and bits of dead bodies in my sleep," he told me. "It's what I saw up at Bazentine. There was a fellow with his face blown off walking about. I see him every night. Queer, isn't it? Nerves, you know. I don't think I had a nerve in my body before this war." The little night nurse came to my bedside. "Can't you sleep?" "I'm afraid not. My heart is thumping in a queer way. May I smoke?" She put a cigarette between my lips and lighted a match. "Take a few whiffs and then try to sleep. You need lots of sleep." In the ward there was only the glimmer of night lights in red glasses, and now and then, all through the night, matches were lighted, illuminating the room for a second, followed by a glowing end of a cigarette shining like a star in the darkness. The sleeping men breathed heavily, tossed about violently, gave strange jerks and starts. Sometimes they spoke aloud in their sleep. "That isn't a dud, you fool. It will blow us to hell." "Now then, get on with it, can't you?" "Look out! They're coming! Can't you see them moving by the wire?" The spirit of war was in that ward and hunted them even in their sleep. Lurking terrors surged up again in their subconsciousness. Sights which they had tried to forget stared at them through their closed eyelids. The daylight came, and the night nurse slipped away, and the day nurse shook one shoulder and said, "Time to wash and shave. No malingering." It was the discipline of the hospital. Men as weak as rats had to sit up in bed, or crawl out of it, and shave themselves. "You're merciless," I said, laughing painfully when the day nurse dabbed my back with cold iodine at 6 o'clock on a winter morning, with the windows wide open. "Oh, there's no mercy in this place," said the strong-minded girl. "It's kill or cure here, and no time to worry." "You're all devils," said the New Zealand general. "You don't care a damn about the patients so long as you have all the beds tidy by the time the doctor comes around. I'm a general, I am, and you can't order me about. And if you think I'm going to shave at this time in the morning, you're jolly well mistaken. I am down with dysentery, and don't you forget it. I didn't get through the Dardanelles to be murdered at Amiens." "That's where you were mistaken, General," said the imperturbable girl. "I have to carry out orders, and if they lead to your death it's not my responsibility. I'm paid a poor wage for this job, but I do my duty, rough or smooth, kill or cure. You're a vampire. That's what you are. I'm a nurse. If ever I hear you're going to marry a New Zealand boy, I'll warn him against you. He'll be too much of a fool to listen to you. I've a good mind to marry you myself and beat you every morning. Modern wives have strong muscles. Look at my arm." 3 nights in 1 week there were air raids, and as the German mark was the railway station, we were in the center of the danger zone. There was a frightful noise of splintering glass and smashing timber between each crash of high explosives. The whine of shrapnel from the anti-aircraft guns had a sinister note, abominable in the ears of those officers who had come down from the fighting lines, nerve-racked and fever-stricken. They lay very quiet. The night nurse moved about from bed to bed with her flash lamp. Her face was pale, but she showed no other sign of fear, and was braver than her patients at that time, though they had done the hero's job all right. It was in another hospital a year later, when I lay sick, that an officer, a very gallant gentleman, said, "If there's another air raid I shall go mad." He had been stationed near the blast furnace of Les Iselquins, near Bethune, and had been in many air raids, when over 63 shells had blown his hut to bits and killed his men until he could bear it no more. In the Amiens hospital some of the patients had their heads under the bedclothes like little children. Chapter 16. The life of Amiens ended for a while, and the city was deserted by all its people after the night of March 30th, 1918, which will be remembered forever to the age-long history of Amiens as its night of greatest tragedy. For a week the enemy had been advancing across the old battlefields after the first onslaught in the morning of March 21st, when our lines were stormed and broken by his men's odds against our defending troops. We war correspondents had suffered mental agonies like all who knew what had happened better than the troops themselves. Every day after the first breakthrough we pushed out in different directions. Hamilton Fyfe and I went together sometimes until we came up with the backwash of the great retreat, ebbing back and back, day after day, with increasing speed, until it drew very close to Amiens. It was a kind of ordered chaos, terrible to see. It was the chaos like that of upturned ant heaps, but with each ant trying to rescue its eggs and sticks in a persistent, orderly way, directed by some controlling or communal intelligence, only instead of eggs and sticks, these soldier ants of ours, in the whole world behind our front lines, were trying to rescue heavy guns, motor lorries, tanks, ambulances, hospital stores, ordnance stores, steamrollers, agricultural implements, transport wagons, railway engines, YMCA tents, gun horse and mule columns, while rearguard actions were being fought within gunfire of them, and walking wounded were hobbling back along the roads in this uproar of traffic, and word came that a further retreat was happening and that the enemy had broken through again. Amiens seemed threatened on the morning when, to the north, Albert was held by a mixed crowd of Scottish and English troops, too thin, as I could see when I passed through them, to fight any big action, with an enemy advancing rapidly from Courcelette and outflanking our line by Montauban and Fricourt. I saw our men marching hastily in retreat to escape that tightening net, and while the southern side of Amiens was held by a crowd of stragglers with cyclist battalions, clerks from headquarters staffs, and dismounted cavalry commanded by Brigadier General Carey, sent down hurriedly to link them together and stop a widening gap until the French could get to our relief on the right and until the Australians had come down from Flanders. There was nothing on that day to prevent the Germans breaking through to Amiens except the courage of exhausted boys, thinly strung out, and lagging footsteps of the Germans themselves, who had suffered heavy losses all the way and were spent for a while by their progress over the wild ground of the old fighting fields. Their heavy guns were far behind, unable to keep pace with the storm troops, and the enemy was relying entirely on machine guns and a few field guns, but most of our guns were also out of action, captured or falling back to new lines, and upon the speed with which the enemy could mass his men for a new assault depended the safety of Amiens and the road to Abbeville and the coast. If he could hurl fresh divisions of men against our line on that last night of March, or bring up strong forces of cavalry or armored cars, our line would break and Amiens would be lost, and all our work would be in jeopardy. That was certain. It was visible. It could not be concealed by any camouflage of hope or courage. It was after a day on the Somme battlefields, passing through our retiring troops, that I sat down with other war correspondents and several officers to a dinner in the old Hôtel de Rennes in Amiens. It was a dismal meal, in a room where there had been much laughter, and throughout the battles of the Somme in 1916, a coming and going of generals and staffs and officers of all grades, cheery and high-spirited at these little tables, where there were good wine and not bad food, and putting away from their minds for the time being the thought of tragic losses or forlorn battles in which they might fall. In the quietude of the hotel garden, a little square plot of grass bordered by flower beds, I had had strange conversations with boys who had revealed their souls a little after dinner in the darkness, their faces bared now and then by the light of cigarettes or the flare of a match. "Death is nothing," said one young officer, just down from the Somme fields for a week's rest cure for jangled nerves. "I don't care a damn for death. But it's the waiting for it, the devilishness of its uncertainty, the sight of one's pals blown to bits about one, and the animal fear under shell fire that breaks one's pluck. My nerves are like fiddle strings." In that garden other men, with a queer laugh now and then between their stories, had told me their experiences in shell craters and ditches, under frightful fire which had wiped out their platoons or companies. A bedraggled stork, the inescapable companion of a waddling gull, used to listen to the conferences with one leg tucked under his wing and its head on one side, with one watchful, beady eye fixed on the figures in khaki, until suddenly it would clap its long bill rapidly in a wonderful imitation of machine-gun fire. "Curse the bloody bird," said the officers, startled by this evil and reminiscent noise, and caper with ridiculous postures around the imperturbable gull. Beyond the lines, from the dining room, would come the babble of many tongues and the laughter of officers telling stories against one another over their bottles of wine, served by Gaston, the head waiter, Between our discussions on strategy, he was the strategist by virtue of service in the trenches and several wounds, or by von Tirpitz, an older, whiskered man, or by Joseph, who had a high, cackling laugh and strong views against the fair sex, and the inevitable cry, "C'est la guerre," when officers complained of the service. There had been merry parties in this room, crowded with the ghosts of many heroic fellows, but it was a gloomy gathering on that evening at the end of March, when we sat there for the last time. There were there officers who had lost their towns, and dadoses, Deputy Assistant Director of Ordnance Supplies, whose stores had gone up in smoke and flame, and a few cavalry officers back from special leave and appalled by what had happened in their absence, and a group of YMCA officials who had escaped by the skin of their teeth from huts now far behind the German lines, and censors who knew that no blue pencil could hide the truth of the retreat, and war correspondents who had to write the truth and hated it. Gaston whispered gloomily behind my chair. "Mon petit caporal." He called me that because of a fancied likeness to the young Napoleon. "Dites donc, vous croyez qu'ils vont passer par Amiens? Non, ce n'est pas possible, ça. Pour la 10e fois? Non. J'ai refusé la croix. Mais c'est mauvais. C'est effrayant après tant de sacrifices." Madame, of the cash desk, sat in the dining room for company's sake, fixing up accounts as though the last day of reckoning had come, as it had. Her hair, with its little curls, was still in perfect order. She had 2 dabs of color on her cheeks as usual, but underneath a waxen pallor. She was working out accounts with a young officer who smoked innumerable cigarettes to steady his nerves. Von Tirpitz was going round in an absent-minded way, pulling at his long whiskers. The war correspondents talked together. We spoke gloomily, in low voices, so that the waiters should not hear. "If they break through to Abbeville, we shall lose the coast. Will that be a win for the Germans, even then? It will make it hell in the Channel. We shall transfer our base to Saint-Nazaire. France won't give in now, whatever happens, and England never gives in. We're exhausted all the same. It's a question of manpower. They're bound to take Albert tonight or tomorrow." "I don't see that at all. There's still a line." "A line? A handful of tired men." "It will be the devil if they get into Villers-Bretonneux tonight. It commands Amiens. They could blow the place off the map." "They won't." "We keep saying they won't. We said they won't get the Somme crossings, but they did. Let's face it squarely, without any damned false optimism. That has been our curse all through." "Better than your damned pessimism." "It's quite possible that they will be in this city tonight. What is to keep them back? There's nothing up the road. It would look silly if we were all captured tonight. How they would laugh. We shouldn't laugh, though. I think we ought to keep an eye on things." "How are we to know? We are utterly without means of communication. Anything may happen in the night." Something happened then. It was 7:30 in the evening. There were 2 enormous crashes outside the windows of the Hôtel de Rennes. All the windows shook, and the whole house seemed to rock. There was a noise of rending wood, many falls of bricks, and a cascade of falling glass. Instinctively and instantly a number of officers threw themselves on the floor to escape flying bits of steel and glass splinters blown sideways. Then someone laughed. "Not this time!" The officers rose from the floor and took their places at the table and lit cigarettes again. But they were listening. We listened to the loud hum of airplanes, the well-known zoos of the Gotha's double fuselage. More bombs were dropped farther into the town, with the same sound of explosives and falling masonry. The anti-aircraft guns got to work, and there was a shrill chorus of shrapnel shells winging over the roofs. Bang! Crash! That was nearer again. Some of the officers strolled out of the dining room. "They're making a mess outside. Perhaps we'd better get away before it gets too hot." Madame, from the cash desk, turned to her accounts again. I noticed the increasing pallor of her skin beneath the 2 dabs of red. But she controlled her nerves pluckily, even smiled, too, at a young officer who was settling up for a group of others. The moon had risen over the houses of Amiens. It was astoundingly bright and beautiful, in a clear sky and still air, and the streets were flooded with white light, and the roofs glittered like silver above intense black shadows under the gables, where the rays were barred by projecting walls. "Curse the moon," said one officer. "How I hate its damned light." But the moon, cold and smiling, looked down upon the world at war and into this old city of Amiens, in which bombs were bursting. Women were running close to the walls. Groups of soldiers made a dash from one doorway to another. Horses galloped with heavy weapons up the street of the Three Pebbles, while shrapnel flickered in the sky above them, and paving stones were hurled up in bursts of red fire and explosions. Many horses were killed by flying chunks of steel. They lay bleeding monstrously, so that there were large pools of blood around them. An officer came into the side door of the Hotel de Rennes. He was white under his steel hat, which he pushed back while he wiped his forehead. "A fellow was killed just by my side. We were standing in a doorway together, and something caught him in the face. He fell like a log, without a sound, as dead as a doornail." There was a flight of midges in the sky, droning with their double note, which vibrated like 'cello strings very loudly, and with that sinister noise I could see them quite clearly now, and then as they passed across the face of the moon, black, flitting things, with a glitter of shrapnel below them. From time to time they went away, until there were specks of silver and black, but always they came back again, or others came, with new stores of bombs which they unloaded over Amiens. So it went on all through the night. I went up to my bedroom and lay on a bed trying to sleep, but it was impossible. My willpower was not strong enough to disregard those crashes in the streets outside, when houses collapsed with frightful falling noises after bomb explosions. My inner vision foresaw the ceiling above me pierced by one of those bombs, and the room in which I lay engulfed in the chaos of this wing of the Hotel de Rennes. Many times I said, "To hell with it all, I'm going to sleep," and then sat up in the darkness at the renewal of that tumult and switched on the electric light. No, impossible to sleep. Outside in the corridor there was a stampede of heavy boots. Officers were running to get into the cellars before the next crash, which might fling them into the dismal gulfs. The thought of that cellar pulled me down like the law of gravity. I walked along the corridor, now deserted, and saw a stairway littered with broken glass, which my feet scrunched. There were no lights in the basement of the hotel, but I had a flash lamp, going dim, and by its pale eye fumbled my way to a stone passage leading to the cellar. That flight of stone steps was littered also with broken glass. In the cellar itself was a mixed company of men who had been dining earlier in the evening, joined by others who had come in from the streets for shelter. Some of them had dragged down mattresses from the bedroom and were lying there in their trench coats with their steel hats beside them. Others were sitting on wooden cases wearing their steel hats, while there were others on their knees and their faces in their hands, trying to sleep. There were some of the town majors who had lost their towns, and some Canadian cavalry officers, and 2 or 3 private soldiers, and some motor drivers and orderlies, and 2 young cooks of the hotel lying together on dirty straw. By one of the stone pillars of the vaulted room 2 American war correspondents, Sims and Mackenzie, were sitting on a packing case playing cards on a board between them. They had stuck candles in empty wine bottles, and the flickering light played on their faces and cast deep shadows under their eyes. I stood watching these men in that cellar, and thought what a good subject would be for the pencil of a Muret Bone. I wanted to get a comfortable place. There was only one place on the bare stones, and when I lay down there my bones ached abominably, and it was very cold. Through an aperture in the window came a keen draught, and I could see in a square of moonlit sky a glinting star. It was not much of a cellar. A direct hit on the Hotel de Rennes would make a nasty mess of this vaulted room and end a game of cards. After 15 minutes I became restless and decided that the room upstairs, after all, was infinitely preferable to this damp cellar and these hard stones. I returned to it and lay down on the bed again and switched off the light. But the noises outside, the loneliness of the room, the sense of sudden death fluking overhead made me sit up again and listen intently. The Gothas were droning over Amiens again. Many houses round about were being torn and shattered. What a wreckage was being made of the dear old city. I paced up and down the room, smoking cigarettes one after another, until a mighty explosion, very close, made all my nerves quiver. No, decidedly that cellar was the best place. If one had to die, it was better to be in the company of friends. Down I went again, meeting an officer whom I knew well. He, too, was a wanderer between the cellar and the abandoned bedrooms. "I'm getting bored with this," he said. "It's absurd to think that this filthy cellar is any safer than upstairs, but the dugout sense calls one down. Anyhow, I can't sleep." We stood looking into the cellar. There was something comical as well as sinister in the sight of the company there sprawled on the mattresses, vainly trying to extract comfort out of packing cases for pillows or gas bags or steel hats. One friend of ours, a cavalry officer of the old school, looked a cross between Charlie Chaplin and Old Bill, with a fierce frown above his black mustache. Sims and Mackenzie still played their game of cards silently between the guttering candles. I think I went from the cellar to the bedroom, and from the bedroom to the cellar 6 times that night. There was never 10 minutes' relief from the drone of Gothas, who were making a complete job of Amiens. It was at 4 in the morning that I met the same officer who saw me wandering before. "Let us go for a walk," he said. "The birds will be away by dawn." It was nothing like dawn when we went out of the side door of the Hotel de Rennes and strolled into the street of the Three Pebbles. There was still the same white moonlight, intense and glittering, but with a paler sky. It shone down upon dark pools of blood and the carcasses of horses and fragments of flesh from which a sickly smell arose. The roadway was littered with bits of timber and heaps of masonry. Many houses had collapsed into wild chaos, and others, though still standing, had been stripped of their wooden frontages, and their walls were scarred by bomb splinters. Every part of the old city, as we explored it later, had been badly mauled, and hundreds of houses were utterly destroyed. The air raid ceased at 4:30 a.m., when the first light of dawn came into the sky. That day Amiens was evacuated by command of the French military authorities, and the inhabitants trailed out of the city, leaving everything behind them. I saw the women locking up their shops, where there were any doors to shut, or their shops still standing. Many people must have been killed and buried in the night beneath their own houses. I never knew how many. The fugitives escaped the next phase of the tragedy in Amiens, when, within a few hours, the enemy sent over the first high velocities, and for many weeks afterwards scattered them about the city, destroying many other houses. A fire started by these shells formed a great gap between the rue des Jacobins and the rue des Trois Cailloux, where there had been an arcade and many good shops and houses. I saw the fires smoldering about the charred beams and twisted ironwork when I went through the city after the day of Exodus. Chapter 17. It was a pitiful adventure to go through Amiens in the days of its desolation, and we who had known its people so well hated its loneliness. All abandoned towns have a tragic aspect. I often think of Douai, which was left with all its people under compulsion of the enemy, but Amiens was strangely sinister, with heaps of ruins in its narrow streets, and the abominable noise of high-velocity shells in flight above its roofs and crashing now in one direction and now in another. One of our sentries came out of a little house near the Place and said, "Keep as much as possible to the west side of the town, sir. They've been falling pretty thick on the east side. Made no end of a mess." On the way back from Villers-Bretonneux and the Australian headquarters on the left bank of the Somme, we ate sandwiches in the public gardens outside the Hotel de Rennes. There were big shell holes in the flower beds, and trees had been torn down and flung across the pathway, and there was a broken statue lying on the grass. Some French and English soldiers tramped past. Then there was no living soul about in the place which had been so crowded with life, with pretty women and children and young officers doing their shopping and the business of a city at work. "It makes one understand what Rome was like after the barbarians had sacked and left it," said a friend of mine. "There is something ghastly about it," said another. We stood round the Hotel de Rennes, shut up and abandoned. The house next door had been wrecked, and it was scarred and wounded, but still stood after that night of terror. One day during its desolation I went to a banquet in Amiens, in the cellars of the Hotel de Ville. It was to celebrate the 4th of July, and an invitation had been sent to me by the French commandant de place and the English APM. It was a beau geste, gallant and romantic in those days of trouble, when Amiens was still closely beleaguered, but safer now that Australians and British troops were holding the line strongly outside, with French on their right southward from Beauvais and Hangest woods. The French commandant had produced a collection of flags, and his men had decorated the battered city with the tricolor. It even fluttered above some of the ruins, as though for the passing of a pageant. But only a few cars entered the city and drew up to the town hall, and then took cover behind the walls. Down below in the cellars the damp walls were garlanded with flowers from the market gardens of the Somme, now deserted by their gardeners, and roses were heaped on the banqueting table. General Monash, commanding the Australian Corps, was there, with the general of the French division on his right. A young American officer sat very grave and silent, not, perhaps, understanding much of the conversation about him, because most of the guests were French officers, with senators and deputies of Amiens and its department. There was good wine to drink from the cold vaults of the Hotel de Ville, and with the scent of rose, and hope for victory in spite of all disasters (the German offensive had been checked, and the Americans were now coming over in a tide), it was a cheerful luncheon party. The old general, black-visaged, bullet-headed, with a bristly mustache like a French bull terrier, sat utterly silent, eating steadily and fiercely. But the French commandant de place, as handsome as Athos, as gay as D'Artagnan, raised his glass to England and France, to the gallant Allies, and to all fair women. He became reminiscent of his days as a sous-lieutenant. He remembered a girl called Marguerite. She was exquisite, and another called Yvonne. He had adored her. Oh, life! Oh, youth! He had been a careless young devil, with laughter in his heart. Chapter 18. I suppose it was 3 months later when I saw the first crowds coming back to their homes in Amiens. The tide had turned and the enemy was in hard retreat. Amiens was safe again. They had never had any doubt of this homecoming after that day nearly 3 months before, when, in spite of the enemies being so close, Foch said in his calm way, "I guarantee Amiens." They believed what Marshal Foch said. He always knew. So now they were coming back again with their little bundles and their babies and small children holding their hands or skirts, according as they received permits from the French authorities. They were the lucky ones whose houses still existed. They were conscious of their own good fortune, and came chattering very cheerfully from the station up the street of the Three Pebbles on their way to their streets. But every now and then they gave a cry of surprise and dismay at the damage done to other people's houses. "Ouh là là, regardez ça! C'est affreux!" There was a butcher's shop destroyed, and the house of the poor little Madeleine, and old Christopher's workshop, and the milliner's place, where they had used to buy their Sunday hats, and that frightful gap where the arcade had been. Truly, poor Amiens had suffered martyrdom, though, thank God, the cathedral still stood in glory, hardly touched, with only one little shell hole through the roof. Terrible was the damage to the rue de Beauvais and the streets that went out of it. To one rubbish heap which had been a corner house 2 girls came back. Perhaps the French authorities had not had that one on their list. The girls came tripping home, with light in their eyes, staring about them, ejaculating pity for neighbors whose houses had been destroyed. Then suddenly they stood outside their own house and saw that the direct hit of a shell had knocked it to bits. The light went out of their eyes. They stood there staring, with their mouths open. Some Australian soldiers stood about and watched the girls, understanding the drama. "Bit of a miss, missy," said one of them. "Not much left of the old 'ome, eh?" The girls were amazingly brave. They did not weep. They climbed up a hillock of bricks and pulled out bits of old, familiar things. They recovered the whole of a child's perambulator, with its wheels crushed. With an air of triumph and shrill laughter they turned round to the Australians. "Pour le bébé!" they cried. "While there's life, there's hope," said one of the Australians, with sardonic humor. So the martyrdom of Amiens was at an end, and life came back to the city that had been dead, and the soul of the city had survived. I have not seen it since then, but one day I hope I shall go back and shake hands with Gaston the waiter and say, "Comment ça va, mon vieux?" "How goes it, my old one?" and stroll into the bookshop and say, "Bonjour, mademoiselle," and walk around the cathedral and see its beauty in the moonlight again, when no one will look up and say, "Curse the moon." There will be many ghosts in the city at night, the ghosts of British officers and men who thronged those streets in the Great War and have now passed on. End of section 15. Of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6. Psychology on the Somme. Chapters 1 to 8. Chapter 1. All that had gone before was but a preparation for what now was to come. Until July 1 of 1916, the British armies were only getting ready for the big battles which were being planned for them by something greater than generalship, by the fate which decides the doom of men. The first battles by the old contemptibles, down from Mons and up by Ypres, were defensive actions of rear guards, holding the enemy back by a thin wall of living flesh, while behind the new armies of our race were being raised. The battles of Festubert, Neuve-Chapelle, Loos, and all minor attacks which led to little salients were but experimental adventures in the science of slaughter, badly bungled by our laboratories. They had no meaning apart from providing those mistakes by which men learn, ghastly mistakes, burning more than the fingers of life's children. They were only diversions of impatience in the monotonous routine of trench warfare, by which our men strengthened the mud walls of their school of courage, so that the new boys already coming out might learn their lessons without more grievous interruption than came from the daily visits of the intruder to whom the fees were paid. In those 2 years it was France which fought the greatest battles, flinging her sons against the enemy's ramparts in desperate, vain attempts to breach them. At Verdun, in the months that followed the first month of 16, it was France which sustained the full weight of the German offensive on the Western Front and broke its human waves, until they were spent in a sea of blood, above which the French poilus, the hairy ones, stood panting and haggard on their death-strewn rocks. The Germans had failed to deal a fatal blow at the heart of France. France held her head up still, bleeding from many wounds, but defiant still, and the German High Command, aghast at their own losses, 600,000 casualties, already conscious, icily, of a dwindling manpower which one day would be cut off at its source, rearranged their order of battle and shifted the balance of their weight eastward to smash Russia. Somehow or other they must smash a way out by sledgehammer blows, left and right, west and east, from that ring of nations which girdled them. On the west they would stand now on the defensive, fairly sure of their strength, but well aware that it would be tried to the utmost by that enemy which, at the back of their brains, at the back of the narrow brains of those bald-headed vultures on the German General Staff, they most feared as their future peril, England. They had been fools to let the British armies grow up and wax so strong. It was the folly of madness by which they had flung that gauntlet down to the souls of proud peoples arrayed against them. Our armies were now strong and trained and ready. We had about 600,000 bayonet men in France and Flanders and in England. Immense reserves to fill up the gaps that would be made in their ranks before the summer foliage turned to russet tints. Our power in artillery had grown amazingly since the beginning of the year. Every month I had seen many new batteries arrive, with clean harness and yellow straps, and young gunners who were quick to get their targets. We were strong in heavies, 12 inchers, 9.2s, 8 inchers, 4.2s, mostly howitzers, with the long-muzzled 60-pounders terrible in their long range and destructiveness. Our aircraft had grown fast, squadron upon squadron, and our aviators had been trained in the school of General Trenchard, who sent them out over the German lines to learn how to fight, and how to scout, and how to die like little gentlemen. For a time our flying men had gone out on old-fashioned buses, primitive machines which were an easy prey to the fast-flying Fokkers, who waited for them behind a screen of cloud and then stooped on them like hawks sure of their prey. But to the aerodrome near Saint-Omer came later models, out of date a few weeks after their delivery, replaced by still more powerful types, more perfectly equipped for fighting. Our knights errant of the air were challenging the German champions on equal terms and beating them back from the lines unless they flew in clusters. There were times when our flying men gained an absolute supremacy by greater daring. There was nothing they did not dare, and by equal skill. As a caution, not wasting their strength in unequal contests. It was sound policy, and enabled them to come back again in force and hold the field for a time by powerful concentrations. But in the battles of the Somme our airmen, at a heavy cost of life, kept the enemy down a while and blinded his eyes. The planning of new aerodromes between Albert and Amiens, the long trail down the roads of lorries packed with wings, and the furniture of aircraft factories gave the hint to those who had eyes to see that in this direction a merry hell was being prepared. There were plain signs of massacre at hand all the way from the coast to the lines. At Etaples and other places near Bolognia, hospital huts and tents were growing like mushrooms in the night. From casualty clearing stations near the front the wounded, the human wreckage of routine warfare, were being evacuated in a hurry to the base, and from the base to England. They were to be cleared out of the way so that all the wards might be empty for a new population of broken men, in enormous numbers. I went down to see this clearance, this tidying up. There was a sinister suggestion in the solitude that was being made for a multitude that was coming. "We shall be very busy," said the doctors. "We must get all the rest we can now," said the nurses. "In a little while every bed will be filled," said the matrons. Outside one hut, with the sun on their faces, were 4 wounded Germans, Württembergers and Bavarians, too ill to move just then. Each of them had lost a leg under the surgeon's knife. They were eating strawberries and seemed at peace. I spoke to one of them. "Wie befinden Sie sich?" "Ganz wohl. Wir sind zufrieden mit unserer Behandlung." I passed through the shell-shock wards and a yard where the shell-shocks sat about dumb or making queer, foolish noises or staring with a look of animal fear in their eyes. From a padded room came a sound of singing. Some idiot of war was singing between bursts of laughter. It all seemed so funny to him, that war, so mad. "We are clearing them out," said the medical officer. "There will be many more soon." How soon? That was the question nobody could answer. It was the only secret, and even that was known in London, where little ladies in society were naming the date, in confidence, to men who were directly concerned with it, having, as they knew, only a few more weeks or days of certain life. But I believe there were not many officers who would have surrendered deliberately all share in the Great Push, in spite of all the horror which these young officers knew it would involve. They had to be in it, and could not endure the thought that all their friends and all their men should be there while they were out of it. A decent excuse for the safer side of it, yes. a staff job, the intelligence branch, any post behind the actual shambles, and thank God for the luck, but not an absolute shirk. Tents were being pitched in many camps of the Somme, rows and rows of bell tents and pavilions stained to a reddish brown. Small cities of them were growing up on the right of the road between Amiens and Albert, at Dernancourt and Daour and Vaux-sous-Corbie. I thought they might be for troops in reserve until I saw large flags hoisted to tall staffs, and men of the RAMC busy painting signs on large sheets stretched out on the grass. It was always the same sign, the sign of the cross that was red. There was a vast traffic of lorries on the roads, and trains were traveling on light railways day and night to railroads just beyond shell range. What was all the weight they carried? No need to ask. The dumps were being filled, piled up with row upon row of shells, covered by tarpaulin or brushwood when they were all stacked. Enormous shells, some of them, like gigantic pigs without legs. Those were for the 15-inchers or the 9.2s. There was enough high-explosive force littered along those roads above the Somme to blow cities off the map. "It does one good to see," said a cheery fellow. "The people at home have been putting their backs into it. Thousands of girls have been packing those things. Well done, munitions." I could take no joy in the sight, only a grim kind of satisfaction that at least when our men attacked they would have a power of artillery behind them. It might help them to smash through to a finish, if that were the only way to end this long drawn suicide of nations. My friend was shocked when I said, "Curse all munitions." Chapter 2. The British armies as a whole were not gloomy at the approach of that new phase of war which they called the Great Push, as though it were to be a glorified football match. It is difficult, perhaps impossible, to know the thoughts of vast masses of men moved by some sensational adventure. But a man would be a liar if he pretended that British troops went forward to the great attack with hangdog looks or any visible sign of fear in their souls. I think most of them were uplifted by the belief that the old days of trench warfare were over forever, and that they would break the enemy's lines by means of that enormous gunpowder behind them and get him on the run. There would be movement, excitement, triumphant victories, and then the end of the war. In spite of all risks, it would be enormously better than the routine of the trenches. They would be getting on with the job instead of standing still and being shot at by invisible earthmen. "If we once get the Germans in the open, we shall go straight through them." That was the opinion of many young officers at that time, and for once they agreed with their generals. It seemed to be a question of getting them in the open, and I confess that when I studied the trench maps and saw the enemy's defensive earthworks 30 miles deep in one vast maze of trenches and redoubts and barbed wire and tunnels, I was appalled at the task which lay before our men. They did not know what they were being asked to do. They had not seen, then, those awful maps. We were at the height and glory of our strength. Out of England had come the flower of our youth, and out of Scotland and Wales and Canada and Australia and New Zealand. Even out of Ireland, with the 16th Division of the South and West and the 36th Ulster. The new armies were made up of all the volunteers who had answered the call to the colors, not waiting for the conscription by class which followed later. They were the ardent ones, the young men from office, factory, shop, and field, university, and public school. The best of our intelligence were there, the noblest of our manhood, the strength of our heart, the beauty of our soul, in those battalions which soon were to be flung into explosive fires. Chapter 3. In the month of May, a new type of manhood was filling the old roads behind the front. I saw them first in the little old town of St. Paul, where always there was a coming and a going of French and English soldiers. It was market day, and the Grande Place, not very grand, was crowded with booths and old ladies in black, and young girls with checkered aprons over their black frocks, and pigs and clucking fowls. Suddenly the people scattered, and there was a rumble and a rattle of wheels as a long line of transport wagons came through the square. "By Jove! Australians!" There was no mistaking them. Their slouch hats told one at a glance. but without them I should have known. They had a distinctive type of their own, which marked them out from all the other soldiers of ours along those roads of war. They were hatchet-faced fellows who came riding through the little old market town, British unmistakably, yet not English, not Irish, nor Scottish, nor Canadian. They looked hard, with the hardness of a boyhood and a breeding away from cities, or at least away from the softer training of our way of life. They had merry eyes, especially for the girls round the stalls, but resolute, clean-cut mouths, and they rode their horses with an easy grace in the saddle, as though born to riding, and they drove their wagons with a recklessness along the little booths that was justified by half an inch between an iron axle and an old woman's table of colored ribbons. Those clean-shaven, sun-tanned, dust-covered men who had come out of the hell of the Dardanelles and the burning drought of Egyptian sands looked wonderfully fresh in France. Youth, keen as steel, with a flash in the eyes, with an utter carelessness of any peril ahead, came riding down the street. They were glad to be there. Everything was new and good to them, though so old and stale to many of us. And after their adventures in the East they found it splendid to be in a civilized country, with water in the sky and in the fields, with green trees about them, and flowers in the grass, and white people who were friendly. When they came up in the train from Marseilles, they were all at the windows, drinking in the look of the French landscape, and one of their officers told me that again and again he heard the same words spoken by those lads of his. "It's a good country to fight for. It's like being home again." At first they felt chilly in France, for the weather had been bad for them during the first weeks in April, when the wind had blown cold and rain clouds had broken into sharp squalls. Talking to the men, I saw them shiver a little and heard their teeth chatter, but they said they liked a moist climate with a bite in the wind after all the blaze and glare of the Egyptian sun. One of their pleasures in being there was the opportunity of buying sweets. "They can't have had too much of them," said one of the officers, and the idea that those hard fellows, whose Homeric fighting qualities had been proved, should be enthusiastic for lollipops seemed to me an amusing touch of character. For tough as they were, and keen as they were, those Australian soldiers were but grown-up children with a wonderful simplicity of youth and the gift of laughter. I saw them laughing when, for the first time, they tried on gas masks, which none of us ever left behind when we went near the fighting line. That horror of war on the Western Front was new to them. Poison gas was not one of the weapons used by the Turks, and the gas mask seemed a joke to the groups of Australians trying on the headgear in the fields and changing themselves into obscene specters. But one man, watching them, gave a shudder and said, "It's a pity such splendid boys should have to risk this foul way of death." They did not hear his words, and we heard their laughter again. On the first day of their arrival I stood in a courtyard with a young officer whose gray eyes had a fine, clear light, which showed the spirit of the man, and as we talked he pointed out some of the boys who passed in and out of an old barn. One of them had done fine work on the peninsula, contemptuous of all risks. Another had gone out under heavy fire to bring in a wounded friend. "Oh, they are great lads," said the captain in the company. "But now they want to get at the Germans and finish the job quickly. Give them a fair chance and they'll go far." They went far, from that time to the end, and fought with a simple, terrible courage. They had none of the discipline imposed upon our men by regular traditions. They were gypsy fellows, with none but the gypsy law in their hearts, intolerant of restraint, with no respect for rank or caste unless it carried strength with it, difficult to handle behind the lines, quick-tempered, foul-mouthed, primitive men, but lovable, human, generous souls when their bayonets were not red with blood. Their discipline in battle was the best. They wanted to get to a place ahead. They would fight the devils of hell to get there. The New Zealanders followed them with rosy cheeks like English boys of Kent, and more gentle manners than the other Anzacs, and the same courage. They went far, too, and set the pace a while in the last lap, but that, in the summer of '16, was far away. In those last days of June, before the big battles began, the countryside of the Somme Valley was filled with splendor. The mustard seed had spread a yellow carpet in many meadows, so that they were fields of the cloth of gold, and clumps of red clover grew like flowers of blood. The hedges about the villages of Picardy were white with elderflower and drenched with scent. It was haymaking time, and French women and children were tossing the hay on wooden pitchforks during hot days which came between heavy rains. Our men were marching through that beauty, and were conscious of it, I think, and glad of life. Chapter 4. Bologna was a port through which all our youth passed between England and the long, straight road which led to no man's land. The 7-day leave men were coming back by every tide, and all other leave was cancelled. New drafts were pouring through the port by tens of thousands, all manner of men of all our breed marching in long columns from the quayside, where they had orders yelled at them through megaphones by APMs, RTOs, AMLOs, and other blue-tabbed officers who dealt with them as cattle for the slaughterhouses. I watched them landing from the transports, which came in so densely crowded with the human freight that the men were wedged together on the decks like herrings in barrels. They crossed from one boat to another to reach the gangways, and one by one, interminably as it seemed, with rifle gripped and pack hunched, and steel hat clattering like a tinker's kettle, came down the inclined plank and lurched ashore. They were English lads from every country, Scots, Irish, Welsh, of every regiment, Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans, Canadians, West Indian Negroes of the garrison artillery, Sikhs, Pathans, and Dogras from the Indian cavalry. Some of them had been sick, and there was a greenish pallor on their faces. Most of them were deeply tanned. Many of them stepped on the quayside of France for the first time after months of training, and I could tell those sometimes by the furtive look they gave at the crowded scene about them, and by a sudden glint in their eyes, a faint reflection of the emotion that was in them, because this was another stage on their adventure of war, and the drawbridge was down at last between them and the enemy. That was all, just that look, and lips tightened now grimly, and the pack hunched higher. Then they fell in by number and marched away, with red caps to guard them, across the bridge, into the town of Bologna, and beyond to the great camp near Etaples, and near the hospital, so that the German aircraft had a good argument for smashing Red Cross huts, where some of them would wait until somebody said, "You're wanted." They were wanted in droves as soon as the fighting began on the first day of July. The bun shops in Bologna were filled with nurses, VADs, all kinds of girls in uniforms which glinted with shoulder straps and buttons. They ate large quantities of buns at odd hours of mornings and afternoons. Flying men and officers of all kinds waiting for trains crowded the Folkestone Hotel and restaurants, where they spent 2 hours over luncheon and 3 hours over dinner, drinking red wine, talking shop, the shop of trench mortar units, machine gun sections, cavalry squadrons, air fighting, gas schools, and anti-gas schools. Regular inhabitants of Bologna, officers at the base, passed to inner rooms with French ladies of dangerous appearance, and the transients envied them and said, "Those fellows have all the luck. What's their secret? How do they arrange these cushy jobs?" From open windows came the music of gramophones. Through the half-drawn curtains there were glimpses of khaki tunics and sand-brown belts in juxtaposition with silk blouses and coiled hair and white arms. Opposite the Folkestone there was a park of ambulances driven by Scottish women, who were always on the move from one part of the town to the other. Motor cars came hooting with staff officers, all aglow in red tabs and armbands, thirsty for little cocktails after a dusty drive. Everywhere in the streets and on the esplanade there was incessant saluting. The arms of men were never still. It was like the St. Vitus disease. Tommies and jocks saluted every subaltern with an automatic gesture of convulsive energy. Every subaltern acknowledged these movements and in turn saluted a multitude of majors, colonels, and generals. The thing became farcical, a monstrous absurdity of human relationship, yet pleasing to the vanity of men lifted up above the lowest caste. It seemed to me an intensification of the snob instinct in the soul of men. Only the Australians stood out against it, and went by all officers except their own with a careless slouch and a look of "to hell with all that hand-wagging." Seated on high stools in the Folkestone, our young officers clinked their cocktails and then whispered together, "When's it coming?" "In a few days." I'm for Gommecourt sector. Do you think we shall get through?" "Not a doubt of it. The cavalry are massing for a great drive. As soon as we make the gap they'll ride into the blue. By God, there'll be some slaughter. I think the old Boche will crack this time." "Well, cheerio." There was a sense of enormous drama at hand, and the excitement of it in boys' hearts drugged all doubt and fears. It was only the older men and the introspective who suffered from the torture of apprehension. Even timid fellows in the ranks were, I imagine, strengthened and exalted by the communal courage of their company or battalion, for courage as well as fear is infectious, and the psychology of the crowd uplifts the individual to immense heights of daring when alone he would be terror-stricken. The public school spirit of pride in name and tradition was in each battalion of the new army, extended later to the division, which became the unit of esprit de corps. They must not let the battalion down. They would do their damnedest to get farther than any other crowd, to bag more prisoners, to gain more kudos. There was rivalry even among the platoons and the companies. A company would show B company the way to go. Their sergeant major was a great fellow. Their platoon commanders were fine kids, with anything like a chance. In that spirit, as far as I, an outsider, could see and hear, did our battalions of boys march forward to the great push, whistling, singing, jesting, until their lips were dry and their throats parched in the dust, and even the merriest jesters of all were silent under the weight of their packs and rifles. So they moved up day by day through the beauty of that June in France, thousands of men, hundreds of thousands, to the edge of the battlefields of the Somme, where the enemy was entrenched in fortress positions and where already, before the last days of June, gunfire was flaming over a vast sweep of country. Chapter 5. On the 1st of July, 1916, began those prodigious battles, which only lulled down at times, during 2.5 years more, when our British armies fought with desperate, sacrificial valor beyond all previous reckoning, when the flower of our youth was cast into that furnace, month after month, recklessly, with prodigal, spendthrift haste, when those boys were mown down in swaths by machine guns, blown to bits by shell fire, gassed in thousands, until all that country became a graveyard, when they went forward to new assaults or fell back in rearguard actions with a certain knowledge that they had in their first attack no more than 1 chance in 5 of escape, next time 1 chance in 4, then 1 chance in 3, 1 chance in 2, and after that no chance at all, on the line of averages, as worked out by their experience of luck. More boys came out to take their places, and more, conscripts following volunteers, younger brothers following elder brothers. Never did they revolt from the orders that came to them. Never a battalion broke into mutiny against inevitable martyrdom. They were obedient to the command above them. Their discipline did not break. However profound was the despair of the individual, and it was, I know, deep as the wells of human tragedy in many hearts, the mass moved as it was directed, backward or forward, this way and that, from one shambles to another, in mud and in blood, with the same massed valor as that which uplifted them before that first day of July, with an intensified pride in the fame of their divisions, with a more eager desire for public knowledge of their deeds, with a loathing of war's misery, with a sense of its supreme folly, yet with a refusal in their souls to acknowledge defeat or to stop this side of victory. In each battle there were officers and men who risked death deliberately, and in a kind of ecstasy did acts of superhuman courage, and because of the number of these feats the record of them is monotonous, dull, familiar. The mass followed their lead, and even poor coward hearts, of whom there were many, as in all armies, had courage enough, as a rule, to get as far as the center of the fury before their knees gave way or they dropped dead. Each wave of boyhood that came out from England brought a new mass of physical and spiritual valor, as great as that which was spent, and in the end it was an irresistible tide which broke down the last barriers and swept through in a rush of victory, which we gained at the cost of nearly 1 million dead and a huge sum of living agony, and all our wealth, and a spiritual bankruptcy worse than material loss, so that now England is for the time sick to death and drained of her old pride and power. Chapter 6. I remember, as though it were yesterday in vividness and 100 years ago in time, the bombardment which preceded the battles of the Somme. With a group of officers I stood on the high ground above Albert, looking over to Gommecourt and Thiepval and La Boiselle on the left side of the German salient, and then, by crossing the road, to Fricourt, Amidst, and Montauban on the southern side. From Albert westward, past Thiepval Wood, ran the little river of the Ancre, and on the German side the ground rose steeply to Onze Hill by La Boiselle, and to Thiepval Chateau above the wood. It was a formidable defensive position, one fortress girdled by line after line of trenches, and earthwork redoubts, and deep tunnels, and dugouts in which German troops could live below ground until the moment of attack. The length of our front of assault was about 20 miles round the side of the salient to the village of Bray on the Somme, where the French joined us and continued the battle. From where we stood we could see a wide panorama of the German positions, and beyond, now and then, when the smoke of shell fire drifted, I caught glimpses of green fields and flower patches beyond the trench lines, and church spires beyond the range of guns rising above clumps of trees and summer foliage. Immediately below, in the foreground, was the village of Albert, not much ruined then, with its red brick church and tower, from which there hung, head downward, the Golden Virgin with her babe outstretched as though as a peace offering over all this strife. That leaning statue, which I had often passed on the way to the trenches, was now revealed brightly with a golden glamour as sheets of flame burst through a heavy veil of smoke over the valley. In a field close by some troops were being ticketed with yellow labels fastened to their backs. It was to distinguish them so that the artillery observers might know them from the enemy when their turn came to go into the battleground. Something in the sight of those yellow tickets made me feel sick. Away behind, a French farmer was cutting his grass with a long scythe in steady sweeping strokes. Only now and then did he stand to look over at the most frightful picture of battle ever seen until then by human eyes. I wondered, and wonder still, what thoughts were passing through that old brain to keep him at his work, quietly, steadily, on the edge of hell. For there, quite close and clear, was hell, of man's making, produced by chemists and scientists after centuries in search of knowledge. There were the fires of hate produced out of the passion of humanity after 1,000 years of Christendom and of progress in the arts and beauty. There was the devil worship of our poor, damned human race, where the most civilized nations of the world were on each side of the bonfires. It was worth watching by a human ant. I remember the noise of our guns as all our batteries took their parts in a vast orchestra of drum fire. The tumult of the field guns merged into thunderous waves. Behind me a 15-inch grandmother fired single strokes, and each one was an enormous shock. Shells were rushing through the air like droves of giant birds with beating wings and with strange wailings. The German lines were in eruption. Their earthworks were being tossed up, and fountains of earth sprang up between columns of smoke, black columns and white, which stood rigid for a few seconds and then sank into the banks of fog. Flames gushed up red and angry, rending those banks of mist with strokes of lightning. In their light I saw trees falling, branches tossed like twigs, black things hurtling through space. In the night before the battle, when that bombardment had lasted several days and nights, the fury was intensified. Red flames darted hither and thither, like little red devils, as our trench mortars got to work. Above the slogging of the guns there were louder, earth-shaking noises, and volcanoes of earth and fire sprouted as high as the clouds. One convulsion of this kind happened above Onze Hill, with a long, terrifying roar and a monstrous gush of flame. "What is that?" asked someone. "It must be the mine we charged at La Boiselle, the biggest that has ever been." It was a good guess. When later in the battle I stood by the crater of that mine and looked into its gulf, I wondered how many Germans had been hurled into eternity when the earth had opened. The grave was big enough for a battalion of men with horses and wagons, below the chalk of the crater's lips. Often on the way to Bapaume I stepped off the road to look into that white gulf, remembering the moment when I saw the gust of flame that rent the earth about it. Chapter 7. There was the illusion of victory on the first day of the Somme battles, on the right of the line by Fricourt, and it was not until a day or two later that certain awful rumors I had heard from wounded men and officers who had attacked on the left up by Gommecourt, Thiepval, and Serre were confirmed by certain knowledge of tragic disaster on that side of the battle line. The illusion of victory, with all the price and pain of it, came to me when I saw the German rockets rising beyond the villages of Amidst and Montauban, and our barrage fire lifting to a range beyond the first lines of German trenches, and our support troops moving forward in masses to captured ground. We had broken through. By the heroic assault of our English and Scottish troops, West Yorks, Yorks and Lancs, Lincolns, Durhams, Northumberland Fusiliers, Norfolks and Berkshires, Liverpools, Manchesters, Gordons, and Royal Scots, all those splendid men I had seen marching to their lines. We had smashed through the ramparts of the German fortress, through that maze of earthworks and tunnels which had appalled me when I saw them on the maps, and over which I had gazed from time to time from our front line trenches when those places seemed impregnable. I saw crowds of prisoners coming back under escort. 1,500 had been counted in the first day, and they had the look of a defeated army. Our lightly wounded men, thousands of them, were shouting and laughing as they came down behind the lines, wearing German caps and helmets. From Amiens, civilians straggled out along the roads as far as they were allowed by military police, and waved hands and cheered those boys of ours. "Vive l'Angleterre!" cried old men, raising their hats. Old women wept at the sight of those gay wounded, and lightly touched, glad of escape, rejoicing in their luck and in the glory of life which was theirs still, and cried out to them with shrill words of praise and exultation, "Nous les aurons, les Salboches! Ah, ils sont foutus, ces bandits! C'est la victoire grâce à vous, petits soldats anglais!" Victory, the spirit of victory, in the hearts of fighting men and of women excited by the sight of those bandaged heads, those bare, brawny arms splashed with blood, those laughing heroes. It looked like victory in those days. As war correspondents, we were not so expert in balancing the profit and loss as afterward we became. When I went into Fricourt on the third day of battle, after the last Germans who had clung on to its ruins had been cleared out by the Yorkshires and Lincolns of the 21st Division, that division which had been so humiliated at Loos and now was wonderful in courage, and when the Manchesters and Gordons of the 30th Division had captured Montauban and repulsed fierce counterattacks. It looked like victory because of the German dead that lay there in their battered trenches, and the filth and stench of death all over that mangled ground, and the enormous destruction wrought by our guns, and the fury of fire which we were still pouring over the enemy's lines from batteries which had moved forward. I went down flights of steps into German dugouts, astonished by their depth and strength. Our men did not build like this. This German industry was a rebuke to us, yet we had captured their work, and the dead bodies of their laborers lay in those dark caverns, killed by our bombers, who had flung down hand grenades. I drew back from those fat corpses. They looked monstrous, lying there crumpled up amid a foul litter of clothes, stick bombs, old boots, and bottles. Groups of dead lay in ditches which had once been trenches, flung into chaos by that bombardment I had seen. They had been bayoneted. I remember one man, an elderly fellow, sitting up with his back to a bit of earth, with his hands half raised. He was smiling a little, though he had been stabbed through the belly and was stone dead. Victory. Some of the German dead were young boys, too young to be killed for old men's crimes, and others might have been old or young. One could not tell, because they had no faces, and were just masses of raw flesh in rags and uniforms. Legs and arms lay separate, without any bodies thereabouts. Outside Montauban there was a heap of our own dead, young Gordons and Manchesters of the 30th Division. They had been caught by blasts of machine-gun fire, but our dead seemed scarce in the places where I walked. Victory? Well, we had gained some ground and many prisoners, and here and there some guns. But as I stood by Montauban, I saw that our line was a sharp salient looped round Mametz village, and then dipping sharply toward Fricourt. Oh, God! Had we only made another salient after all that monstrous effort? To the left there was a fury at La Boisselle, where a few broken trees stood black on the skyline on a chalky ridge. Storms of German shrapnel were bursting there, and machine guns were firing in spasms. In Contalmaison, around a chateau which stood high above ruined houses, shells were bursting with thunderclaps, our shells. German gunners in invisible batteries were sweeping our lines with barrage fire. It roamed up and down this side of Montauban Wood, just ahead of me, and now and then shells smashed among the houses and barns of Fricourt, and over Mametz there was suddenly a hurricane of hate. Our men were working like ants in those muck heaps. A battalion moved up toward Boisselle. From a ridge above Fricourt, where once I had seen a tall crucifix between two trees, which our men called the Poodles, a body of men came down, and shrapnel burst among them, and they fell and disappeared in tall grass. Stretcher-bearers came slowly through Fricourt village with living burdens. Some of them were German soldiers carrying our wounded and their own. Walking wounded hobbled slowly with their arms round each other's shoulders, Germans and English together. A boy in a steel hat stopped me and held up a bloody hand. "A bit of luck," he said. "I'm off, after 18 months of it." German prisoners came down with a few English soldiers as their escort. I saw distinct groups of them, and a shell smashed into one group and scattered it. The living ran, leaving their dead. Ambulances, driven by daring fellows, drove to the far edge of Fricourt, not a healthy place, and loaded up with wounded from a dressing station in a tunnel there. It was a wonderful picture of war in all its filth and shambles. But was it victory? I knew then that it was only a breach in the German bastion, and that on the left, Gommecourt way, there had been a black tragedy. Chapter 8. On the left, where the 8th and 10th Corps were directing operations, the assault had been delivered by the 4th, 29th, 36th, 49th, 32nd, 8th, and 56th Divisions. The positions in front of them were Gommecourt and the Beaumont-Hamel on the left side of the river Ancre, and the Thiepval Wood on the right side of the Ancre, leading up to Thiepval Chateau on the crest of the cliff. These were the hardest positions to attack, because of the rising ground and the immense strength of the enemy's earthworks and tunnel defenses. But our generals were confident that the gun power at their disposal was sufficient to smash down that defensive system and make an easy way through for the infantry. They were wrong. In spite of that tornado of shell fire which I had seen tearing up the earth, many tunnels were still unbroken, and out of them came masses of German machine gunners and riflemen when our infantry rose from their own trenches on that morning of July 1st. Our guns had shifted their barrage forward at that moment, farther ahead of the infantry than was afterward allowed, the men being trained to follow close to the lines of bursting shells, trained to expect a number of casualties from their own guns (it needs some training) in order to secure the general safety gained by keeping the enemy below ground until our bayonets were round his dugouts. The Germans had been trained, too, to an act of amazing courage. Their discipline, that immense power of discipline which dominates men in the mass, was strong enough to make them obey the order to rush through the barrage of ours, that advancing wall of explosion, and, if they lived through it, to face our men in the open with massed machine-gun fire. So they did, and as English, Irish, Scottish, and Welsh battalions of our assaulting divisions trudged forward over what had been no man's land, machine-gun bullets sprayed upon them, and they fell like grass to the scythe. Line after line of men followed them, and each line crumpled, and only small groups and single figures, seeking comradeship, hurried forward. German machine gunners were bayoneted as their thumbs were still pressed to their triggers. In German front lines, trenches at the bottom of Thiepval Wood, outside Beaumont Hamel, and on the edge of Gommecourt Park, the field gray men who came out of their dugouts fought fiercely with stick bombs and rifles, and our officers and men, in places where they had strength enough, clubbed them to death, stuck them with bayonets, and blew their brains out with revolvers at short range. Then those English and Irish and Scottish troops, grievously weak because of all the dead and wounded behind them, struggled through to the second German line, from which there came a still fiercer rattle of machine gun and rifle fire. Some of them broke through that line, too, and went ahead in isolated parties across the wild crater land, over chasms and ditches and fallen trees, toward the highest ground, which had been their goal. Nothing was seen of them. They disappeared into clouds of smoke and flame. Gunner observers saw rockets go up in far places, our rockets, showing that outposts had penetrated into the German lines. Runners came back, survivors of many predecessors who had fallen on the way, with scribbled messages from company officers. One came from the Essex and King's Own of the 4th Division, at a place called Pendant Copse, southeast of Serre. "For God's sake, send us bombs." It was impossible to send them bombs. No man could get to them through the deep barrage of shell fire which was between them and our supporting troops. Many tried and died. The Ulstermen went forward toward Beaumont Hamel with a grim valor which was reckless of their losses. Beaumont Hamel was a German fortress. Machine gun fire raked every yard of the Ulster way. Hundreds of the Irish fell. I met hundreds of them wounded, tall, strong, powerful men from the Queen's Island and Belfast factories, and Tyneside Irish and Tyneside Scots. "They gave us no chance," said one of them, a sergeant major. "They just murdered us." But bunches of them went right into the heart of the German positions, and then found behind them crowds of Germans who had come up out of the tunnels and flung bombs at them. Only a few came back alive in the darkness. Into Thiepval Wood our men smashed their way through the German trenches, not counting those who fell, and killing any German who stood in their way. Inside that wood of dead trees and charred branches they reformed, astonished at the fewness of their numbers. Germans coming up from the holes in the earth attacked them, and they held firm and took 200 prisoners. Other Germans came closing in like wolves in packs, and to a German officer who said, "Surrender," our men shouted, "No surrender," and fought in Thiepval Wood until most were dead and only a few crawled out to tell that tale. The Londoners of the 56th Division had no luck at all. Theirs was the worst luck because, by a desperate courage in assault, they did break through the German lines at Gommecourt. Their left was held by the London Rifle Brigade. The Rangers and the Queen Victoria Rifles, the old Vics, formed their center. Their right was made up by the London Scottish, and behind came the Queen's Westminsters and the Kensingtons, who were to advance through their comrades to a farther objective. Across a wide no-man's land they suffered from the bursting of heavy crumps, and many fell. But they escaped annihilation by machine-gun fire and stormed through the upheaved earth into Gommecourt Park, killing many Germans and sending back batches of prisoners. They had done what they had been asked to do, and started building up barricades of earth and sandbags, and then found they were in a death trap. There were no troops on their right or left. They had thrust out into a salient, which presently the enemy saw. The German gunners, with deadly skill, boxed it round with shell fire, so that the Londoners were enclosed by explosive walls, and then very slowly and carefully drew a line of bursting shells up and down, that captured ground, ravaging its earth anew, and smashing the life that crouched there. London life. I have written elsewhere, in the battles of the Somme, how young officers and small bodies of these London men held the barricades against German attacks, while others tried to break a way through that murderous shell fire, and how groups of lads who set out on that adventure to their old lines were shattered so that only a few from each group crawled back alive, wounded or unwounded. At the end of the day the Germans acted with chivalry, which I was not allowed to tell at the time. The general of the London division, Philip Howell, told me that the enemy sent over a message by a low-flying airplane proposing a truce while the stretcher-bearers worked, and offering the service of their own men in that work of mercy. This offer was accepted without reference to GHQ, and German stretcher-bearers helped to carry our wounded to a point where they could be reached. Many, in spite of that, remained lying out in a no-man's land, some for 3 or 4 days and nights. I met one man who lay out there wounded with a group of comrades more badly hurt than he was until July 6th. At night he crawled over to the bodies of the dead and took their water bottles and iron rations, and so brought drink and food to his stricken friends. Then at last he made his way through roving shells to our lines, and even then asked to lead the stretcher-bearers who volunteered on a search party for his pals. Physical courage was very common in the war, said a friend of mine who saw nothing of war. It is proved that physical courage is the commonest quality of mankind, as moral courage is the rarest. But that soldier's courage was spiritual, and there were many like him in the battles of the Somme and in other later battles as tragic as those. End of section 16. Of Now It Can Be Told by Philip GIBBS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, chapters 9 to 13. Chapter 9. I have told how before the Big Push, as we called the beginning of these battles, little towns of tents were built under the sign of the Red Cross. For a time they were inhabited only by medical officers, nurses, and orderlies, busily getting ready for a sudden invasion and spending their surplus energy, which seemed inexhaustible, on the decoration of their camps by chalk-lined paths, red crosses painted on canvas or built up in red and white chalk on level earth, and flowers planted outside the tents. All very pretty and picturesque in the sunshine and the breezes over the valley of the Somme. On the morning of battle, the doctors, nurses, and orderlies waited for their patients and said, "Now we shan't be long." They were merry and bright, with that wonderful cheerfulness which enabled them to face the tragedy of mangled manhood without horror and almost, it seemed, without pity, because it was their work, and they were there to heal what might be healed. It was with a rush that their first cases came, and the M.O.'s whistled and said, "Ye gods, how many more?" Many more. The tide did not slacken. It became a spate brought down by waves of ambulances. 3,000 wounded came from Daour on the Somme, 3,000 to Corbie, thousands to Durancourt, Haley, Poucheville, Totencourt, and many other clearing stations. At Daour, the tents were filled to overflowing until there was no more room. The wounded were laid down on the grass to wait their turn for the surgeon's knife. Some of them crawled over to haycocks and covered themselves with hay and went to sleep, as I saw them sleeping there like dead men. Here and there shell-shocked boys sat weeping or moaning and shaking with an ague. Most of the wounded were quiet and did not give any groan or moan. The lightly wounded sat in groups telling their adventures, cursing the German machine gunners. Young officers spoke in a different way, and with that sporting spirit which they had learned in public schools, praised their enemy. "The machine gunners are wonderful fellows, topping. Fight until they're killed. They gave us hell." Each man among those thousands of wounded had escaped death a dozen times or more by the merest flukes of luck. It was this luck of theirs which they hugged with a kind of laughing excitement. "It's a marvel I'm here. That shell burst all around me. Killed 6 of my pals. I got through with a blighty wound. No bones broken. God, what luck!" The death of other men did not grieve them. They could not waste this sense of luck in pity. The escape of their own individuality, this possession of life, was a glorious thought. They were alive. What luck! What luck! We called the hospital at Corbie the butcher's shop. It was in a pretty spot in that little town, with a big church whose tall white towers looked down a broad sweep of the Somme, so that for miles they were a landmark behind the battlefields. Behind the lines during those first battles, but later, in 1918, when the enemy came nearly to the gates of Amiens, a stronghold of the Australians, who garrisoned it and sniped pigeons for their pots off the top of the towers, and took no great notice of whiz-bangs which broke through the roofs of cottages and barns. It was a safe, snug place in July of '16, but that butcher's shop at the corner of the square was not a pretty spot. After a visit there I had to wipe cold sweat from my forehead and found myself trembling in a queer way. It was the medical officer, a colonel, who called it that name. "This is our butcher's shop," he said, cheerily. "Come and have a look at my cases. They're the worst possible. Stomach wounds, compound fractures, and all that. We lop off limbs here all day long and all night. You've no idea." I had no idea, but I did not wish to see its reality. The M.O. could not understand my reluctance to see his show. He put it down to my desire to save his time, and explained that he was going the rounds and would take it as a favor if I would walk with him. I yielded weakly and cursed myself for not taking to flight. Yet, I argued, what men are brave enough to suffer, I ought to have the courage to see. I saw and sickened. These were the victims of victory, and the red fruit of war's harvest fields. A new batch of cases had just arrived. More were being brought in on stretchers. They were laid down in rows on the floorboards. The colonel bent down to some of them and drew their blankets back, and now and then felt a man's pulse. Most of them were unconscious, breathing with the hard snuffle of dying. Their skin was already darkened to the death tint, which is not white. They were all plastered with a gray clay, and this mud on their faces was, in some cases, mixed with thick clots of blood, making a hard incrustation from scalp to chin. "That fellow won't last long," said the M.O., rising from a stretcher. "Hardly a heartbeat left in him. Sure to die on the operating table if he gets as far as that. Step back against the wall a minute, will you?" We flattened ourselves against the passage wall, while ambulance men brought in a line of stretchers. No sound came from most of those bundles under the blankets, but from one came a long, agonizing wail, the cry of an animal in torture. "Come through the wards," said the colonel. "They're pretty bright, though we could do with more space and light." In one long, narrow room there were about 30 beds, and in each bed lay a young British soldier, or part of a young British soldier. There was not much left of one of them. Both his legs had been amputated to the thigh, and both his arms to the shoulder blades. "Remarkable man, that," said the colonel. "Simply refuses to die. His vitality is so tremendous that it is putting up a terrific fight against mortality. There's another case of the same kind. One leg gone and the other going, and one arm. Deliberate refusal to give in. 'You're not going to kill me, doctor,' he said. 'I'm going to stick it through.' What spirit, eh?" I spoke to that man. He was quite conscious, with bright eyes. His right leg was uncovered and supported on a board hung from the ceiling. Its flesh was like that of a chicken, badly carved white, flabby, and in tatters. He thought I was a surgeon and spoke to me pleadingly. "I guess you can save that leg, sir. It's doing fine. I should hate to lose it." I murmured something about a chance for it, and the M.O. broke in cheerfully. "You won't lose it if I can help it. How's your pulse?" "Oh, not bad. Keep cheerful and we'll pull you through." The man smiled gallantly. "Bound to come off," said the doctor as we passed to another bed. "Gas gangrene. That's the thing that does us down." In bed after bed I saw men of ours, very young men, who had been lopped of limbs a few hours ago or a few minutes, some of them unconscious, some of them strangely and terribly conscious, with a look in their eyes as though staring at the death which sat near to them, and edged nearer. "Yes," said the M.O., "they look bad, some of them, but youth is on their side. I dare say 75% will get through, if it wasn't for gas gangrene." He jerked his head to a boy sitting up in bed, smiling at the nurse, who felt his pulse. "Looks fairly fit after the knife, doesn't he? But we shall have to cut higher up, the gas again. I'm afraid he'll be dead before tomorrow. Come into the operating theater. It's very well equipped." I refused that invitation. I walked stiffly out of the butcher's shop of Corbie, past the man who'd lost both arms and both legs, that vital trunk, past rows of men lying under blankets, past the stench of mud and blood and anesthetics, to the fresh air of the gateway, where a column of ambulances had just arrived with a new harvest from the fields of the Somme. "Come in again any time," shouted out the cheery colonel, waving his hand. I never went again, though I saw many other butchers' shops in the years that followed, where there was a great carving of human flesh, which was of our boyhood, while the old men directed their sacrifice, and the profiteers grew rich, and the fires of hate were stoked up at patriotic banquets and in editorial chairs. Chapter 10. The failure on the left, hardly balanced by the partial success on the right, caused a sudden pause in the operations, camouflaged by small attacks on minor positions around and above Fricourt and Mametz. The Lincolns and others went over to Fricourt Wood and routed out German machine gunners. The West Yorks attacked the sunken road at Fricourt. The Dorsets, Manchesters, Highland Light Infantry, Lancashire Fusiliers, and Borderers of the 32nd Division were in possession of La Boisselle and clearing out communication trenches to which the Germans were hanging on with desperate valor. The 21st Division, Northumberland Fusiliers, Durhams, Yorkshires, were making a flanking attack on Contalmaison, but weakened after their heavy losses on the first day of battle. The fighting for a time was local, in small copses, Lozenge Wood, Peak Wood, Caterpillar Wood, Acid Drop Copse, where English and German troops fought ferociously for yards of ground, hummocks of earth, ditches. GHQ had been shocked by the disaster on the left and the failure of all the big hopes they had held for a breakthrough on both sides of the German positions. Rumors came to us that the commander-in-chief had decided to restrict future operations to minor actions for strengthening the line and to abandon the great offensive. It was believed by officers I met that Sir Henry Rawlinson was arguing, persuading, in favor of continued assaults on the grand scale. Whatever division of opinion existed in the High Command, I do not know. It was visible to all of us that for some days there were uncertainty of direction, hesitation, conflicting orders. On July 7th, the 17th Division, under General Pilcher, attacked Contalmaison, and a whole battalion of the Prussian Guard, hurried up from Valenciennes and thrown on to the battlefield without maps or guidance, walked into the barrage which covered the advance of our men and were almost annihilated. But although some bodies of our men entered Contalmaison in an attack which I was able to see, they were smashed out of it again by storms of fire, followed by masses of men who poured out from Mametz Wood. The Welsh were attacking Mametz Wood. They were handled, as Marbeau said of his men in the Napoleonic battle, like turnips. Battalion commanders received orders in direct conflict with one another. Bodies of Welshmen were advanced and then retired, and left to lie nakedly without cover under dreadful fire. The 17th Division, under General Pilcher, did not attack at the expected time. There was no coordination of divisions, no knowledge among battalion officers of the strategy or tactics of a battle in which their men were involved. "Goodness knows what's happening," said an officer I met near Mametz. He had been waiting all night and half a day with a body of troops who had expected to go forward and were still hanging about under harassing fire. On July 9th, Contalmaison was taken. I saw that attack very clearly, so clearly that I could almost count the bricks in the old chateau set in the little wood, and I saw the left-hand tower knocked off by a direct hit of a 15-inch shell. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon our guns concentrated on the village, and under the cover of that fire our men advanced on 3 sides of it, hemmed it in, and captured it with the garrison of the 122nd Bavarian Regiment, who had suffered the agonies of hell inside its ruins. Now our men stayed in the ruins, and this time German shells smashed into the chateau and the cottages and left nothing but rubbish heaps of brick through which a few days later I went walking with the smell of death in my nostrils. Our men were now being shelled in that place. Beyond La Boisselle, on the left of the Albert Bapaume road, there had been a village called Ouvier. It was no longer there. Our guns had removed every trace of it, except as it lay in heaps of pounded brick. The Germans had a network of trenches about it, and in their ditches and their dugouts they fought like wolves. Our 12th Division was ordered to drive them out, a division of English county troops, including the Sussex, Essex, Bedfords, and Middlesex, and those country boys of ours fought their way among communication trenches, burrowed into tunnels, crouched below hummocks of earth and brick, and with bombs and bayonets and broken rifles and boulders of stone and German stick bombs and any weapon that would kill, gained yard by yard over the dead bodies of the enemy, or by the capture of small batches of cornered men, until after 17 days of this, 140 men of the 3rd Prussian Guard, the last of their garrison without food or water, raised a signal of surrender and came out with their hands up. Ouvier was a shambles, in a fight of primitive earthmen like human beasts. Yet our men were not beast-like. They came out from those places, if they had the luck to come out, apparently unchanged, without any mark of the beast on them, and when they cleansed themselves of mud and filth, boiled the lice out of their shirts, and assembled in a village street behind the lines, they whistled, laughed, gossiped, as though nothing had happened to their souls, though something had really happened, as now we know. It was not until July 14th that our High Command ordered another general attack after the local fighting which had been in progress since the first day of the battle. Our field batteries and some of our heavies had moved forward to places like Montauban and Contalmaison, where German shells came searching for them all day long, and new divisions had been brought up to relieve some of the men who had been fighting so hard and so long. It was to be an attack on the 2nd German line of defense on the ridges of the village of Bazentin-la-Grande and Bazentin-la-Petite, to Longueval on the right, and Delville Wood. I went up in the night to see the bombardment and the beginning of the battle, and the swirl of its backwash, and I remember now the darkness of villages behind the lines through which our cars crawled, until we reached the edge of the battlefields and saw the sky rent by incessant flames of gunfire, while red tongues of flame leaped up from burning villages. Longueval was on fire, and the 2 Bazentines, and another belt of land in France, so beautiful to see, even as I had seen it first between the sandbags of our parapets, was being delivered to the charcoal burners. I have described that night scene elsewhere, in all its deviltry, but one picture which I passed on the way to the battlefield could not then be told. Yet it was significant of the mentality of our High Command, as was afterward pointed out derisively by Sixte von Armin. It proved the strange unreasoning optimism which still lingered in the breasts of old-fashioned generals, in spite of what had happened on the left on the first day of July, and their study of trench maps and their knowledge of German machine guns. By an old mill house called Moulin Vivier, outside the village of Multy, were masses of cavalry, Indian cavalry and dragoons, drawn up densely to leave a narrow passageway for field guns and horse transport moving through the village, which was in utter darkness. The Indians sat like statues on their horses, motionless, dead silent. Now and again there was a jangle of bits. Here and there a British soldier lit a cigarette, and for a second the little flame of his match revealed a bronzed face or glinted on steel helmets. Cavalry! So even now there was a serious purpose behind the joke of English soldiers who had gone forward on the first day shouting, "This way to the gap!" and in the conversation of some of those who actually did ride through Bazentin that day. A troop or two made their way over the cratered ground and skirted Delville Wood. The Dragoon Guards charged a machine gun in a cornfield and killed the gunners. Germans rounded up by them clung to their stirrup leathers, crying, "Pity! Pity!" The Indians lowered their lances, but took prisoners to show their chivalry. But it was nothing more than a beau geste. It was as futile and absurd as Don Quixote's charge of the windmill. They were brought to a dead halt by the nature of the ground and machine gun fire, which killed their horses, and lay out that night with German shells searching for their bodies. One of the most disappointed men in the army was on General Haldane's staff. He was an old cavalry officer, and this major of the old school, belonging in spirit to the time of Charles Lever, was excited by the thought that there was to be a cavalry adventure. He was one of those who swore that if he had his chance he would ride into the blue. It was a chance he wanted, and he nursed his way to it by delicate attentions to General Haldane. The general's bed was not so comfortable as his. He changed places. He even went so far as to put a bunch of flowers on the general's table in his dugout. "You seem very attentive to me, Major," said the general, smelling a rat. Then the major blurted out his desire. Could he lead a squadron round Delville Wood? Could he take that ride into the blue? He would give his soul to do it. "Get on with your job," said General Haldane. That ride into the blue did not encourage the cavalry to the belief that they would be of real value in a warfare of trench lines and barbed wire, but for a long time afterward they were kept moving backward and forward between the edge of the battlefields and the back areas, to the great encumbrance of the roads, until they were guyed by the infantry and irritable, so their officers told me, to the verge of mutiny. Their irritability was cured by dismounting them for a turn in the trenches, and I came across the household cavalry digging by the Coniston steps, this side of Thiepval, and cursing their spade work. In this book I will not tell again the narrative of that fighting in the summer and autumn of 1916, which I had written with many details of each day's scene in my collected dispatches called the Battles of the Somme. There is little that I can add to those word pictures which I wrote day by day after haunting experiences amid the ruin of those fields, except a summing up of their effect upon the mentality of our men, and upon the Germans who were in the same bloodbath, as they called it, and a closer analysis of the direction and mechanism of our military machine. Looking back upon those battles in the light of knowledge gained in the years that followed, it seems clear that our High Command was too prodigal in its expenditure of life in small sectional battles, and that the Army Corps and divisional staffs had not established an efficient system of communication with the fighting units under their control. It seemed to an outsider like myself that a number of separate battles were being fought without reference to one another in different parts of the field. It seemed as though our generals, after conferring with one another over telephones, said, "All right, tell so-and-so to have a go at Thiepval," or "Today we'll send such and such a division to capture Delville Wood," or "We must get that line of trenches outside Bazentin." Orders were drawn up on the basis of that decision and passed down to the brigades, who read them as their sentence of death, and obeyed with or without protest, and sent 3 or 4 battalions to assault a place which was covered by German batteries round an arc of 20 miles, ready to open out a tempest of fire directly a rocket rose from their infantry, and to tear up the woods and earth in that neighborhood if our men gained ground. If the whole battle line moved forward, the German fire would have been dispersed, but in these separate attacks on places like Tron Wood and Delville Wood, and later on High Wood, it was a vast concentration of explosives which plowed up our men. So it was that Delville Wood was captured and lost several times and became Devil's Wood to men who lay there under the crash and fury of massed gunfire, until a wretched remnant of what had been a glorious brigade of youth crawled out stricken and bleeding when relieved by another brigade ordered to take their turn in that devil's cauldron, or to recapture it when German bombing parties and machine gunners had followed in the wake of fire and had crouched again among the fallen trees and in the shell craters and ditches, with our dead and their dead to keep them company. In Delville Wood, the South African brigade of the 9th Division was cut to pieces, and I saw the survivors come out with a few officers to lead them. In Trone Wood, in Bernaffe Wood, in Mametz Wood, there had been great slaughter of English troops and Welsh. The 18th Division and the 38th suffered horribly. In Delville Wood, many battalions were slashed to pieces before these South Africans, and after that came High Wood. All that was left of High Wood in the autumn of 1916 was a thin row of branchless trees, but in July and August there were still glades under heavy foliage, until the branches were lopped off and the leaves scattered by our incessant fire. It was an important position, vital for the enemy's defense, and our attack on the right flank of Pozières Ridge, above Bazentin and Delville Wood, giving on the reverse slope a fine observation of the enemy's lines above Martinpuich and Courcelette, away to the Bapaume. For that reason, the Germans were ordered to hold it at all costs, and many German batteries had registered on it to blast our men out if they gained a foothold on our side of the slope or theirs. So High Wood became another hell. On a day of great battle, September 14, 1916, when for the first time tanks were used, demoralizing the enemy in certain places, though there were too few in number to strike a paralyzing blow. The Londoners gained part of High Wood at frightful cost, and then were blown out of it. Other divisions followed them and found the wood stuffed with machine guns, which they had to capture through hurricanes of bullets before they crouched in craters amid dead Germans and dead English, and then were blown out like the Londoners under shell fire, in which no human life could stay for long. The 7th Division was cut up there. The 33rd Division lost 6,000 men in an advance against uncut wire in the wood, which they were told was already captured. Hundreds of men were vomiting from the effect of gas shells, choking and blinded. Behind, the transport wagons and horses were smashed to bits. The divisional staffs were often ignorant of what was happening to the fighting men when the attack was launched. Light signals, rockets, heliographing were of small avail through the dust, the smoke clouds. Forward observing officers, crouching behind parapets, as I often saw them, and sometimes stood with them, watched fires burning, red rockets and green, gusts of flame, and bursting shells, and were doubtful what to make of it all. Telephone wires trailed across the ground for miles were cut into short lengths by shrapnel and high explosive. Accidents happened as part of the inevitable blunders of war. It was all a vast tangle and complexity of strife. On July 17th, I stood in a tent by a staff officer who was directing a group of heavy guns supporting the 3rd Division. He was tired, as I could see by the black lines under his eyes and tightly drawn lips. On a camp table in front of him, upon which he leaned his elbows, there was a telephone apparatus, and a little bell kept ringing as we talked. Now and then a shell burst in the field outside the tent, and he raised his head and said, "They keep crumping about here. Hope they don't tear this tent to ribbons. That sounds like a gas shell." Then he turned to the telephone again and listened to some voice speaking. "Yes, I can hear you. Yes, go on. Our men seen living High Wood? Yes. Shelled by our artillery? Are you sure of that? I say, are you sure they were our men?" Another message. "Well, carry on." "Men digging on road from High Wood southeast to Longueval." "Yes, I've got that." "They are our men and not Boche." "Oh, hell. Get off the line. Get off the line, can't you? Our men and not Boche." "Yes, I have that. Heavily shelled by our guns." The staff officer tapped on the table with a lead pencil, a tattoo, while his forehead puckered. Then he spoke into the telephone again. "Are you there?" "Heavies? Well, don't disturb those fellows for half an hour. After that I will give you new orders. Try and confirm if they are our men." He rang off and turned to me. "That's the trouble. Looks as if we had been pounding our own men like hell. Some damn fool reports Boche. Gives the reference number. Asks for the heavies. Then some other fellow says, 'Not Boche.' For God's sake, cease fire. How is one to tell? I could not answer this question, but I hated the idea of our men sent forward to capture a road or a trench or a wood and then pounded by our guns. They had enough pounding from the enemy's guns. There seemed a missing link in the system somewhere. Probably it was quite inevitable. Over and over again the wounded swore to God that they had been shelled by our own guns. The Londoners said so from High Wood. The Australians said so from Moquette Farm. The Scots said so from Longueval. They said, "Why the hell do we get murdered by British gunners? What's the good of fighting if we're slaughtered by our own side?" In some cases they were mistaken. It was an enfilade fire from German batteries, but often it happened according to the way of that telephone conversation in the tent by Bonfait Farm. The difference between British soldiers and German soldiers crawling over shell craters or crouching below the banks of a sunken road was no more than the difference between two tribes of ants. Our flying Scots, however low they flew, risking the Archies and the machine-gun bullets, often mistook khaki for field gray, and came back with false reports, which led to tragedy. Chapter 11. People who read my war dispatches will remember my first descriptions of the tanks and those of other correspondents. They caused a sensation and a sense of excitement, laughter which shook the nation because of the comicality, the grotesque surprise, the possibility of quicker victory, which caught hold of the imagination of people who heard for the first time of those new engines of war, so beast-like in appearance and performance. The vagueness of our descriptions was due to the censorship, which forbade, wisely enough, any technical and exact definition, so that we had to compare them to giant toads, mammoths, and prehistoric animals of all kinds. Our accounts did, however, reproduce the psychological effect of the tanks upon the British troops when these engines appeared for the first time to their astonished gaze on September 13th. Our soldiers roared with laughter, as I did, when they saw them lolloping up the roads. On the morning of the great battle of September 15th, the presence of these tanks going into action excited all the troops along the front with a sense of comical relief in the midst of the grim and deadly business of attack. Men followed them, laughing and cheering. There was a wonderful thrill in the airman's message. "Tank walking up the high street of Flers with British Army cheering behind." Wounded boys whom I met that morning grinned in spite of their wounds at our first word about the tanks. "Crikey!" said a Cockney lad of the 47th Division. "I can't help laughing every time I think of them tanks. I saw them stamping down German machine guns as though they were wasp nests." The adventures of Creme de Menthe, Cordon Rouge, and Byng boys on both sides of the Bapaume road, when they smashed down barbed wire, climbed over trenches, sat on German redoubts, and received the surrender of German prisoners who held their hands up to these monsters and cried, "Kamerad!" were like fairy tales of war by H.G. Wells. Yet their romance had a sharp edge of reality, as I saw in these battles of the Somme, and afterward, more grievously, in the Cambrai salient and Flanders, when the tanks were put out of action by direct hits of field guns, and nothing of humankind remained in them but the charred bones of their gallant crews. Before the battle in September of '16, I talked with the pilots of the first tanks, and although they were convinced of the value of these new engines of war and were out to prove it, they did not disguise from me nor from their own souls that they were going forth upon a perilous adventure with the odds of luck against them. I remember one young pilot, a tiny fellow like a jockey, who took me on one side and said, "I want you to do me a favor," and then scribbled down his mother's address and asked me to write to her if anything happened to him. He and other tank officers were anxious. They had not complete confidence in the steering and control of their engines. It was a difficult and clumsy kind of gear, which was apt to break down at a critical moment, as I saw when I rode in one on their field maneuver. These first tanks were only experimental, and the tail arrangement was very weak. Worse than all mechanical troubles was the short-sighted policy of some authority at GHQ who had insisted upon ASC drivers being put to this job a few days before the battle without proper training. "It is mad and murderous," said one of the officers. "These fellows may have pluck, all right. I don't doubt it. But they don't know their engines, nor the double steering trick, and they have never been under shell fire. It is asking for trouble." As it turned out, the ASC drivers proved their pluck, for the most part, splendidly, but many tanks broke down before they reached the enemy's lines, and in that action and later battles there were times when they bitterly disappointed the infantry commanders and the troops. Individual tanks, commanded by gallant young officers and served by brave crews, did astounding feats, and some of these men came back dazed and deaf and dumb after 40 hours or more of fighting and maneuvering within steel walls, intensely hot, filled with the fumes of their engines, jolted and banged about over rough ground, and steering an uncertain course after the loss of their tails, which had snapped at the spine. But there had not been anything like enough tanks to secure an annihilating surprise over the enemy as afterward was attained in the first battle of Cambrai, and the troops who had been buoyed up by that hope that at last the machine gun evil was going to be scotched were disillusioned and dejected when they saw tanks ditched behind the lines or nowhere in sight, when once again they had to trudge forward under the flail of machine gun bullets from earthwork redoubts. It was a failure in generalship to give away our secret before it could be made effective. I remember sitting in the mess of the Gordons in the village of Bronvillers along the Albert road and listening to a long monologue by a Gordon officer on the future of the tanks. He was a dreamer and visionary, and his fellow officers laughed at him. "A few tanks are no good," he said. 40 or 50 tanks are no good on a modern battlefront. We want hundreds of tanks, brought up secretly, fed with ammunition by tank carriers, bringing up field guns and going into action without any preliminary barrage. They can smash through the enemy's wire and get over his trenches before he is aware that an attack has been organized. Up to now, all our offensives have been futile because of our preliminary advertisement by prolonged bombardment. The tanks can bring back surprise to modern warfare, but we must have hundreds of them." Prolonged laughter greeted this speech, but the Celtic dreamer did not smile. He was staring into the future, and what he saw was true, though he did not live to see it, for in the Cambrai battle of November 11th the tanks did advance in hundreds and gained an enormous surprise over the enemy, and led the way to a striking victory, which turned to tragedy because of risks too lightly taken. Chapter 12. One branch of our military machine developed with astonishing rapidity and skill during those Somme battles. The young gentlemen of the Air Force went all out for victory and were reckless in audacity. How far they acted under orders and against their own judgment of what was sensible and sound in fighting risks I do not know. General Trenchard, their supreme chief, believed in an aggressive policy at all costs, and was a Napoleon in this war of the skies, intolerant of timidity, not squeamish of heavy losses if the balance were tipped against the enemy. Some young flying men complained to me bitterly that they were expected to fly or die over the German lines, whatever the weather or whatever the risks. Many of them, after repeated escapes from anti-aircraft shells and hostile craft, lost their nerve, shirked another journey, found themselves crying in their tents, and were sent back home for a spell by squadron commanders, with quick observation for the breaking point, or made a few more flights and fell to earth like broken birds. Sooner or later, apart from rare cases, every man was found to lose his nerve, unless he lost his life first. That was a physical and mental law. But until that time, these flying men were the knights errant of the war, and most of them did not need any driving to the risks they took with boyish recklessness. They were mostly boys, babes, as they seemed to me when I saw them in their tents or dismounting from their machines. On dud days, when there was no visibility at all, they spent their leisure hours joyriding to Amiens or some other town where they could have a binge. They drank many cocktails and roared with laughter over bottles of cheap champagne, and flirted with any girl who happened to come within their orbit. If not allowed beyond their tents, they sulked like baby Achilles, reading novelettes with their knees hunched up, playing the gramophone, and ragging each other. There was one child so young that his squadron leader would not let him out to go across the battle lines to challenge any German scout in the clouds or do any of the fancy stunts that were part of the next day's program. He went to bed sulkily, and then came back again in his pajamas with rumpled hair. "Look here, sir," he said. "Can't I go? I've got my wings. It's perfectly rotten being left behind." The squadron commander, who told me of the tale, yielded. "All right. Only don't do any fool tricks." Next morning the boy flew off, played a lone hand, chased a German scout, dropped low over the enemy's lines, machine-gunned infantry on the march, scattered them, bombed a train, chased a German motor car, and after many adventures came back alive and said, "I've had a rare old time." On a stormy day which loosened the tent poles and slapped the wet canvas, I sat in a mess with a group of flying officers, drinking tea out of a tin mug. One boy, the youngest of them, had just brought down his first Hun. He told me the tale of it with many details, his eyes alight as he described the flight. They had maneuvered round each other for a long time. Then he shot his man en passant. The machine crashed on our side of the lines. He had taken off the iron crosses of the wings and a bit of the propeller as mementos. He showed me these things, while the squadron commander, who had brought down 24 Germans, winked at me, and told me he was going to send them home to hang beside his college trophies. I guessed he was less than 19 years old. Such a kid. A few days later, when I went to the tent again, I asked about him. "How's that boy who brought down his first Hun?" The squadron commander said, "Didn't you hear? He's gone west. Brought down in a dogfight. He had a chance of escape, but went back to rescue a pal. A nice boy." They became fatalists after a few flights, and believed in their luck, or their mascots, teddy bears, a bullet that had missed them, china dolls, a girl's lock of hair, a silver ring. Yet at the back of their brains, most of them, I fancy, knew that it was only a question of time before they went west, and with that unconscious thought they crowded in all life intensely in the hours that were given to them, seized all chance of laughter, of wine, of every kind of pleasure within reach, and said their prayers, some of them, with great fervor, between one escape and another, like young Paul Bencher, who has revealed his soul in verse, his secret terror, his tears, his hatred of death, his love of life, when he went bombing over Bruges. On the mornings of the battles of the Somme, I saw them as the heralds of a new day of strife, flying toward the lines in the first light of dawn. When the sun rose, its rays touched their wings, made them white like cabbage butterflies, or changed them to silver, all a sparkle. I saw them fly over the German positions, not changing their course. Then all about them burst black puffs of German shrapnel, so that many times I held my breath because they seemed in the center of the burst. But generally, when the cloud cleared, they were flying again, until they disappeared in the mists over the enemy's country. There they did deadly work, in single fights with German airmen, or against great odds, until they had an air space to themselves and skimmed the earth like albatrosses in low flight, attacking machine-gun nests, killing or scattering the gunners by a burst of bullets from their Lewis guns, dropping bombs on German wagon transports, infantry, railway trains. One man cut a train in half and saw men and horses falling out, and ammunition dumps, directing the fire of our guns upon living targets, photographing new trenches and works, bombing villages crowded with German troops. That they struck terror into these German troops was proved afterward when we went into Bapaume and Peronne, and many villages from which the enemy retreated after the battles of the Somme. Everywhere there were signboards on which was written Fliegerschutz, aircraft shelter, or German warnings of "Keep to the sidewalks. This road is constantly bombed by British airmen." They were a new plague of war, and did for a time gain a complete mastery of the air. But later the Germans learned the lesson of low flying and night bombing, and in 1917 and 1918 came back in greater strength and made the nights horrible in camps behind the lines and in villages, where they killed many soldiers and more civilians. The infantry did not believe much in our air supremacy at any time, not knowing what work was done beyond their range of vision, and seeing our machines crashed in no man's land, and hearing the rattle of machine guns from hostile aircraft above their own trenches. "Those aviators of ours," a general said to me, "are the biggest liars in the world. Cocky fellows, claiming impossible achievements. What proof can they give of their preposterous tales? They only go into the air service because they haven't the pluck to serve in the infantry." That was prejudice. The German losses were proof enough of our men's fighting skill and strength, and German prisoners and German letters confirmed all their claims. But we were dishonest in our reckoning from first to last, and the British public was hoodwinked about our losses. Quotes, "3 of our machines are missing." Quotes, "6 of our machines are missing." Yes, but what about the machines which crashed in no man's land and beyond our lines? They were not missing, but destroyed, and the boys who had flown in them were dead or broken. To the end of the war, those aviators of ours searched the air for their adventures, fought often against overwhelming numbers, killed the German champions in single combat or in tourneys in the sky, and let down tons of high explosives which caused great death and widespread destruction. And in this work they died like flies, and one boy's life, one of those laughing, fatalistic, intensely living boys, was of no more account in the general sum of slaughter than a summer midge, except as one little unit in the armies of the air. Chapter 13. I am not strong enough in the science of psychology to understand the origin of laughter and to get into touch with the mainsprings of gaiety. The sharp contrast between normal ethics and an abnormality of action provides a grotesque point of view arousing ironical mirth. It is probable, also, that surroundings of enormous tragedy stimulate the sense of humor of the individual, so that any small, ridiculous thing assumes the proportion of monstrous absurdity. It is also likely, certain, I think, that laughter is an escape from terror, a liberation of the soul by mental explosion, from the prison walls of despair and brooding. In the Decameron of Boccaccio, a group of men and women encompassed by plague retired into seclusion to tell one another mirthful immoralities which stirred their laughter. They laughed while the plague destroyed society around them, when they knew that its foul germs were on the prowl for their own bodies. So it was in this war, where in many strange places and in many dreadful days there was great laughter. I think sometimes of a night I spent with the medical officers of a tent hospital in the fields of the Somme during those battles. With me as a guest went a modern Falstaff, a ton of flesh, who sweats to death and lards the lean earth as he walks along. He was a man of anecdotes, drawn from the sinks and stews of life, yet with a sense of beauty lurking under his coarseness, and a voice of fine, sonorous tone, which he managed with art and a melting grace. On the way to the field hospital he had taken more than one nip of whiskey. His voice was well oiled when he sang a greeting to a medical major in a florid burst of melody from Italian opera. The major was a little Irish medico who had been through the South African War and in tropical places, where he had drunk firewater to kill all manner of microbes. He suffered abominably from asthma and had had a heart seizure the day before our dinner at his mess, and told us that he would drop down dead as sure as fate between one operation and another on the poor bloody wounded, who never ceased to flow into his tent. But he was in a laughing mood, and thirsty for a laugh-making liquid. He had 2 whiskeys before the dinner began to wet his whistle. His fellow officers were out for an evening's joy, but nervous of the colonel, an austere soul who sat at the head of the mess with the look of a man afraid that merriment might reach outrageous heights beyond his control. A courteous man he was, and rather sad. His presence for a time acted as a restraint upon the company, until all restraint was broken by the Falstaff with me, who told soul-crashing stories to the little Irish major across the table, and sang love lyrics to the orderly who brought round the cottage pie and pickles. There was a tall, thin young surgeon who had been carving up living bodies all day and many days, and now listened to that fat rogue with an intensity of delight that lit up his melancholy eyes, watching him gravely between gusts of deep laughter, which seemed to come from his boots. There was another young surgeon, once of Bart's, who made himself the cup-server of the fat knight, and kept his wine at the brim, and encouraged him to fresh audacities of anecdotery, with a humorous glance at the colonel's troubled face. The colonel was forgotten after dinner. The little Irish major took the lid off the boiling pot of mirth. He was entirely mad, as he assured us, between dances of a wild and primitive type, stories of adventure in far lands, and spasms of asthmatic coughing, when he beat his breast and said, "A pox in my bleeding heart." Falstaff was playing Juliet to the Romeo of the tall young surgeon, singing falsetto like a fat German angel dressed in a loose-fitting khaki, with his belt undone. There were charades in the tent. The boy from Bart's did remarkable imitations of a gamecock challenging a rival bird, of a cow coming through a gate, of a general addressing his troops, most comical of all. Several glasses were broken. The corkscrew was disregarded as a useless implement, and whiskey bottles were decapitated against the tent poles. I remember vaguely the crowning episode of the evening, when the little major was dancing the Irish jig with a kitchen chair, when Falstaff was singing the prologue of Pagliacci to the stupefied colonel, when the boy, once of Bart's, was roaring like a lion under the mess table, and when the tall, melancholy surgeon was at the top of the tent pole, scratching himself like a gorilla in his native haunts. Outside, the field hospital was quiet, under a fleecy sky with a crescent moon. Through the painted canvas of the tent city candlelight glowed with a faint rose-colored light, and the Red Cross hung limp above the camp where many wounded lay, waking or sleeping, tossing in agony, dying in unconsciousness. Far away over the fields, rockets were rising above the battle lines. The sky was flickering with the flush of gunfire. The red glare rose and spread below the clouds where some ammunition dump had been exploded. Old Falstaff fell asleep in the car on the way back to our quarters, and I smiled at the memory of great laughter in the midst of tragedy. End of section 17. Of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, chapters 14 to 20. Chapter 14. The struggle of men from one low ridge to another low ridge, in a territory 40 miles wide by more than 20 miles deep, during 5 months of fighting, was enormous in its intensity and prolongation of slaughter, wounding, and endurance of all hardships and terrors of war. As an eyewitness, I saw the full scope of the bloody drama. I saw day by day the tidal waves of wounded limping back until 250,000 men had passed through our casualty clearing stations, and then were not finished. I went among these men when the blood was wet on them, and talked with hundreds of them, and heard their individual narratives of escapes from death until my imagination was saturated with the spirit of their conflict of body and soul. I saw a green, downy countryside, beautiful in its summer life, ravaged by gunfire, so that the white chalk of its subsoil was flung above the earth and grass in a wide, sterile stretch of desolation, pitted with shell craters, ditched by deep trenches, whose walls were hideously upheaved by explosive fire, and littered yard after yard, mile after mile, with broken wire, rifles, bombs, unexploded shells, rags of uniform, dead bodies, or bits of bodies, and all the filth of battle. I saw many villages flung into ruin or blown clean off the map. I walked into such villages as Contalmaison, Martinpuich, Les Sars, Thioully, and at last Bapaume, when a smell of burning and the fumes of explosives and the stench of dead flesh rose up to one's nostrils and one's very soul, when our dead and German dead lay about, and newly wounded came walking through the ruins, or were carried shoulder high on stretchers, and consciously and subconsciously the living, unwounded men who went through these places knew that death lurked about them and around them and above them, and at any second might make its pounce upon their own flesh. I saw our men going into battle with strong battalions and coming out of it with weak battalions. I saw them in the midst of the Battle of Thiepval, at Contalmaison, at Guillemont, at Lopart Wood, when they trudged toward lines of German trenches, bunching a little in groups, dodging shell bursts, falling in single figures or in batches, and fighting over the enemy's parapets. I sat with them in their dugouts before battle and after battle, saw their bodies gathered up for burial, heard their snuffle of death in hospital, sat by their bedside when they were sorely wounded. So the full tragic drama of that long conflict on the Somme was burned into my brain, and I was, as it were, a part of it, and I am still seared with this remembrance and shall always be. But however deep the knowledge of tragedy, a man would be a liar if he refused to admit the heroism, the gallantry of youth, even the gaiety of men in these infernal months. Psychology on the Somme was not simple and straightforward. Men were afraid, but fear was not their dominating emotion, except in the worst hours. Men hated this fighting, but found excitement in it, often exultation, sometimes an intense stimulus of all their senses and passions before reaction and exhaustion. Men became gibbering idiots with shell shock, as I saw some of them, but others rejoiced when they saw our shells plowing into the enemy's earthworks, laughed at their own narrow escapes and at grotesque comicalities of this monstrous deviltry. The officers were proud of their men, eager for their honor and achievement. The men themselves were in rivalry with other bodies of troops and proud of their own prowess. They were scornful of all that the enemy might do to them, yet acknowledged his courage and power. They were quick to kill him, yet quick also to give him a chance of life by surrender, and after that were, 9 times out of 10, chivalrous and kindly, but incredibly brutal on the rare occasions when passion overcame them at some tale of treachery. They had the pride of the skilled labor in his own craft, as machine gunners, bombers, raiders, trench mortar men, and were keen to show their skill, whatever the risks. They were healthy animals, with animal courage as well as animal fear, and they had, some of them, a spiritual and moral fervor which bade them risk death to save a comrade, or to save a position, or to kill the fear that tried to fetter them, or to lead men with greater fear than theirs. They lived from hour to hour and forgot the peril or the misery that had passed, and did not forestall the future by apprehension unless they were of sensitive mind, with the worst quality men might have in modern warfare, imagination. They trained themselves to an intense egotism within narrow boundaries. 50 yards to the left, or 500, men were being pounded to death by shell fire. 50 yards to the right, or 500, men were being mowed down by machine gun fire. For the time being, their particular patch was quiet. It was their luck. Why worry about the other fellow? The length of a traverse in a ditch called a trench might make all the difference between heaven and hell. Dead bodies were being piled up on one side of the traverse. A shell had smashed into the platoon next door. There was a nasty mess. Men sat under their own mud bank and scooped out a tin of bully beef and hoped nothing would scoop them out of their bit of earth. This protective egotism seemed to me the instinctive soul armor of men in dangerous places when I saw them in the line. In a little way, not as a soldier, but as a correspondent, taking only 1,000th part of the risks of the fighting men, I found myself using this self-complacency. They were strafing on the left. Shells were pitching on the right. Very nasty for the men in either of those places, poor devils. But meanwhile I was on a safe patch, it seemed. Thank heaven for that. "Here," said an elderly officer, one of those rare exalted souls who thought that death was a little thing to give for one's country's sake. "Here we may be killed at any moment." He spoke the words in Reconciling maison, with a glow in his voice, as though announcing glad tidings to a friend who was a war artist camouflaged as a lieutenant and new to the scene of battle. "But," said the soldier artist, adjusting his steel hat nervously, "I don't want to be killed. I hate the idea of it." He was the normal man. The elderly officer was abnormal. The normal man, soldier without camouflage, had no use for death at all, unless it was in connection with the fellow on the opposite side of the way. He hated the notion of it applied to himself. He fought ferociously, desperately, heroically to escape it. Yet there were times, many times, when he paid not the slightest attention to the near neighborhood of that grisly specter, because in immediate, temporary tranquillity he thrust the thought from his mind and smoked a cigarette and exchanged a joke with the fellow at his elbow. There were other times when, in a state of mental exaltation, or spiritual self-sacrifice, or physical excitement, he acted regardless of all risks and did mad, marvelous, almost miraculous things, hardly conscious of his own acts, but impelled to do as he did by the passion within him, passion of love, passion of hate, passion of fear, or passion of pride. Those men, moved like that, were the leaders, the heroes. The groups followed them sometimes because of their intensity of purpose and the infection of their emotion, and the comfort that came from their real or apparent self-confidence in frightful situations. Those who got through were astonished at their own courage. Many of them became convinced, consciously or subconsciously, that they were immune from shells and bullets. They walked through harassing fire with a queer sense of carelessness. They had escaped so often that some of them had a kind of disdain of shell bursts, until perhaps one day something snapped in their nervous system, as often it did, and the bang of a door in a billet behind the lines, or a wreath of smoke from some domestic chimney, gave them a sudden shock of fear. Men differed wonderfully in their nerve resistance, and it was no question of difference in courage. In the mass, all our soldiers seemed equally brave. In the mass, they seemed astonishingly cheerful. In spite of all the abomination of that Somme fighting, our troops, before battle and after battle, a few days after, looked bright-eyed, free from haunting anxieties, and were easy in their way of laughter. It was optimism in the mass, heroism in the mass. It was only when one spoke to the individual, some friend who bared his soul a second, or some soldier ant in the multitude, with whom one talked with truth, that one saw the hatred of a man for his job, the sense of doom upon him, the weakness that was in his strength, the bitterness of this grudge against a fate that forced him to go on in this way of life, the remembrance of a life more beautiful which he had abandoned, all mingled with those other qualities of pride and comradeship and that illogical sense of humor which made up the strange complexity of his psychology. Chapter 15. It was a colonel of the North Staffordshires who revealed to me the astounding belief that he was immune from shell fire, and I met other men afterward with the same conviction. He had just come out of desperate fighting in the neighborhood of Thiepval, where his battalion had suffered heavily, and at first he was rude and sullen in the hut. I gauged him as a hard northerner, without a shred of sentiment or a flicker of any imaginative light, a stern, ruthless man. He was bitter in his speech to me because the North Staffords were never mentioned in my dispatches. He believed that this was due to some personal spite, not knowing the injustice of our military censorship under the orders of GHQ. "Why the hell don't we get a word?" he asked. "Haven't we done as well as anybody? Died as much?" I promised to do what I could, which was nothing, to put the matter right, and presently he softened, and later was amazingly candid in self-revelation. "I've a mystical power," he said. "Nothing will ever hit me as long as I keep that power which comes from faith. It is a question of absolute belief in the domination of mind over matter. I go through any barrage unscathed because my will is strong enough to turn aside explosive shells and machine-gun bullets. As matter, they must obey my intelligence. They are powerless to resist the mind of a man in touch with the universal spirit, as I am." He spoke quietly and soberly, in a matter-of-fact way. I decided that he was mad. That was not surprising. We were all mad in one way or another, or at one time or another. It was the unusual form of madness that astonished me. I envied him his particular kink. I wished I could cultivate it as an aid to courage. He claimed another peculiar form of knowledge. He knew before each action, he told me, what officers and men of his would be killed in battle. He looked at a man's eyes and knew, and he claimed that he never made a mistake. He was sorry to possess that second sight, and it worried him. There were many men who had a conviction that they would not be killed, although they did not state it in the terms expressed by the colonel of the North Staffordshires. It is curious that in some cases I know they were not mistaken and are still alive. It was indeed a general belief that if a man funked being hit, he was sure to fall, that being the reverse side of the argument. I saw the serene cheerfulness of men in places of death at many times and in many places, and I remember one group of friends on the Somme who revealed that quality to a high degree. It was when our front line ran just outside of the village of Martinpuich to Courcelette, on the other side of the Bapaume road, and when the 8th to 10th Gordons were there, after their fight through Longueval and over the ridge. It was the little crowd I had mentioned before in the Battle of Loos, and it was Lieutenant John Wood who took me to the battalion headquarters, located under some sandbags in a German dugout. All the way up to Contalmaison and beyond, there were signs of recent bloodshed and of present peril. Dead horses lay about, disemboweled by shell fire. Legs and arms protruded from shell craters where bodies lay half buried. Heavy crumps came howling through the sky and bursting with enormous noise here and there and everywhere over that vast, desolate battlefield, with its clumps of ruin and rows of dead trees. It was the devil's hunting ground, and I hated every yard of it. But John Wood, who lived in it, was astonishingly cheerful, and a fine, sturdy, gallant figure in his kilted dress, as he climbed over sandbags, walked on the top of communication trenches, not bothering to take cover, and skirting round hedges of barbed wire, apparently unconscious of the crumps that were bursting around. I found laughter and friendly greeting in a hole in the earth where the battalion staff was crowded. The colonel was courteous but busy. He rather deprecated the notion that I should go up farther to the ultimate limit of our line. It was no use putting one's head into trouble without reasonable purpose, and the German guns had been blowing in sections of his new-made trenches. But John Wood was insistent that I should meet Old Tom, afterward in command of the battalion. He had been buried and dug out again. He would like to see me. So we left the cover of the dugout and took to the open again. Long lines of Jocks were digging a support trench, digging with a kind of rhythmic movement as they threw up the earth with their shovels. Behind them was another line of Jocks, not working. They lay as though asleep, out in the open. They were the dead of the last advance. Captain Tom was leaning up against the wall of the front line trench, smoking a cigarette, with his steel hat on the back of his head. A handsome, laughing figure. He did not look like a man who had just been buried and dug out again. "It was a narrow shave," he said. "A beastly shell covered me with a ton of earth. Have a cigarette, won't you?" We gossiped as though in St. James Street. Other young Scottish officers came up and shook hands and said, "Jolly weather, isn't it? What do you think of our little show?" Not one of them gave a glance at the line of dead men over there, behind their prados. They told me some of the funny things that had happened lately in the battalion, some grim jokes by tough Jocks. They had a fine crowd of men. You couldn't beat them. "Well, good morning. Must get on with the job." There was no anguish there, no sense of despair, no sullen hatred of this life, so near to death. They seemed to like it. They did not really like it. They only made the best of it, without gloom. I saw they did not like this job of battle one evening in their mess behind the line. The colonel, who commanded them at the time, Celt of the Celts, was in a queer mood. He was a queer man, aloof in his manner, a little fey. He was annoyed with 3 of his officers who had come back late from their 3 days' Paris leave. They were giants, but stood like schoolboys before their master while he spoke ironical, bitter words. Later in the evening he mentioned casually that they must prepare to go into the line again under special orders. What about the store bombs, small arms ammunition, machine guns? The officers were stricken into silence. They stared at one another as though to say, "What does the old man mean? Is this true?" One of them became rather pale, and there was a look of tragic resignation in his eyes. Another said, "Hell," in a whisper. The adjutant answered the colonel's questions in a formal way, but thinking hard and studying the colonel's face anxiously. "Do you mean to say we're going into the line again, sir? At once?" The colonel laughed. "Don't look so scared, all of you. It's only a field day for training." The officers of the Gordons breathed more freely. Poof! They had been fairly taken in by the old man's leg-pulling. No, it was clear that they did not find any real joy in the line. They would not choose a front-line trench as the most desirable place of residence. Chapter 16. In queer psychology there was a strange mingling of the pitiful and comic among a division, the 35th, known as the Bantams. They were all volunteers, having been rejected by the ordinary recruiting officer on account of their diminutive stature, which was on an average 5 feet high, descending to 4 feet 6. Most of them came from Lancashire, Cheshire, Durham, and Glasgow, being the dwarfed children of industrial England and its mid-Victorian cruelties. Others were from London, banded together in a battalion of the Middlesex Regiment. They gave a shock to our French friends when they arrived as a division at the port of Bolognia. "Name of a dog," said the quayside loungers. "England is truly in a bad way. She is sending out her last reserves." "But they are soldiers of Lilliput," exclaimed others. "It is terrible that they should send these little ones," said kind-hearted fishwives. Under the training of General Pye, who commanded them, they became smart and brisk in the ranks. They saluted like miniature guardsmen, marched with quick little steps like clockwork soldiers. It was comical to see them strutting up and down as sentries outside divisional headquarters with their bayonets high up above their wee bodies. In trench warfare they did well, though the fire step had to be raised to let them see over the top, and in one raid captured a German machine gun, which I saw in their hands, and hauled it back, a heavier weight than ours, like ants struggling with a stick of straw. In actual battle they were hardly strong enough and could not carry all the burden of fighting kit, steel helmet, rifle, hand grenades, shovels, empty sandbags, with which other troops went into action. So they were used as support troops mostly behind the Black Watch and other battalions near Bazentin and Longueval. And there these poor little men dug and dug like beavers and crouched in the cover they made under a damnable fire until many of them were blown to bits. There was no glory in their job, only filth and blood. But they held the ground and suffered it all not gladly. They had a chance of taking prisoners at Longueval, where they rummaged in German dugouts after the line had been taken by the 15th Scottish Division and the 3rd, and they brought back a number of enormous Bavarians who were like the Brobdingnagians to these little men of Lilliput, and disgusted with that humiliation. I met the whole crowd of them after that adventure as they sat, half naked, picking the lice out of their shirts, and the conversation I had with them remains in my memory because of its grotesque humor and tragic comicality. They were excited and emotional, these stunted men. They cursed the war with the foulest curses of Scottish and northern dialects. There was one fellow, the jester of them all, whose language would have made the poppies blush. With ironical laughter, outrageous blasphemy, grotesque imagery, he described the suffering of himself and his mates under barrage fire, which smashed many of them into bleeding pulp. He had no use for this war. He cursed the name of glory. He advocated a trade unionism among soldiers to down tools wherever there was a threat of war. He was a Bolshevist before Bolshevism. He had no liking for Germans and desired to cut them into small bits, to slit their throats, to disembowel them. He looked homeward to a Yorkshire town and wondered what his missus would say if she saw him scratching himself like an ape, or lying with his head in the earth with shells bursting around him, or prodding Germans with a bayonet. "Oh," said the 5-foot hero, "there will be a lot of murder after this bloody war. What's a human life? What's the value of one man's throat? We're trained up as murderers. I don't dislike it, mind you, and after war we shan't get out of the habit of it. It'll come natural like." He was talking for my benefit, egged on to further audacities by a group of comrades who roared with laughter and said, "Go it, Bill! That's the stuff!" Among these Lilliputians were fellows who sat aloof and sullen, or spoke of their adventure with its recent horror in their eyes. Some of them had big hands on small bodies, as though they suffered from water in the brain. Many of them were sent home afterward. General Haldane, as master of the 6th Corps, paraded them and poked his stick at the more wizened ones and obviously unfit, the degenerates, and said at each prod, "You can go. You." The Bantam Division ceased to exist. They afforded many jokes to the army. One anecdote went the round. A Bantam died of disease, and he would, said General Haldane, and a comrade came to see his corpse. "Shut the door when you come out," said the old woman of his billet. "Fermez la porte, mon vieux." The living Bantam went to see the dead one and came downstairs much moved by grief. "I've seen poor Bill," he said. "As-tu fermé la porte?" said the woman anxiously. The Bantam wondered at the anxious inquiry, asked the reason for it. "C'est à cause du chat," said the old woman. "The cat, monsieur. He have had your friend in the passage 3 times already today. 3 fois." Poor little men, born of diseased civilization, they were volunteers to a man, and some of them with as much courage as soldiers twice their size. They were the Bantams who told me of the Anglican padre of Longueval. It was Father Hall of Muirfield, attached to the South African Brigade. He came out to a dressing station established in the one bit of ruin which could be used for shelter, and devoted himself to the wounded with a spiritual fervor. They were suffering horribly from thirst, which made their tongues swell and set their throats on fire. "Water!" they cried. "Water! For Christ's sake, water!" There was no water, except at a well in Longueval, under the fire of German snipers, who picked off our men when they crawled down like wild dogs, with their tongues lolling out. There was one German officer there, in a shell hole not far from the well, who sat with his revolver handy, and he was a dead shot. But he did not shoot the padre. Something in the face, the figure of that chaplain, his disregard of the bullets snapping about him, the upright, fearless way in which he crossed that way of death, held back the trigger finger of the German officer, and he let him pass. He passed many times, untouched by the bullets or machine gun fire, and he went into bad places, pits of horror, carrying hot tea, which he made from the well water for men in agony. Chapter 17. During these battles I saw thousands of German prisoners and studied their types and physiognomy, and, by permission of intelligence officers, spoke with many of them in their barbed wire cages or on the field of battle when they came along under escort. Some of them looked degraded, bestial men. One could imagine them guilty of the foulest atrocities. But in the mass they seemed to me decent, simple men, remarkably like our own lads from Saxon countries of England, though not quite so bright and brisk, as was only natural in their position as prisoners, with all the misery of war in their souls. Afterward they worked with patient industry in the prison camps, and established their own discipline, and gave very little trouble if well handled. In each crowd of them there were fellows who spoke perfect English, having lived in England as waiters and hairdressers, or clerks or mechanics. It was with them I spoke most because it was easiest, but I know enough German to talk with the others, and I found among them all the same loathing of war, the same bewilderment as to its causes, the same sense of being driven by evil powers above them. The officers were different. They lost a good deal of their arrogance, but to the last had excuses ready for all that Germany had done, and almost to the last professed to believe that Germany would win. Their sense of caste was in their nature. They refused to travel in the same carriages with their men, to stay even for an hour in the same enclosures with them. They regarded them, for the most part, as inferior beings. And there were castes even among the officers. I remember that in the last phase, when we captured a number of cavalry officers, these elegant sky-blue fellows held aloof from the infantry officers and would not mix with them. One of them paced up and down all night alone, and all next day, stiff in the corsets below that sky-blue uniform, not speaking to a soul, though within a few yards of him were many officers of infantry regiments. Our men treated their prisoners nearly always, after the blood of battle was out of their eyes, with a good-natured kindness that astonished the Germans themselves. I have seen them filling German water bottles at considerable trouble, and the escorts, 2 or 3 to a big batch of men, were utterly trustful of them. "Here, hold my rifle, Fritz," said one of our men, getting down from the truck train to greet a friend. An officer standing by took notice of this. "Take your rifle back at once. Is that a way to guard your prisoners?" Our man was astonished. "Lord bless you, sir. They don't want no guarding. They're glad to be took. They guard themselves." "Your men are extraordinary," a German officer told me. "They asked me whether I would care to go down at once or wait until the barrage had passed." He seemed amazed at that thoughtfulness for his comfort. It was in the early days of the Somme fighting, and crowds of our men stood on the banks above a sunken road, watching the prisoners coming down. This officer who spoke to me had an iron cross, and the men wanted to see it and handle it. "Will they give it back again?" he asked nervously, fumbling at the ribbon. "Certainly," I assured him. He handed it to me, and I gave it to the men, who passed it from one to the other and then back to the owner. "Your men are extraordinary," he said. "They're wonderful." One of the most interesting prisoners I met on the field of battle was a tall, black-bearded man whom I saw walking away from La Boisselle when that place was smoking with shell bursts. An English soldier was on each side of him, and each man carried a handbag while this black-bearded giant chatted with them. It was a strange group, and I edged nearer to them and spoke to one of the men. "Who's this? Why do you carry his bags?" "Oh, we're giving him special privileges," said the man. "He stayed behind to look after our wounded. Said his job was to look after wounded wherever they were. So there he's been, in a dugout, bandaging our lads, and no joke either. It's hell up there. We're glad to get out of it." I spoke to the German doctor and walked with him. He discussed the philosophy of the war, simply and with what seemed like sincerity. "This war," he said, with a sad, ironical laugh, "we go on killing one another to no purpose. Europe is being bled to death, and will be impoverished for long years. We Germans thought it was a war for Kultur, our civilization. Now we know it is a war against Kultur, against religion, against all civilization." "How will it end?" I asked. "I see no end to it," he answered. "It is the suicide of nations. Germany is strong, and England is strong, and France is strong. It is impossible for one side to crush the other. So when is the end to come?" I met many other prisoners then, and a year afterward, who could see no end to the massacre. They believed the war would go on until living humanity on all sides revolted from the unceasing sacrifice. In the autumn of 1918, when at last the end came in sight by German defeat, unexpected a few months before even by the greatest optimist in the British armies, the German soldiers were glad. They did not care how the war ended so long as it ended. Defeat? What did that matter? Was it worse to be defeated than for the race to perish by bleeding to death? Chapter 18. The struggle for Pozieres Ridge and High Wood lasted from the beginning of August until the middle of September. 6 weeks of fighting as desperate as any in the history of the world until that time. The Australians dealt with Pozieres itself, working round Mouquet Farm, where the Germans refused to be routed from their tunnels, and up to the windmill on the high ground of Pozieres, for which there was unceasing slaughter on both sides because the Germans counterattacked again and again, and waves of men surged up and fell around that mound of forsaken brick, which I saw as a reddish cone through flame and smoke. Those Australians whom I had seen arrive in France, had proved their quality. They had come believing that nothing could be worse than their ordeal in the Dardanelles. Now they knew that Pozieres was the last word in frightfulness. The intensity of the shell fire under which they lay shook them, if it did not kill them. Many of their wounded told me that it had broken their nerve. They would never fight again without a sense of horror. "Our men are more highly strung than the English," said one Australian officer, and I was astonished to hear these words, because those Australians seemed to me without nerves, as though tough as gristle in their fiber. They fought stubbornly, grimly, in ground so ravaged with fire that the earth was finely powdered. They stormed the Pozieres ridge, yard by yard, and held its crest under sweeping barrages which tore up their trenches as soon as they were dug, and buried and mangled their living flesh. In 6 weeks they suffered 20,000 casualties, and Pozieres now is an Australian graveyard, and the memorial which stands there is to the ghosts of that splendid youth which fell in heaps about that plateau and the slopes below. Many English boys of the Sussex, West Kent's, Surrey, and Warwick regiments in the 18th Division died at their side, not less patient in sacrifice, not liking it better. Many Scots of the 15th and 9th Divisions, many New Zealanders, many London men of the 47th and 56th Divisions fell, killed or wounded, to the right of them on the way to Martinpuich and Eaucourt-le-Bave and Flers, from Highwood and Longueval and Bazentine. The 3rd Division of Yorkshires and Northumberland Fusiliers, Royal Scots and Gordons, were earning that name of the Iron Division, and not by any easy heroism. Every division in the British Army took its turn in the bloodbath of the Somme, and was duly blooded, at the cost of 25%, and sometimes 50%, of their fighting strength. The Canadians took up the struggle at Courcelette and captured it in a fierce and bloody battle. The Australians worked up on the right of the Albert Bapaume road to Thilloy and Livigny and Thilloy. On the far left the fortress of Thiepval had fallen at last after repeated and frightful assaults, which I watched from ditches close enough to see our infantry, Wiltshires and Worcesters of the 25th Division, struggle, trudging through infernal fire. And then, at last, after 5 months of superhuman effort, enormous sacrifice, mass heroism, desperate willpower, and the tenacity of each individual human ant in this wild ant heap, the German lines were smashed. The Australians surged into Bapaume, and the enemy, stricken by the prolonged fury of our attack, fell back in a far and wide retreat across a country which we laid waste, to the shelter of his Hindenburg line, from Bullecourt to Saint-Quentin. Chapter 19. The goal of our desire seemed attained when at last we reached Bapaume, after these terrific battles in which all our divisions, numbering nearly 1,000,000 men, took part, with not much difference in courage, not much difference in average of loss. By the end of that year's fighting our casualties had mounted up to the frightful total of 400,000 men. Those fields were strewn with our dead. Our graveyards were growing forests of little white crosses. The German dead lay in heaps. There were 1,200 corpses littered over the earth below Loupart Wood in one mass, and 800 of them were German. I could not walk without treading on them there. When I fell in the slime I clutched arms and legs. The stench of death was strong and awful. But our men who had escaped death and shell shock kept their sanity through all this wilderness of slaughter, kept, oh marvelous, their spirit of humor, their faith in some kind of victory. I was with the Australians on that day when they swarmed into Bapaume, and they brought out trophies like men at a county fair. I remember an Australian colonel who came riding with a German beer mug at his saddle. Next day, though shells were still bursting in the ruins, some Australian boys set up some painted scenery which they had found among the rubbish, and chalked up the name of the Cooee Theater. The enemy was in retreat to his Hindenburg line, over a wide stretch of country which he laid waste behind him, making a desert of French villages and orchards and parks, so that even the fruit trees were cut down, and the churches blown up, and the graves ransacked for their lead. It was the enemy's first retreat on the Western Front, and that ferocious fighting of the British troops had smashed the strongest defenses ever built in war, and our raw recruits had broken the most famous regiments of the German army. So in spite of all tragedy and all agony, our men were not downcast, but followed up their enemy with a sense of excitement because it seemed so much like victory and the end of war. When the Germans retreated from Gommecourt, where so many boys of the 56th London Division had fallen on the 1st of July, I went through that evil place by way of Fonquevillers, which we called Funky Villas, and stumbling over the shell craters and broken trenches and dead bodies between the dead mass of slashed and branchless trees, came into the open country to our outpost line. I met there a friendly sergeant who surprised me by referring in a casual way to a little old book of mine. "This place," he said, glancing at me, "is a strange street of adventure." It reminded me of another reference to that tale of mine when I was among a crowd of London lads who had just engaged in a bloody fight at a place called the Hairpin. A young officer sent for me, and I found him in the loft of a stinking barn, sitting in a tub as naked as he was born. "I just wanted to ask you," he said, "whether Catherine married Frank." The sergeant at Gommecourt was anxious to show me his own street of adventure. "I belong to Toc Emmas," he said, meaning trench mortars, "and my officers would be very pleased if you would have a look at their latest stunt. We've got a 9.2 mortar in pigeon wood, way beyond the infantry. It's never been done before, and we're going to blow old Fritz out of Kite Copse." I followed him into the blue, as it seemed to me, and we fell in with a young officer also on his way to Pigeon Wood. He was in a merry mood, in spite of harassing fire round about and the occasional howl of 5.9. He kept stopping to look at enormous holes in the ground and laughing at something that seemed to tickle his sense of humor. "See that?" he said. "That's old Charlie Londa's work." At another pit in upheaved earth he said, "That's Charlie Londa's again. Old Charlie. Gave him hell. He's a topping chap. You must meet him. My God, look at that." He roared with laughter again, on the edge of an unusually large crater. "Who is Charlie?" I asked. "Where can I find him?" "Oh, we shall meet him in Pigeon Wood. He's as pleased as Punch at having got beyond the infantry. First time it has ever been done. Took a bit of doing, too, with the largest size of Toc Emma." We entered Pigeon Wood after a long walk over wild chaos, and guided by the officer and sergeant, I dived down into a deep dugout just captured from the Germans, who were 200 yards away in Kite Copse. "What cheer, Charlie?" shouted the young officer. "Hello, fellow, my lad. Come in. We're getting gloriously binged on a rare find of German brandy. Topping, and I have brought a visitor." Captain Charles Londes, dear old Charlie, received us most politely in one of the best dugouts I ever saw, with smoothly paneled walls, fitted up with shelves, and good deal furniture made to match. "This is a very nice little home in hell," said Charles. "At any moment, of course, we may be blown to bits, but meanwhile it is very comfy down here. And what makes everything good is a bottle of rare old brandy and an unlimited supply of German soda water. Also, to add to the gaiety of indecent minds, there is a complete outfit of ladies' clothing in a neighboring dugout. Funny fellows, those German officers. Take a pew, won't you, and have a drink. Orderly!" He shouted for his man and ordered a further supply of German soda water. We drank to the confusion of the enemy, in his own brandy and soda water, out of his own mugs, sitting on his own chairs, at his own table, and dear old Charlie, who was a little étoile, as afterward I became, with a sense of deep satisfaction, the noise of shells seemingly remote, discoursed on war, which he hated, German psychology, trench mortar barrages (they had simply blown the Boche out of Gommecourt), and his particular fancy stunt of stealing a march on the infantry, who, said Captain Londes, are laps behind. Other officers crowded into the dugout. One of them said, "You must come round to mine. It's a blasted palace." And I went round later, and he told me on the way that he had escaped so often from shell bursts that he thought the average of luck was up, and he was bound to get done in before long. Charlie Lowndes dispensed drinks with noble generosity. There was much laughter among us, and afterward we went upstairs to the edge of the wood, to which a heavy, wet mist was clinging, and saw the trench mortar section play the devil with kite copse over the way. Late in the afternoon I took my leave of a merry company in that far-flung outpost of our line, and wished them luck. A few shells crashed through the wood as I left, but I was disdainful of them after that admirable brandy. It was a long walk back to Funky Villas, not without the interest of arithmetical calculations about the odds of luck in harassing fire, but 1,000 yards or so from Pigeon Wood I looked back and saw that the enemy had begun to take notice. Heavy shells were smashing through the trees there ferociously. I hoped my friends were safe in their dugouts again. And I thought of the laughter and gallant spirit of the young men after 5 months of the greatest battles in the history of the world. It seemed to me wonderful. Chapter 20. I have described what happened on our side of the lines, our fearful losses, the stream of wounded that came back day by day, the butchers' shops, the agony in men's souls, the shell-shock cases, the welter and bewilderment of battle, the shelling of our own troops, the lack of communication between fighting units and the command, the filth and stench of the hideous shambles which were our battlefields. But to complete the picture of that human conflict in the Somme, I must now tell what happened to the German side of the lines, as I was able to piece that tale together from German prisoners with whom I talked, German letters which I found in their abandoned dugouts, and documents which fell into the hands of our staff officers. Our men were at least inspirited by the knowledge that they were beating their enemy back, in spite of their own bloody losses. The Germans had not even that source of comfort, for whatever it might be worth under barrage fire. The mistakes of our generalship, the inefficiency of our staff work, were not greater than the blunderings of the German High Command, and their problem was more difficult than ours because of the weakness of their reserves, owing to enormous preoccupation on the Russian front. The agony of their men was greater than ours. To understand the German situation, it must be remembered that from January to May 1916, the German command on the Western Front was concentrating all its energy and available strength in manpower and gunpowder upon the attack of Verdun. The Crown Prince had staked his reputation upon that adventure, which he believed would end in the capture of the strongest French fortresses and the destruction of the French armies. He demanded men and more men, until every unit that could be spared from other fronts of the line had been thrown into that furnace. Divisions were called in from other theaters of war, and increased the strength on the Western Front to the total of about 130 divisions. But the months passed, and Verdun still held out above piles of German corpses on its slopes, and in June Germany looked east and saw a great menace. The Russian offensive was becoming violent. German generals on the Russian fronts sent desperate messages for help. "Send us more men," they said, and from the Western Front 4 divisions containing 39 battalions were sent to them. They must have been sent grudgingly, for now another menace threatened the enemy, and it was ours. The British armies were getting ready to strike. In spite of Verdun, France still had men enough withdrawn from that part of the line in which they had been relieved by the British to cooperate in the new attack. It was our offensive that the German command feared most, for they had no exact knowledge of our strength or of the quality of our new troops. They knew that our army had grown prodigiously since the assault on Loos nearly a year before. They had heard of Canadian reinforcements and the coming of the Australians and the steady increase of recruiting in England, and month by month they had heard the louder roar of our guns along the line and had seen our destructive effect spreading and becoming more terrible. They knew of the steady, quiet concentration of batteries and divisions on the west and south of the Ancre. The German command expected a heavy blow and prepared for it, but as yet had no knowledge of the driving force behind it. What confidence they had of being able to resist the British attack was based upon the wonderful strength of lines which they had been digging and fortifying since the autumn of the first year of war. Impregnable positions, they called them. The inexperience of our troops, their own immense quantity of machine guns, the courage and skill of their gunners, and their profound belief in the superiority of German generalship. In order to prevent espionage during the coming struggle, and to conceal the movement of troops and guns, they ordered the civil populations to be removed from villages close behind their positions, drew cordons of military police across the country, picketed crossroads, and established a network of counter-espionage to prevent any leakage of information. To inspire the German troops with a spirit of martial fervor, not easily aroused to fever pitch after the bloody losses before Verdun, orders of the day were issued to the battalions, counseling them to hold fast against the hated English, who stood foremost in the way of peace. That was the gist of a manifesto by Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, which I found in a dugout at Montauban, and promising them a speedy ending to the war. Great stores of material and munitions were concentrated at railheads and dumps, ready to be sent up to the firing lines, and the perfection of German organization may well have seemed flawless before the attack began. When they began, they found that in heavies and in expenditure of high explosives they were outclassed. They were startled, too, by the skill and accuracy of the British gunners, whom they had scorned as amateurs, and by the daring of our airmen, who flew over their lines with the utmost audacity, spotting for the guns and registering on batteries and communication trenches, crossroads, railheads, and every vital point of organization in the German war machine, working opposite the British lines north and south of the Ancre. Even before the British infantry had left their trenches at dawn on July 1st, German officers behind the firing lines saw with anxiety that all the organization which had worked so smoothly in times of ordinary trench warfare was now working only in a hazardous way under a deadly storm of shells. Food and supplies of all kinds could not be sent up to front-line trenches without many casualties, and sometimes could not be sent up at all. Telephone wires were cut and communications broken between the front and headquarters staffs. Staff officers sent up to report were killed on the way to the lines. Troops moving forward from reserve areas came under heavy fire and lost many men before arriving in the support trenches. Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, sitting aloof from all this in personal safety, must have known before July 1st that his resources in men and material would be strained to the uttermost by the British attack, but he could take a broader view than the men closer to the scene of battle, and taking into account the courage of his troops, he had no need to doubt that, the immense strength of their positions, dug and tunneled beyond the power of high explosives, the number of his machine guns, the concentration of his artillery, and the rawness of the British troops, he could count up the possible cost and believe that in spite of a heavy price to pay there would be no break in his lines. At 7:30 a.m. on July 1st, the British infantry, as I have told, left their trenches and attacked on the right angle down from Gommecourt, Beaumont-Hamel, Thiepval, Ovillers, and La Boisselle, and eastward from Fricourt, below Amiens and Montauban. For a week the German troops, Bavarians and Prussians, had been crouching in their dugouts listening to the ceaseless crashing of the British drum fire in places like Beaumont-Hamel, and men down in the deep tunnels, some of them large enough to hold a battalion and a half, were safe as long as they stayed there. But to get in or out was death. Trenches disappeared into a sea of shell craters, and men holding them, for some men had to stay on duty there, were blown to fragments. Many of the shallower dugouts were smashed in by heavy shells, and officers and men lay dead there as I saw them lying on the first days of July, in Fricourt and Amiens and Montauban. The living men kept their courage, but below ground, under that tumult of bursting shells, and wrote pitiful letters to their people at home, describing the horror of those hours. "We are quite shut off from the rest of the world," wrote one of them. "Nothing comes to us. No letters. The English keep such a barrage on our approaches. It is terrible. Tomorrow evening it will be 7 days since this bombardment began. We cannot hold out much longer. Everything is shot to pieces." Thirst was one of their tortures. In many of the tunneled shelters there was enough food, but the water could not be sent up. The German soldiers were maddened by thirst. When rain fell, many of them crawled out and drank filthy water mixed with yellow shell sulfur, and they were killed by high explosives. Other men crept out, careless of death, but compelled to drink. They crouched over the bodies of the men who lay above or in the shell holes and lapped up the puddles, and then crawled down again if they were not hit. When our infantry attacked at Gommecourt and Beaumont Hamel and Thiepval, they were received by waves of machine gun bullets fired by men who, in spite of the ordeal of our 7 days' bombardment, came out into the now open at the moment of attack which they knew through their periscopes was coming. They brought their guns above the shell craters and their destroyed trenches under our barrage and served them. They ran forward even into no man's land and planted their machine guns there and swept down our men as they charged. Over their heads the French gunners flung a frightful barrage, plowing gaps in the ranks of our men. On the left, by Gommecourt and Beaumont Hamel, the British attack failed, as I have told, but southward the impregnable lines were smashed by a tide of British soldiers, as sand castles are overwhelmed by the waves. Our men swept up to Fricourt, struck straight up to Montauban on the right, captured it, and flung a loop around Mametz village. For the German generals, receiving their reports with great difficulty because runners were killed and telephones broken, the question was, how will these British troops fight in the open after their first assault? How will our men stand between the first line and the second? As far as the German troops were concerned, there were no signs of cowardice or low morale, as we called it more kindly, in those early days of the struggle. They fought with desperate courage, holding on to positions in rearguard actions when our guns were slashing them and when our men were getting near to them, making us pay a heavy price for every little copse or gully or section of trench, and above all serving their machine guns at La Boisselle, Ovillers, above Fricourt, round Contalmaison, and at all points of their gradual retreat, with a wonderful obstinacy, until they were killed or captured. But fresh waves of British soldiers followed those who were checked or broken. After the first week of battle, the German General Staff had learned the truth about the qualities of those British new armies which had been mocked and caricatured in German comic papers. They learned that these amateur soldiers had the qualities of the finest troops in the world, not only extreme valor, but skill and cunning, not only a great power of endurance under the heaviest fire, but a spirit of attack which was terrible in its effect. They were fierce bayonet fighters. Once having gained a bit of earth or a ruined village, nothing would budge them unless they could be blasted out by gunfire. General Sixt von Arnim put down some candid notes in his report to Prince Ruprecht. The English infantry shows great dash in attack, a factor to which immense confidence in its overwhelming artillery greatly contributes. It has shown great tenacity in defense. This was especially noticeable in the case of small parties which, when once established with machine guns in the corner of the wood or a group of houses, were very difficult to drive out. The German losses were piling up. The agony of the German troops under our shell fire was reaching unnatural limits of torture. The early prisoners I saw, Prussians and Bavarians of the 14th Reserve Corps, were nerve-broken and told frightful stories of the way in which their regiments had been cut to pieces. The German generals had to fill up the gaps, to put new barriers of men against the waves of British infantry. They flung new troops into the line, called up hurriedly from reserve depots. Now, for the first time, their staff work showed signs of disorder and demoralization. When the Prussian Guards Reserve were brought up from Valenciennes to counterattack at Contalmaison, they were sent on to the battlefield without maps or local guides and walked straight into our barrage. A whole battalion was cut to pieces, and many others suffered frightful things. Some of the prisoners told me that they had lost 3/4 of their number in casualties, and our troops advanced over heaps of killed and wounded. The 122nd Bavarian Regiment in Contalmaison was among those which suffered horribly. Owing to our ceaseless gunfire, they could get no food supplies and no water. The dugouts were crowded, so that they had to take turns to get into these shelters, and outside our shells were bursting over every yard of ground. Those who went outside, a prisoner told me, were killed or wounded. Some of them had their heads blown off, and some of them their arms. but we went on taking turns in the hole, although those who went outside knew that it was their turn to die, most likely. At last, most of those who came into the hole were wounded, some of them badly, so that they lay in blood. That is one little picture in a great panorama of bloodshed. The German command was not thinking much about the human suffering of its troops. It was thinking of the next defensive line upon which they would have to fall back if the pressure of the British offensive could be maintained, the Longueval, Bazentin, Pozières line. It was getting nervous. Owing to the enormous efforts made in the Verdun offensive, the supplies of ammunition were not adequate to the enormous demand. The German gunners were trying to compete with the British in continuity of bombardments, and the shells were running short. Guns were wearing out under their incessant strain, and it was difficult to replace them. General von Gallwitz received reports of an alarmingly large number of bursts in the bore, particularly in field guns. General von Armin complained that reserve supplies of ammunition were only available in very small quantities. The German telephone system proved totally inadequate in consequence of the development which the fighting took. The German air service was surprisingly weak, and the British airmen had established temporary mastery. The numerical superiority of the enemy's airmen, noted General von Arnim, and the fact that their machines were better made, became disagreeably apparent to us, particularly in their direction of the enemy's artillery and bomb dropping. On July 15th the British troops broke the German second line at Longueval and the Bazentins, and inflicted general losses upon the enemy, who fought with their usual courage until the British bayonets were among them. A day or two later the fortress of Ovillers fell, and remnants of the garrison, 150 strong, after a desperate and gallant resistance in ditches and tunnels, where they had fought to the last, surrendered with honor. Then began the long battle of the woods, Devil's Wood, High Wood, Trollne Wood, continued through August with most fierce and bloody fighting, which ended in our favor and forced the enemy back, gradually but steadily, in spite of the terrific bombardments which filled those woods with shell fire and the constant counterattacks delivered by the Germans. "Counterattack!" came the order from the German staff, and battalions of men marched out obediently to certain death, sometimes with incredible folly on the part of their commanding officers, who ordered these attacks to be made without the slightest chance of success. I saw an example of that at close range during a battle at Folfemont Farm near Guillemont. Our men had advanced from Wedgwood, and I watched them from a trench just south of this, to which I had gone at a great pace over shell craters and broken wire with a young observing officer who had been detailed to report back to the guns. Old Falstaff, whose songs and stories had filled the tent under the Red Cross with laughter, toiled after us gallantly, but grunting and sweating under the sun like his prototype, until we lost him in our hurry. Presently a body of Germans came out of a copse called Leuzewood, on rising ground, faced round among the thin slashed trees of Follemont, and advanced toward our men, shoulder to shoulder, like a solid bar. It was sheer suicide. I saw our men get their machine guns into action, and the right side of the living bar frittered away, and then the whole line fell into the scorched grass. Another line followed. They were tall men and did not falter as they came forward, but it seemed to me they walked like men conscious of going to death. They died. The simile is outworn, but it was exactly as though some invisible scythe had mown them down. In all the letters written during those weeks of fighting, and captured by us from dead or living men, there was one cry of agony and horror. "I stood on the brink of the most terrible days of my life," wrote one of them. They were those of the Battle of the Somme. It began with a night attack on August 13th and 14th. The attack lasted till the evening of the 18th, when the English wrote on our bodies in letters of blood, "It's all over with you." A handful of half-mad, wretched creatures, worn out in body and mind, were all that was left of a whole battalion. We were that handful. The losses of many of the German battalions were staggering, yet not greater than our own, and by the middle of August the morale of the troops was severely shaken. The 117th Division by Pozières suffered very heavily. The 11th Reserve and 157th Regiments each lost nearly three-quarters of their effectives. The 9th Reserve Corps had also lost heavily. The 9th Reserve Jaeger Battalion lost about three-quarters, and the 84th Reserve and 86th Reserve over half. On August 10th, the 16th Division had 6 battalions in reserve. By August 19th, owing to the large number of casualties, the greater part of those reserves had been absorbed into the front and support trenches, leaving as available reserves 2 exhausted battalions. The weakness of the division and the absolute necessity of reinforcing it led to the 15th Reserve Infantry Regiment, 2nd Guards Division, being brought up to strengthen the right flank in the Leipzig salient. This regiment had suffered casualties to the extent of over 50% west of Pozières during the middle of July, and showed no eagerness to return to the fight. These are but a few examples of what was happening along the whole of the German front on the Somme. It became apparent by the end of August that the enemy was in trouble to find fresh troops to relieve his exhausted divisions, and that the wastage was faster than the arrival of new men. It was noticeable that he left divisions in the line until incapable of further effort, rather than relieving them earlier, so that after resting they might again be brought onto the battlefield. The only conclusion to be drawn from this was that the enemy had not sufficient formations available to make necessary reliefs. In July, 3 of these exhausted divisions were sent to the east, their place being taken by 2 new divisions, and in August 3 more exhausted divisions were sent to Russia, 8 new divisions coming to the Somme front. The British and French offensive was drawing in all the German reserves and draining them of their life's blood. "We entrained at Savigny," wrote a man of one of these regiments, "and at once knew our destination. It was our bloodbath, the Somme." In many letters this phrase was used. The Somme was called the bath of blood by the German troops who waded across its shell craters and in the ditches, which were heaped with their dead. But what I have described is only the beginning of the battle, and the bath was to be filled deeper in the months that followed. End of section 18. Section 19 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, chapters 21 to 23. Chapter 21. The name, that bloodbath, and the news of battle could not be hidden from the people of Germany, who had already been chilled with horror by the losses at Verdun, nor from the soldiers of reserve regiments quartered in the French and Belgian towns like Valenciennes, Saint-Quentin, Cambrai, Lille, Bruges, and as far back as Brussels, waiting to go to the front, nor from the civil population of those towns, held for 2 years by their enemy, these blonde young men who lived in their houses, marched down their streets, and made love to their women. The news was brought down from the Somme front by Red Cross trains, arriving in endless succession and packed with maimed and mangled men. German military police formed cordons around the railway stations, pushed back civilians who came to stare with somber eyes at these blanketed bundles of living flesh. But when the ambulance rumbled through the streets toward the hospitals, long processions of them, with the soles of men's boots turned up over the stretchers on which they lay quiet and stiff, the tale was told, though no word was spoken. The tale of defeat, of great losses, of grave and increasing anxiety, was told clearly enough, as I read in captured letters, by the faces of German officers who went about in these towns behind the lines with gloomy looks, and whose tempers, never of the sweetest, became irritable and unbearable, so that the soldiers hated them for all this cursing and bullying. A certain battalion commander had a nervous breakdown because he had to meet his colonel in the morning. "He is dying with fear and anxiety," wrote one of his comrades. Other men, not battalion commanders, were even more afraid of their superior officers, upon whom this bad news from the Somme had an evil effect. The bad news was spread by divisions taken out of the line and sent back to rest. The men reported that their battalions had been cut to pieces. Some of their regiments had lost three-quarters of their strength. They described the frightful effect of the British artillery, the smashed trenches, the shell crater, the horror. It was not good for the morale of men who were just going up there to take their turn. The man who was afraid of his colonel sits all day long writing home, with the picture of his wife and children before his eyes. He was afraid of other things. Bavarian soldiers quarreled with Prussians, accused them, unjustly, of shirking the Somme battlefields and leaving the Bavarians to go to the bloodbath. Quotes, all the Bavarian troops were being sent to the Somme. This much is certain. You can see no Prussians there. And this in spite of the losses the 1st Bavarian Corps suffered recently at Verdun. And how we did suffer! It appears that we are in for another turn, at least the 5th Bavarian Division. Everybody has been talking about it for a long time. To the devil with it. Every Bavarian regiment is being sent into it, and it's a swindle. End of quotes. It was in no cheerful mood that the men went away to the Somme battlefields. Those battalions of gray-clad men, entrained without any of the old enthusiasm with which they had gone to earlier battles. Their gloom was noticed by the officers. "Sing, you sheep's heads, sing!" they shouted. They were compelled to sing by order. "In the afternoon," wrote a man of the 18th Reserve Division, "we had to go out again. We were to learn to sing. The greater part did not join in, and the song went feebly. Then we had to march round in a circle and sing, and that went no better. After that we had an hour off, and on the way back to billets we were to sing Deutschland über alles, but this broke down completely. One never hears songs of the fatherland any more." They were silent, grave-eyed men who marched through the streets of French and Belgian towns to be entrained for the Somme front, for they had forebodings of the fate before them. Yet none of their forebodings was equal in intensity of fear to the frightful reality into which they were flung. The journey to the Somme front, on the German side, was a way of terror, ugliness, and death. Not all the imagination of morbid minds, searching obscenely for foulness and blood in the great deep pits of human agony, could surpass these scenes along the way to the German lines, round Courcelette and Flers, Goudencourt, Morval, and Lesboeufs. Many times, long before the German battalions had arrived near the trenches, it was but a collection of nerve-broken men bemoaning losses already suffered far behind the lines and filled with hideous apprehension. For British long-range guns were hurling high explosives into distant villages, barraging crossroads, reaching out to railheads and ammunition dumps, while British airmen were on bombing flights over railway stations and rest billets and high roads down which the German troops came marching at Cambrai, Bapaume, in the valley between Eules and Wallencourt, at Ligny-Tilly and Bussigny, and many other places on the lines of route. German soldiers arriving one morning at Cambrai by train found themselves under the fire of a single airplane which flew very low and dropped bombs. They exploded with heavy crashes, and one bomb hit the first carriage behind the engine, killing and wounding several men. A second bomb hit the station buildings, and there was a clatter of broken glass and rending of wood and the fall of bricks. All lights went out, and the German soldiers groped about in the darkness amid the splinters of glass and the fallen bricks, searching for the wounded by the sound of their groans. It was but one scene along the way to that bloodbath, through which they had to wade to the trenches of the Somme. Flights of British airplanes circled over the villages on the way. At Grévillers, in August, 11 112-16 bombs fell in the market square, so that the center of the village collapsed in a state of ruin, burying soldiers billeted there. Every day the British airmen paid these visits, meeting the Germans far up the roads on their way to the Somme, and swooping over them like a flying death. Even on the march in open country the German soldiers, tramping silently along, not singing in spite of orders, were bombed and shot at by these British aviators, who flew down very low, pouring out streams of machine-gun bullets. The Germans lost their nerve at such times and scattered into the ditches, falling over one another, struck and cursed by their Unteroffizieren, and leaving their dead and wounded in the roadway. As the roads went nearer to the battlefields, they were choked with the traffic of war, with artillery and transport wagons and horse ambulances, and always thousands of gray men marching up to the lines, or back from them, exhausted and broken after many days in the fires of hell up there. Officers sat on their horses by the roadside, directing all the traffic with the usual swearing and cursing, and rode alongside the transport wagons and the troops, urging them forward at a quicker pace because of stern orders received from headquarters demanding quicker movement. The reserves, it seemed, were desperately wanted up in the lines. The English were attacking again. God alone knew what was happening. Regiments had lost their way. Wounded were pouring back. Officers had gone mad. Into the midst of all this turmoil shells fell. Shells from long-range guns. Transport wagons were blown to bits. The bodies and fragments of artillery horses lay all over the roads. Men lay dead or bleeding under the debris of gun wheels and broken bricks. Above all the noise of this confusion and death in the night, the hard, stern voices of German officers rang out, and German discipline prevailed, and men marched on to greater perils. They were in the shell zone now, and sometimes a regiment on the march was tracked all along the way by British gunfire, directed from airplanes and captive balloons. It was the fate of a captured officer I met who had detrained at Bapaume for the trenches of Contalmaison. At Bapaume, his battalion was hit by fragments of 12-inch shells. Nearer to the line, they came under fire of 8-inch and 6-inch shells. 4.7s found them somewhere by Bazentine. At Contalmaison, they marched into a barrage, and here the officer was taken prisoner. Of his battalion, there were few men left. It was so with the 3rd Jaeger Battalion, ordered up hurriedly to make a counterattack near Flers. They suffered so heavily on the way to the trenches that no attack could be made. The stretcher-bearers had all the work to do. The way up to the trenches became more tragic as every kilometer was passed, until the stench of corruption was wafted on the wind, so that men were sickened and tried not to breathe, and marched hurriedly to get on to the lee of its foulness. They walked now through places which had once been villages, but were sinister ruins where death lay in wait for German soldiers. "It seems queer to me," wrote one of them, "that whole villages close to the front look as flattened as a child's toy under a steamroller. Not one stone remains on another. The streets are one line of shell holes. Add to that the thunder of the guns, and you will see with what feelings we came into the line, into trenches where for months shells of all caliber have rained. Flers is a scrap heap." Again and again men lost their way up to the lines. The reliefs could only be made at night lest they should be discovered by British airmen and British gunners, and even if these German soldiers had trench maps, the guidance was but little good when many trenches had been smashed in and only shell craters could be found. "In the front line of Flers," wrote one of these Germans, "the men were only occupying shell holes. Behind, there was the intense smell of putrefaction which filled the trench almost unbearably. The corpses lie either quite insufficiently covered with earth on the edge of the trench or quite close under the bottom of the trench, so that the earth lets the stench through. In some places bodies lie quite uncovered in a trench recess, and no one seems to trouble about them. One sees horrible pictures, here an arm, here a foot, here a head, sticking out of the earth. And these are all German soldier heroes. Not far from us, at the entrance to a dugout, 9 men were buried, of whom 3 were dead. All along the trench men kept on getting buried. What had been a perfect trench a few hours before was in parts completely blown in. The men were getting weaker. It is impossible to hold out any longer. Losses can no longer be reckoned accurately. Without a doubt, many of our people are killed. That is only one out of thousands of such gruesome pictures. true as the death they described, true to the pictures on our side of the line as on their side, which went back to German homes during the battles of the Somme. Those German soldiers were great letter writers, and men sitting in wet ditches, in foxholes, as they called their dugouts, up to my waist in mud, as one of them described, scribbled pitiful things which they hoped might reach their people at home as a voice from the dead, for they had little hope of escape from the bloodbath. "When you get this, I shall be a corpse," wrote one of them, and one finds the same foreboding in many of these documents. Even the lucky ones who could get some cover from the incessant bombardment by English guns began to lose their nerves after a day or two. They were always in fear of British infantry sweeping upon them suddenly behind the Trommelfeuer, rushing their dugouts with bombs and bayonets. Sentries became jumpy and signaled attacks when there were no attacks. The gas alarm was sounded constantly by the clang of a bell in the trench, and men put on their heavy gas masks and sat in them until they were nearly stifled. Here is a little picture of life in a German dugout near the British lines, written by a man now dead. The telephone bell rings. "Are you there?" "Yes." "There's Nose battalion." "Good. That's all." Then that ceases, and now the wire is in again, perhaps for the 25th or 30th time. Thus the night is interrupted, and now they come, alarm messages, one after another, each more terrifying than the other, of enormous losses through the bombs and shells of the enemy, of huge masses of troops advancing upon us, of all possible possibilities, such as a train broken down, and we are tortured by all the terrors that the mind can invent. Our nerves quiver. We clench our teeth. None of us can forget the horrors of the night. Heavy rain fell, and the dugouts became wet and filthy. Our sleeping places are full of water. We had to try and bail out the trenches with cooking dishes. I lay down in the water with G. We were to have worked on dugouts, but not a soul could do any more. Only a few sections got coffee. Mine got nothing at all. I was frozen in every limb, poured the water out of my boots, and lay down again. Our men suffered exactly the same things, but did not write about them. The German generals and their staff could not be quite indifferent to all this welter of human suffering among their troops, in spite of the cold, scientific spirit with which they regarded the problem of war. The agony of the individual soldier would not trouble them. There is no war without agony, but the psychology of masses of men had to be considered, because it affects the efficiency of the machine. The German General Staff on the Western Front was becoming seriously alarmed by the declining morale of its infantry under the increasing strain of the British attacks, and adopted stern measures to cure it. But it could not hope to cure the heaps of German dead who were lying on the battlefields, nor the maimed men who were being carried back to the dressing stations, nor to bring back the prisoners taken in droves by the French and British troops. Before the attack on Fleur's line, the capture of Thiepval, and the German debacle at Beaumont Hamel in November, the enemy's command was already filled with grave anxiety at the enormous losses of its fighting strength, was compelled to adopt new expedients for increasing the number of its divisions. It was forced to withdraw troops badly needed on other fronts, and the successive shocks of the British offensive reached as far as Germany itself, so that the whole of its recruiting system had to be revised to fill up the gaps torn out of the German ranks. Chapter 22. All through July and August the enemy's troops fought with wonderful and stubborn courage, defending every bit of broken woodland, every heap of bricks that was once a village, every line of trenches smashed by heavy shell fire, with obstinacy. It is indeed fair and just to say that throughout those battles of the Somme our men fought against an enemy hard to beat, grim and resolute, and inspired sometimes with the courage of despair, which was hardly less dangerous than the courage of hope. The Australians, who struggled to get the high ground at Pozieres, did not have an easy task. The enemy made many counterattacks against them. All the ground thereabouts was, as I have said, so smashed that the earth became finely powdered, and it was the arena of bloody fighting at close quarters which did not last a day or two, but many weeks. Mouquet Farm was like the phoenix which rose again out of its ashes. In its tunneled ways German soldiers hid and came out to fight our men in the rear long after the site of the farm was in our hands. But the German troops were fighting what they knew to be a losing battle. They were fighting rearguard actions, trying to gain time for the hasty digging of ditches behind them, trying to sell their lives at the highest price. They lived not only under incessant gunfire, gradually weakening their nerve power, working a physical as well as a moral change in them, but in constant terror of British attacks. They could never be sure of safety at any hour of the day or night, even in their deepest dugouts. The British varied their times of attack. At dawn, at noon, when the sun was reddening in the west, just before the dusk, in pitch darkness. Even the steady, regular bombardment that had never ceased all through the days and nights would concentrate into the great tumult of sudden drum fire, and presently waves of men, English or Scottish or Irish, Australians or Canadians, would be sweeping on them and over them, rummaging down into the dugouts with bombs and bayonets, gathering up prisoners, quick to kill if men were not quick to surrender. In this way Thiepval was encircled so that the garrison there, the 180th Regiment, who had held it for 2 years, knew that they were doomed. In this way Guillemont and Givenchy fell, so that in the first place hardly a man out of 2,000 men escaped to tell the tale of horror in German lines, and in the second place there was no long fight against the Irish, who stormed it in a wild, fierce rush which even machine guns could not check. The German General Staff was getting flurried, grabbing at battalions from other parts of the line, disorganizing its divisions under the urgent need of flinging in men to stop this rot in the lines, ordering counterattacks which were without any chance of success, so that thin waves of men came out into the open, as I saw them several times, to be swept down by scythes of bullets which cut them clean to the earth. Before September 15th, they hoped that the British offensive was wearing itself out. It seemed to them at least doubtful that after the struggle of 2.5 months the British troops could still have spirit and strength enough to fling themselves against new lines. But the machinery of their defenses was crumbling. Many of their guns had worn out and could not be replaced quickly enough. Many batteries had been knocked out in their emplacements along the line of Bazentin and Longueval before the artillery was drawn back to Grandcourt and a new line of safety. Battalion commanders clamored for greater supplies of hand grenades, entrenching tools, trench mortars, signal rockets, and all kinds of fighting materiel, enormously in excess of all previous requirements. The difficulties of dealing with the wounded, who littered the battlefields and choked the roads with the traffic of ambulances, became increasingly severe, owing to the dearth of horses for transport and the longer range of British guns, which had been brought far forward. The German General Staff studied its next lines of defense away through Courcelette, Martinpuich, Lesboeufs, Morval, and Combles, and they did not look too good. But with the luck and courage of German soldiers and the exhaustion, surely those fellows were exhausted, of British troops, good enough. On September 15th the German command had another shock when the whole line of British troops on the Somme front south of Ancre rose out of their trenches and swept over the German defenses in a tide. Those defenses broke hopelessly, and the waves dashed through. Here and there, as on the German left at Morval and Lesboeufs, the bulwarks stood for a time, but the British pressed against them and round them. On the German right, below the little river of the Ancre, Courcelette fell, and Martinpuich, and at last, as I have written, High Wood, which the Germans desired to hold at all costs, and had held against incessant attacks by great concentration of artillery, was captured and left behind by the London men. A new engine of war had come as a demoralizing influence among German troops, spreading terror among them on the first day out of the tanks. For the first time the Germans were outwitted in inventions of destruction. They who had been foremost in all engines of death. It was the moment of real panic in the German lines, a panic reaching back from the troops to the High Command. 10 days later, on September 25th, when the British made a new advance, All this time the French were pressing forward too. On our right by Wa, Combles was evacuated without a fight, and with a litter of dead in the streets. Gaudecourt, Le Boeuf, and Morval were lost by the Germans, and a day later Thiepval, the greatest fortress positions next to Beaumont Hamel, fell, with all its garrison taken prisoners. They were black days in the German headquarters, where staff officers heard the news over their telephones and sent stern orders to artillery commanders and provisional generals, and after dictating new instructions that certain trench systems must be held at whatever price, heard that already they were lost. It was at this time that the morale of the German troops on the Somme front showed most signs of breaking. In spite of all their courage, the ordeal had been too hideous for them, and in spite of all their discipline, the iron discipline of the German soldier, they were on the edge of revolt. The intimate and undoubted facts of this break in the morale of the enemy's troops during this period reveal a pitiful picture of human agony. "We are now fighting on the Somme with the English," wrote a man of the 17th Bavarian Regiment. "You can no longer call it war. It is mere murder. We are at the focal point of the present battle in Foron Wood, near Guillemont. All my previous experiences in this war, the slaughter at Ypres and the battle in the general pit of Hulluch, are the purest child's play compared with this massacre, and this is much too mild a description. I hardly think they will bring us into the fight again, for we are in a very bad way." From September 12th to 27th we were on the Somme, wrote a man of the 10th Bavarians, and my regiment had 1,500 casualties. A detailed picture of the German losses under our bombardment was given in the diary of an officer captured in a trench near Flers and dated September 22nd. The 4 days ending September 4th, spent in the trenches, were characterized by a continual enemy bombardment that did not abate for a single instant. The enemy had registered on our trenches with light as well as medium and heavy batteries, notwithstanding that he had no direct observation from his trenches, which lie on the other side of the summit. His registering was done by his excellent air service, which renders perfect reports of everything observed. During the first day, for instance, whenever the slightest movement was visible in our trenches during the presence, as is usually the case, of the enemy aircraft flying as low as 300 and 400 yards, a heavy bombardment of the particular section took place. The very heavy losses during the first day brought about the resolution to evacuate the trenches during the daytime. Only a small garrison was left, the remainder withdrawing to a part of the line on the left of the Martinpuich-Pozieres road. The signal for a bombardment by heavies was given by the English airplanes. On the first day we tried to fire by platoons on the airplanes, but a second airplane retaliated by dropping bombs and firing his machine gun at our troops. Our own airmen appeared only once for a short time behind our lines. While many airplanes are observing from early morning till late at night, our own hardly ever venture near. The opinion is that our trenches cannot protect troops during the barrage of the shortest duration, owing to lack of dugouts. The enemy understands how to prevent, with his terrible barrage, the bringing up of building material, and even how to hinder the work itself. The consequence is that our trenches are always ready for an assault on his part. Our artillery, which does occasionally put a heavy barrage on the enemy trenches at a great expense of ammunition, cannot cause similar destruction to him. He can bring his building material up, can repair his trenches as well as build new ones, can bring up rations and ammunition and remove the wounded. The continual barrage of our lines of communication makes it very difficult for us to ration and relieve our troops, to supply water, ammunition, and building material, to evacuate wounded, and causes heavy losses. This and the lack of protection from artillery fire, and the weather, the lack of hot meals, the continual necessity of lying still in the same place, the danger of being buried, the long time the wounded have to remain in the trenches, and chiefly the terrible effect of the machine, the heavy artillery fire, controlled by an excellent air service, has a most demoralizing effect on the troops. Only with the greatest difficulty could the men be persuaded to stay in the trenches under these conditions. There were some who could not be persuaded to stay if they could see any chance of deserting or malingering. For the first time on our front the German officers could not trust the courage of their men, nor their loyalty, nor their sense of discipline. All this horror of men blown to bits over living men, of trenches heaped with dead and dying, was stronger than courage, stronger than loyalty, stronger than discipline. A moral rot was threatening to bring the German troops on the Somme front to disaster. Large numbers of men reported sick and tried by every kind of trick to be sent back to base hospitals. In the 4th Bavarian Division, desertions were frequent, and several times whole bodies of men refused to go forward into the front line. The morale of men in the 393rd Regiment, taken at Courcelette, seemed to be very weak. One of the prisoners declared that they gave themselves up without firing a shot because they could trust the English not to kill them. The platoon commander had gone away, and the prisoner was ordered to alarm the platoon in case of attack, but did not do so on purpose. They did not shoot with rifles or machine guns and did not throw bombs. Many of the German officers were as demoralized as the men, shirking their posts in the trenches, shamming sickness, and even leading the way to surrender. Prisoners of the 351st Regiment, which lost 1,300 men in 15 days, told of officers who had refused to take their men up to the front line, and of whole companies who had declined to move when ordered to do so. An officer of the 74th Landwehr Regiment is said by prisoners to have told his men during our preliminary bombardment to surrender as soon as we attacked. A German regimental order says, "I must state with the greatest regret that the regiment, during this change of position, had to take notice of the sad fact that men of 4 of the companies, inspired by shameful cowardice, left their companies on their own initiative and did not move into line." Another order contains the same fact and a warning of what punishment may be meted out. Proofs are multiplying of men leaving the position without permission and hiding at the rear. It is our duty, each at his post, to deal with this fact with energy and success. Many Bavarians complained that their officers did not accompany them into the trenches, but went down to the hospitals with imaginary diseases. In any case, there was a great deal of real sickness, mental and physical. The ranks were depleted by men suffering from fever, pleurisy, jaundice, and stomach complaints of all kinds, twisted up with rheumatism after lying in waterlogged holes, lamed for life by bad cases of trench foot, and nerve broken so that they could do nothing but weep. The nervous cases were the worst, and in the greatest number. Many men went raving mad. The shell-shock victims clawed at their mouths unceasingly, or lay motionless like corpses, with staring eyes, or trembled in every limb, moaning miserably and afflicted with a great terror. To the Germans, barely less to British troops, the Somme battlefields were not only shambles, but a territory which the devil claimed as his own for the torture of men's brains and souls before they died in the furnace fires. A spirit of revolt against all this crept into the minds of men who retained their sanity, a revolt against the people who had ordained this vast outrage against God and humanity. Into German letters there crept bitter, burning words against the millionaires who grow rich out of the war, against the high people who live in comfort behind the lines. Letters from home inflamed these thoughts. It was not good reading for men under shell fire. It seems that you soldiers fight so that official stay-at-homes can treat us as female criminals. Tell me, dear husband, are you a criminal when you fight in the trenches? Or why do people treat women and children here as such? For the poor here it is terrible, and yet the rich, the gilded ones, the bloated aristocrats, gobble up everything in front of our very eyes. All soldiers, friend and foe, ought to throw down their weapons and go on strike, so that this war, which enslaves the people more than ever, may cease. Thousands of letters, all in this strain, were reaching the German soldiers on the Somme, and they did not strengthen the morale of men already victims of terror and despair. Behind the lines, deserters were shot in batches. To those in front came orders of the day warning them, exhorting them, commanding them to hold fast. "To the hesitating and faint-hearted in the regiment," says one of these orders, "I would say the following: What the Englishman can do, the German can do also. Or if, on the other hand, the Englishman really is a better and superior being, he would be quite justified in his aim as regards this war, viz., the extermination of the German. There is a further point to be noted. This is the first time we have been in the line on the Somme, and what is more, we are there at a time when things are more calm. The English regiments opposing us have been in the firing line for the second, and in some cases even the third time. Heads up and play the man." It was easy to write such documents. It was more difficult to bring up reserves of men and ammunition. The German command was harder pressed by the end of September. From July 1st to September 8th, according to trustworthy information, 53 German divisions in all were engaged against the Allies on the Somme battlefield. Out of these, 14 were still in the line on September 8th. 28 had been withdrawn, broken and exhausted, to quieter areas. 11 more had been withdrawn to rest billets. Under the Allies' artillery fire and infantry attacks, the average life of a German division as a unit fit for service on the Somme was 19 days. More than 2 new German divisions had to be brought into the front line every week since the end of June, to replace those smashed in the process of resisting the Allied attack. In November, it was reckoned by competent observers in the field that well over 120 German divisions had been passed through the ordeal of the Somme. This number, including those which have appeared there more than once. Chapter 23. By September 25th, when the British troops made another attack, the morale of the German troops was reaching its lowest ebb. Except on their right, at Beaumont Hamel and Beaucourt, they were far beyond the great system of protective dugouts which had given them a sense of safety before July 1st. Their second and third lines of defense had been carried, and they were existing in shell craters and trenches hastily scraped up under ceaseless artillery fire. The horrors of the battlefield were piled up to heights of agony and terror. Living men dwelt among the unburied dead, made their way to the front line over heaps of corpses, breathed in the smell of human corruption, and had always in their ears the cries of the wounded they could not rescue. They wrote these things in tragic letters, thousands of them, which never reached their homes in Germany, but lay in their captured ditches. The number of dead lying about is awful. One stumbles over them. The stench of the dead lying around us is unbearable. We are no longer men here. We are worse than beasts. It is hell let loose. It is horrible. We lived in misery. If the dear ones at home could see all this, perhaps there would be a change, but they are never told. The ceaseless roar of the guns is driving us mad. Poor, pitiful letters. Out of their cries of agony one gets to the real truth of war. The glory and the splendor of it, preached by the German philosophers and the British jingoes, who upheld it as the great strengthening tonic for their race and as the noblest experience of men. Every line these German soldiers wrote might have been written by one of ours. From both sides of the shifting lines there was the same death and the same hell. Behind the lines, the German General Staff, counting up the losses of battalions and divisions who staggered out weakly, performed juggling tricks with what reserves it could lay its hands on, and flung up stray units to relieve the poor wretches in the trenches. Many of those reliefs lost their way in going up, and came up late, already shattered by the shell fire through which they passed. "Our position," wrote a German infantry officer, "was, of course, quite different from what we had been told. Our company alone relieved a whole battalion. We had been told we were to relieve a company of 50 men, weakened by casualties. The men we relieved had no idea where the enemy was, how far off he was, or whether any of our own troops were in front of us. We got no idea of our support position until 6 o'clock this evening. The English are 400 yards away by the windmill over the hill." One German soldier wrote that the British seemed to relieve their infantry very quickly, while the German commands work on the principle of relieving only in the direst need, and leaving the divisions in as long as possible. Another wrote that the leadership of the divisions really fell through. For the most part, we did not get orders, and the regiment had to manage as best it could. If orders arrived, they generally came too late or were dealt out from the green table without knowledge of the conditions in front, so that to carry them out was impossible. All this was a sign of demoralization, not only among the troops who were doing the fighting and the suffering, but among the organizing generals behind, who were directing the operations. The continual hammer strokes of the British and French armies on the Somme battlefields strained the German war machine on the Western Front almost to breaking point. It seemed as though a real debacle might happen, and that they would be forced to effect a general retreat, a withdrawal more or less at ease, or a retirement under pressure from the enemy. But they had luck, astonishing luck. At the very time when the morale of the German soldiers was lowest, and when the strain on the High Command was greatest, the weather turned in their favor and gave them just the breathing space they desperately needed. Rain fell heavily in the middle of October. Autumn mists prevented airplane activity and artillery work, and the ground became a quagmire, so that the British troops found it difficult to get up their supplies for a new advance. The Germans were able, in this respite, to bring up new divisions, fresh and strong enough to make heavy counterattacks in the Stuff and Schwaben and Regina trenches, and to hold the lines more securely for a time, while great digging was done further back at Bapaume and the next line of defense. Successive weeks of bad weather and our own tragic losses checked the impetus of the British and French driving power, and the Germans were able to reorganize and reform. As I have said, the shock of our offensive reached as far as Germany and caused a complete reorganization in the system of obtaining reserves of manpower. The process of combing out, as we called it, was pursued with astonishing ruthlessness, and German mothers, already stricken with the loss of their elder sons, raised cries of despair when the youngest born were also seized, boys of 18 belonging to the 1918 class. The whole of the 1917 class had joined the depots in March and May of this year, receiving a 3 months' training before being transferred to the field recruit depots in June and July. About the middle of July, the first large drafts joined their units and made their appearance at the front, and soon after the beginning of our offensive at least half this class was in the front line regiments. The massacre of the boys had begun. Then older men, men beyond middle age, who correspond to the French territorial class, exempted from fighting service and kept on lines of communication, were also called to the front, and whole garrisons of these greyheads were removed from German towns to fill up the ranks. "The view is held here," wrote a German soldier of the Somme, "that the higher command intends gradually to have more and more Landsturm battalions, men of the oldest reserves, trained in trench warfare for a few weeks, as we have been, according to the quality of the men, and thus to secure by degrees a body of troops on which it can count in an emergency." In the month of November the German High Command believed that the British attacks were definitely at an end, having broken down, as they claimed, in mud and blood. But another shock came to them when once more British troops, the 51st Highland Division and the 63rd Naval Division, left their trenches in fog and snow and captured the strongest fortress position on the enemy's front at Beaumont Hamel, bringing back over 6,000 prisoners. It was after that they began their retreat. These studies of mine of what happened on both sides of the shifting lines in the Somme must be as horrible to read as they were to write. But they were less than the actual truth, for no pen will ever, in one book or in hundreds, give the full record of the individual agony, the broken heartsprings, the soul shock, as well as the shell shock, of that frightful struggle in which, on one side or the other, 2 million men were engulfed. Modern civilization was wrecked on those fire-blasted fields, though they led to what we called victory. More died there than the flower of our youth and German manhood. The older order of the world died there, because many men who came out alive of that conflict were changed and vowed not to tolerate a system of thought which had led up to such a monstrous massacre of human beings who prayed to the same God, loved the same joys of life, and had no hatred of one another except as it had been lighted and inflamed by their governors, their philosophers, and their newspapers. The German soldier cursed the militarism which had plunged him into that horror. The British soldier cursed the German as the direct cause of all his trouble, but looked back on his side of the line and saw an evil there which was also his enemy, the evil of a secret diplomacy which juggled with the lives of humble men so that war might be sprung upon them without their knowledge or consent, and the evil of rulers who hated German militarism not because of its wickedness, but because of its strength in rivalry, and the evil of a folly in the minds of men which had taught them to regard war as a glorious adventure, the patriotism as the right to dominate other peoples, and liberty as the catchword of politicians in search of power. After the Somme battles, there were many other battles as bloody and terrible, but they only confirmed greater numbers of men in the faith that the old world had been wrong in its make-up and wrong in its religion of life. Lip service to Christian ethics was not good enough as an argument for this. Either the heart of the world must be changed by a real obedience to the gospel of Christ, or Christianity must be abandoned for a new creed which would give better results between men and nations. There could be no reconciling of bayonet drill and high explosives with the words "love one another." Or if bayonet drill and high explosive force were to be the rule of life in preparation for another struggle such as this, then at least let men put hypocrisy away and return to the primitive law of the survival of the fittest in a jungle world subservient to the king of beasts. The devotion of military chaplains to the wounded, their valor, their decorations for gallantry under fire, their human comradeship and spiritual sincerity would not bridge the gulf in the minds of many soldiers between a gospel of love and this argument by bayonet and bomb, gas shell and high-velocity blunderbuss, club and trench shovel. Some time or other, when German militarism acknowledged defeat by the break of its machine or by the revolt of its people, not until then, there must be a new order of things which would prevent such another massacre in the fair fields of life that could come only by a faith in the hearts of many peoples breaking down old barriers of hatred and reaching out to one another in a fellowship of common sense based on common interests and inspired by an ideal higher than this beast-like rivalry of nations. So thinking men thought and talked. So said the soldier poets who wrote from the trenches. So said many onlookers. The simple soldier did not talk like that unless he were a Frenchman. Our men only began to talk like that after the war, as many of them are now talking, and the revolt of the spirit, vague but passionate, against the evil that had produced this devil's trap of war and the German challenge was subconscious as they sat in their dugouts and crowded in their ditches in the battles of the Somme. End of section 19. Section 20 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7. The Fields of Armageddon. Chapters 1 to 5. Chapter 1. During the 2 years that followed the battles of the Somme, I recorded in my daily dispatches, republished in book form, The Struggle in Flanders and the Way to Victory, the narrative of that continuous conflict in which the British forces on the Western Front were at death grips with the German monster, where now one side and then the other heaved themselves upon their adversary and struggled for the knockout blow, until at last, after staggering losses on both sides, the enemy was broken to bits in the last combined attack by British, Belgian, French, and American armies. There's no need for me to retell all that history in detail, and I am glad to know that there is nothing I need alter in the record of events which I wrote as they happened, because they have not been falsified by any new evidence, and those detailed descriptions of mine stand true in fact and in the emotion of the hours that passed, while masses of men were slaughtered in the fields of Armageddon. But now, looking back upon those last 2 years of the war as an eyewitness for many tragic and heroic things, I see the frightful drama of them as a whole, and as one act was related to another, and as the plot, which seemed so tangled and confused, led by inevitable stages, not under the control of any field marshal or chief of staff, to the climax in which empires crashed and exhausted nations looked round upon the ruin which followed defeat and victory. I see also, as in one picture, the colossal scale of that human struggle in that Armageddon of our civilization, which at the time one reckoned only by each day's success or failure, each day's slaughter on that side or the other. One may add up the whole sum, according to the bookkeeping of fate, by double entry, credit and debit, profit and loss. One may set our attacks in the battles of Flanders against the strength of the German defense, and say our losses of 3-1, as Ludendorff reckons them, and as many of us guessed, were in our favor because we could afford the difference of exchange, and the enemy could not put so many human counters into the pool of the final kitty in this gamble with life and death. One may balance the German offensive in March of 18 with the weight that was piling up against them by the entry of the Americans. One may also see now very clearly the paramount importance of the human factor in this arithmetic of war, the morale of men being of greater influence than generalship, though dependent on it, and spirit of peoples being as vital to success as the mechanical efficiency of the war machine. And above all, one is now able to observe how each side blundered on in a blind, desperate way, sacrificing masses of human life without a clear vision of the consequences, until at last one side blundered more than another and was lost. It will be impossible to pretend in history that our High Command or any other foresaw the thread of plot as it was unraveled to the end, and so arranged its plan that events happened according to design. The events of March 1918 were not foreseen nor prevented by French or British. The ability of our generals was not imaginative nor inventive, but limited to the piling up of men and munitions, always more men and more munitions, against positions of enormous strength, and overcoming obstacles by sheer weight of flesh and blood and high explosives. They were not cunning, so far as I could see, nor in the judgment of the men under their command, but simple and straightforward gentlemen who said, "Once more unto the breach," and sent up new battering rams by brigades and divisions. There was no evidence that I could find of high directing brains choosing the weakest spot in the enemy's armor and piercing it with a sharp sword, or avoiding a direct assault against the enemy's most formidable positions and leaping upon him from some unguarded way. Perhaps that was impossible in the conditions of modern warfare and the limitations of the British front until the arrival of the tanks, which for a long time were wasted in the impassable bogs of Flanders, where their steel skeletons still lie rusting as a proof of heroic efforts vainly used. Possible or not, and rare genius alone could prove it one way or another, it appeared to the onlooker, as well as to the soldier who carried out commands, that our method of warfare was to search the map for a place which was strongest in the enemy's lines, most difficult to attack, most powerfully defended, and then, after due advertisement, not to take an unfair advantage of the enemy, to launch the assault. That had always been the English way, and that was our way in many battles of the Great War, which were won, unless they were lost, by the sheer valor of men who at great cost smashed their way through all obstructions. The Germans, on the whole, showed more original genius in military science, varying their methods of attack and defense according to circumstances, building trenches and dugouts which we never equaled, inventing the concrete blockhouse or pillbox for a forward defensive zone thinly held in advance of the main battle zone, in order to lessen their slaughter under the weight of our gunfire. It cost us dearly for a time, scattering their men in organized shell craters in order to distract our barrage fire, using the elastic system of defense, which frightful successes against Nivelle's attack in Champagne, creating the system of assault of infiltration which broke the Italian lines at Capreto in 1917 and ours and the French in 1918. Against all that we may set only our tanks, which in the end led the way to victory. But the German High Command blundered atrociously in all the larger calculations of war, so that they brought about the doom of their empire by a series of acts which would seem deliberate if we had not known that they were merely blind. With a folly that still seems incredible, they took the risk of adding the greatest power in the world, in numbers of men and in potential energy, to their list of enemies at a time when their own manpower was on the wane. With deliberate arrogance, they flouted the United States and forced her to declare war. Their temptation, of course, was great. The British naval blockade was causing severe suffering by food shortage to the German people and denying them access to raw material which they needed for the machinery of war. The submarine campaign, ruthlessly carried out, would and did inflict immense damage upon British and Allied shipping and was a deadly menace to England. But German calculations were utterly wrong, as Ludendorff in his memoirs now admits, in estimating the amount of time needed to break her bonds by submarine warfare before America could send over great armies to Europe. The German warlords were wrong again in underestimating the defensive and offensive success of the British Navy and mercantile marine against submarine activities. By those miscalculations they lost the war in the long run, and by other errors they made their loss more certain. One mistake they made was their utter callousness regarding the psychology and temper of their soldiers and civilian population. They put a greater strain upon them than human nature could bear, and by driving their fighting men into one shambles after another, while they doped their people with false promises which were never fulfilled, they sowed the seeds of revolt and despair which finally launched them into gulfs of ruin. I have read nothing more horrible than the cold-blooded cruelty of Ludendorff's memoirs, in which, without any attempt at self-excuse, he reveals himself as using the lives of millions of men upon a gambling chance of victory, with the hazards weighted against him, as he admits. Writing in January 1917, he says, quotes, "A collapse on the part of Russia was by no means to be contemplated, and was, indeed, not reckoned upon by anyone. Failing the U-boat campaign, we reckoned with the collapse of the Quadruple Alliance during 1917." End of quotes. Yet with that enormous risk visible ahead, Ludendorff continued to play the grand jeu and great game, and did not advise any surrender of imperial ambitions in order to obtain a peace for his people, and was furious with the majority party in the Reichstag for preparing a peace resolution. The collapse of Russia inspired him with new hopes of victory in the West, and again he prepared to sacrifice masses of men in the slaughter fields. But he blundered again, and this time fatally. His timetable was out of gear. The U-boat war had failed. American manhood was pouring into France, and German soldiers on the Russian front had been infected with ideas most dangerous to German discipline and the will to win. At the end, as at the beginning, the German warlords failed to understand the psychology of human nature as they had failed to understand the spirit of France, of Belgium, of Great Britain, and of America. One of the most important admissions in history is made by Ludendorff when he writes, quotes, "Looking back, I say our decline began clearly with the outbreak of the revolution in Russia. On the one side, the government was dominated by the fear that the infection would spread, and on the other, by the feeling of their helplessness to instill fresh strength into the masses of the people and to strengthen their warlike ardor,
waning as it was through a combination of innumerable circumstances." End of quotes. So the web of fate was spun, and men who thought they were directing the destiny of the world were merely caught in those woven threads like puppets tied to strings and made to dance. It was the old dance of death, which had happened before in the folly of mankind. Chapter 2. During the German retreat to their Hindenburg line, we saw the full ruthlessness of war, as never before on the Western Front, in the laying waste of a beautiful countryside, not by rational fighting, but by carefully organized destruction. Ludendorff claims, quite justly, that it was in accordance with the laws of war. That is true. It is only that our laws of war are not justified by any code of humanity above that of primitive savages. The decision to retreat, he says, was not reached without a painful struggle. It implied a confession of weakness that was bound to raise the morale of the enemy and to lower our own. But as it was necessary for military reasons, we had no choice. It had to be carried out. The whole movement was a brilliant performance. The retirement proved, in a high degree, remunerative. It was a brilliant performance in its operation. I went into beautiful little towns like Peronne, where the houses were being gutted by smoldering fire, and into hundreds of villages where the enemy had just gone out of them after touching off explosive charges which had made all their cottages collapse like card houses, their roofs spread flat upon their ruins, and their churches, after centuries of worship in them, fall into chaotic heaps of masonry. I wandered through the ruins of old French chateaux, once very stately in their terraced gardens, now a litter of brickwork, broken statuary, and twisted ironwork above open vaults where not even the dead had been left to lie in peace. I saw the little old fruit trees of French peasants sawn off at the base, and the tall trees along the roadsides stretched out like dead giants to bar our passage. Enormous craters had been blown in the roadways, which had to be bridged for our traffic of men and guns, following hard upon the enemy's retreat. There was a queer sense of illusion as one traveled through this desolation. At a short distance many of the villages seemed to stand as before the war. One expected to find inhabitants there, but upon close approach one saw that each house was but an empty shell blown out from cellar to roof, and one wandered through the streets of the ruins in a silence that was broken only by the sound of one's own voice or by a few shells crashing into the gutted houses. The enemy was in the next village, or the next but one, with a few field guns and a rear guard of machine gunners. In most villages, in many of his dugouts, and by contraptions, with objects lying amid the litter, he had left booby traps to blow our men to bits if they knocked a wire, or stirred an old boot, or picked up a fountain pen, or walked too often over a board where beneath acid was eating through a metal plate to a high explosive charge. I little knew when I walked around the tower of the town hall of Bapaume that in another week, with the enemy far away, it would go up in dust and ashes. Only a few of our men were killed or blinded by these monkey tricks. Our engineers found most of them before they were touched off. But one went down dugouts or into ruined houses with a sense of imminent danger. All through the devastated region one walked with an uncanny feeling of an evil spirit left behind by masses of men whose bodies had gone away. It exuded from scraps of old clothing. It was in the stench of the dugouts and in the ruins they had made. In some few villages there were living people left behind, some hundreds in Nesle and Roye, and all told some thousands. They had been driven in from other villages around them, their own villages, whose devastation they wept to see. I met these people who had lived under German rule and talked with many of them. Old women, wrinkled like dried-up apples, young women waxen of skin, hollow-eyed, with sharp cheekbones, old peasant farmers and the gamekeepers of French chateaux, and young boys and girls pinched by years of hunger that was not quite starvation. It was from these people that I learned a good deal about the psychology of German soldiers during the battles of the Somme. They told me of the terror of these men at the increasing fury of our gunfire, of their desertion and revolt to escape the slaughter, and of their rage against the great people who used them for gun fodder. Eventually, many of them talked of the war as the Great Swindle. These French civilians hated the Germans in the mass with a cold, deadly hatred. They spoke with shrill passion at the thought of German discipline, fines, punishments, requisitions, which they had suffered in these years. The hope of vengeance was like water to parched throats. Yet I noticed that nearly every one of these people had something good to say about some German soldier who had been billeted with them. He was like a good-natured fellow. He chopped wood for me and gave the children his own bread. He wept when he told me that the village was to be destroyed. Even some of the German officers had deplored this destruction. "The world will have a right to call us barbarians," said one of them in Ham. "But what can we do? We are under orders. If we do not obey, we shall be shot. It is the cruelty of the High Command. It is the cruelty of war." On the whole, it seemed that they had not misused the women. I heard no tales of actual atrocity, though some of brutal passion. But many women shrugged their shoulders when I questioned them about this and said they had no need to use violence in their way of love-making. There were many volunteers. They rubbed their thumbs and fingers together as though touching money and said, "You understand?" I understood when I went to a convent in Amiens and saw a crowd of young mothers with flaxen-haired babies, just arrived from the liberated districts. "All those are children of German fathers," said the old Reverend Mother. "That is the worst tragedy of war. How will God punish all this? Alas, it is the innocent who suffer for the guilty." 18 months later, or thereabouts, I went into a house in Cologne where a British outpost was on the Hohenzollern Bridge. There was a baby's creche in an upper room, and a German lady was tending 30 little ones, whose chorus of "Guten Tag, Guten Tag" was like the quacking of ducks. "After tomorrow there will be no more milk for them," she said. "And then," I said, "and then many of them will die." She wept a little. I thought of those other babies in Amiens and of the old Reverend Mother. How will God punish all this? Alas, it is the innocent who suffer for the guilty. Of those things General Ludendorff does not write in his memoirs, which deal with the strategy and machinery of war. Chapter 3. Sir Douglas Haig was not misled into the error of following up the German retreat across that devastated country with masses of men. He sent forward outposts to keep in touch with the German rear guards and prepared to deliver big blows at the Vimy Ridge and the lines round Arras. This new battle by German troops was dictated by French strategy rather than by ours. General Nivelle, the new generalissimo, was organizing a great offensive in the Champagne and desired the British army to strike first and keep on striking in order to engage and exhaust German divisions until he was ready to launch his own legions. The secret of his preparations was known by every officer in the French army and by Hindenburg and his staff, who prepared a new method of defense to meet it. The French officers with whom I talked were supremely confident of success. "We shall go through," they said. "It is certain. Anybody who thinks otherwise is a traitor who betrays his country by the poison of pessimism. Nivelle would deal the death blow." So spoke an officer of the Chasseurs Alpins and a friend in the infantry of the line over a cup of coffee in an estaminet crammed with other French soldiers who were on their way to the Champagne front. Nivelle did not launch his offensive until April 16th, 7 days after the British had captured the heights of Vimy and gone far to the east of Arras. Hindenburg was ready. He adopted his elastic system of defense, which consisted in withdrawing the main body of his troops beyond the range of the French barrage fire, leaving only a few outposts to camouflage the withdrawal and be sacrificed for the sake of the others. Those German outposts must have disliked their martyrdom under orders, and I doubt whether they, poor devils, were exhilarated by the thought of their heroic service. He also withdrew the full power of his artillery beyond the range of French counter-battery work, and to such a distance that when it was the German turn to fire, the French infantry would be beyond the effective protection of their own guns. They were to be allowed an easy walk through to their death trap. That is what happened. The French infantry, advancing with masses of black troops in the Colonial Corps in the front line of assault, all exultant and inspired by the belief in victory, swept through the forward zone of the German defenses, astonished and then disconcerted by the scarcity of Germans, until an annihilating barrage fire dropped upon them and smashed their human waves. From French officers and nurses I heard appalling tales of this tragedy. The death wail of the black troops froze the blood of Frenchmen with horror. Their own losses were immense in a bloody shambles. I was told by French officers that their losses on the first day of battle were 150,000 casualties, and these figures were generally believed. They were not so bad as that, though terrible. Semi-official figures state that the operations, which lasted from April 16th to April 25th, cost France 28,000 killed on the field of battle, 5,000 who died of wounds in hospital, 4,000 prisoners, and 80,000 wounded. General Nivelle's offensive was called off, and French officers who said, "We shall break through, it is certain," now said, "We came up against a bec de gaz. As you English would say, we got it in the neck. It is a great misfortune." The Battle of Arras, in which the British Army was engaged, began on April 9th and Easter Sunday, when there was a gale of sleet and snow. From ground near the old city of Arras I saw the preliminary bombardment when the Vimy Ridge was blasted by a hurricane of fire and the German lines beyond Arras were tossed up in earth and flame. From one of old Vauban's earthworks outside the walls I saw lines of our men going up an assault beyond the suburbs of Blangy and Saint Laurent to Rolincourt, through a veil of sleet and smoke. Our gunfire was immense and devastating, and the first blow that fell upon the enemy was overpowering. The Vimy Ridge was captured from end to end by the Canadians on the left and the 51st Division of Highlanders on the right. By the afternoon the entire living German population, more than 7,000 in the tunnels of Vimy, were down below in the valley on our side of the lines, and on the ridge were many of their dead, as I saw them afterward horribly mangled by shell fire in the upheaved earth. The Highland Division, commanded by General Harper, Uncle Harper he was called, had done as well as the Canadians, though they had less honor and took as many prisoners. HD was their divisional sign, as I saw it stenciled on many ruined walls throughout the war. "Well, General," said the Scottish sergeant, "they don't call us Harper's Duds any more." On the right, English county troops of the 12th Division, 3rd Division, and others, the 15th Scottish and the 36th London, had broken through deeply and widely, capturing many men and guns after hard fighting round machine-gun redoubts. That night masses of German prisoners suffered terribly from a blizzard in the barbed wire cages at Étretat, near Arras, where Julius Caesar had his camp for a year in other days of history. They herded together with their bodies bent to the storm, each man sheltering his fellow and giving a little human warmth. All night through, German commandant sat in our intelligence hut with his head bowed on his breast. Every now and then he said, "It is cold, it is cold," and our men lay out in the captured ground around Arras and on the Vimy Ridge, under harassing fire and machine-gun fire, cold, too, in that wild blizzard, with British dead and German dead in the mangled earth about them. Ludendorff admits the severity of that defeat. Quotes, "The battle near Arras on April 9th formed a bad beginning to the capital fighting during this year. April 10th and the succeeding days were critical days. A breach 12,000 to 15,000 yards wide and as much as 6,000 yards and more in depth is not a thing to be mended without more ado. It takes a good deal to repair the inordinate wastage of men and guns, as well as munitions, that results from such a breach. It was the business of the Supreme Command to provide reserves on a large scale, but in view of the troops available and of the war situation, it was simply not possible to hold a second division in readiness behind each division that might perhaps be about to drop out. A day like April 9th upset all calculations. It was a matter of days before a new front could be formed and consolidated. Even after the troops were ultimately in line, the issue of the crisis depended, as always in such cases, very materially upon whether the enemy followed up his initial success with a fresh attack, and by fresh successes made it difficult for us to create a firm front. In view of the weakening of the line that inevitably resulted, such successes were only too easy to achieve. From April 10th onward the English attacked in the breach in great strength, but after all not in the grand manner. They extended their attack on both wings, especially to the southward as far as Bullecourt. On April 11th they gained Monchy, while we, during the night before the 12th, evacuated the Vimy Heights. April 23rd and 28th, and also May 3rd, were again days of heavy, pitched battle. In between, there was some bitter local fighting. The struggle continued. We delivered minor successful counterattacks, and on the other hand lost ground slightly at various points." End of quotes. I remember many pictures of that fighting around Arras in the days that followed the first day. I remember the sinister beauty of the city itself, when there was surging traffic of men and guns through its ruined streets, in spite of long-range shells which came crashing into the houses. Our soldiers, in their steel hats and goatskin coats, looked like medieval men-at-arms. The Highlanders who crowded Arras had their pipe bands there, and they played in the Petit Palace, and the skirl of the pipes shattered against the gables of old houses. There were tunnels beneath Arras, through which our men advanced to the German lines, and I went along when one line of men was going into battle and another was coming back, wounded, some of them blind, bloody, vomiting with fumes of gas in their lungs, their steel hats clinking as they groped past one another. In vaults each side of these passages men played cards on barrels to the light of candles stuck in bottles, or slept until their turn to fight, with gas masks for their pillows. Outside the citadel of Arras, built by Vauban under Louis XIV, there were long queues of wounded men taking their turn to the surgeons, who were working in a deep crypt with a high vaulted roof. One day there were 3,000 of them, silent, patient, muddy, blood-stained. Blind boys or men, with smashed faces, swathed in bloody rags, groped forward to the dark passage leading to the vault, led by comrades. On the grass outside lay men with leg wounds and stomach wounds. The way past the station to the Arras-Cambrai road was a death trap for our transport, and I saw the bodies of horses and men horribly mangled there. Dead horses were thick on each side of an avenue of trees on the southern side of the city, lying in their blood and bowels. The traffic policeman on point duty on the Arras-Cambrai road had an impassive face under a steel helmet, as though in Piccadilly Circus, only turned his head a little at the scream of a shell which plunged through a gable of a corner house above him. There was a pioneer battalion along the road out to Observatory Ridge, which was a German target. They were mending the road beyond the last trench, through which our men had smashed their way. They were busy with bricks and shovels, only stopping to stare at shells plowing holes in the fields on each side of them. When I came back one morning, a number of them lay covered with blankets, as though asleep. They were dead, but their comrades worked on grimly, with no joy of labor in their sweat. Monchy Hill was the key position, high above the valley of the Scarpe. I saw it first when there was a white village there, hardly touched by fire, and afterward when there was no village. I was in the village below Observatory Ridge on the morning of April 11th, when cavalry was massed on that ground, waiting for orders to go into action. The headquarters of the cavalry division was in the ditch covered by planks, and the cavalry generals and their staff sat huddled together with maps over their knees. "I'm afraid the general is busy for the moment," said a young staff officer on top of the ditch. He looked about the fields and said, "It's very unhealthy here." I agreed with him. The bodies of many young soldiers lay about. 5.9s were coming over in a haphazard way. It was no ground for cavalry, but some squadrons of the 10th Hussars, Essex Yeomanry, and the Blues were ordered to take Monchy, and rode up the hill in a flurry of snow and were seen by German gunners and slashed by shrapnel. Most of their horses were killed in the village or outside it, and the men suffered many casualties, including their general, Bulkley Johnson, whose body I saw carried back on a stretcher to the ruin of Tilly, where crumps were bursting. It is an astonishing thing that 2 withered old Frenchwomen stayed in the village all through the fighting. When our troops rode in, these women came running forward, frightened and crying, "Comrade," as though in fear of the enemy. When our men surrounded them, they were full of joy and held up their scraggy old faces to be kissed by these troopers. Afterward, Monchy was filled with the fury of shell fire, and the troopers crawled out from the ruins, leaving the village on the hill to be attacked and captured again by our infantry of the 15th and 37th Divisions, who were also badly hammered. Heroic folly! The cavalry in reserve below Observatory Hill stood to their horses, staring up at a German airplane which came overhead, careless of our Archies. The eye of the German pilot must have widened at the sight of that mass of men and horses. He carried back glad tidings to the guns. One of the cavalry officers spoke to me. "You look ill." "No, I'm all right, only cold." The officer himself looked worn and haggard after a night in the open. "Do you think the Germans will get their range as far as this? I'm nervous about the men and the horses. We've been here for hours, and it seems no good." I did not remind him that the airplane was undoubtedly the herald of long-range shells. They came within a few minutes. Some men and horses were killed. I was with a Highland officer, and we took cover in a ditch not more than breast high. Shells were bursting damnably close, scattering us with dirt. "Let's strike away from the road," said Major Schiach. "They always tape it out." We struck across country, back to Arras, glad to get there. Other men had to stay. The battles to the east of Arras that went before the capture of Monchy and followed it were hard, nagging actions along the valley of the Scarpe, which formed a glacis where our men were terribly exposed to machine gun fire and suffered heavily day after day, week after week, for no object apparent to our battalion officers and men, who did not know that they were doing teamwork for the French. The Londoners of the 56th Division made a record advance through Neuville-Vitasse to Hanin and Hanenel, and broke a switch line of the Hindenburg system across the little Cojeul River by Wancourt. There was a fatal attack in the dark on May 3rd, when East Kents and Surreys and Londoners saw a gray dawn come, revealing the enemy between them and our main line, and had to hack their way through it if they could. There were many who could not, and even divisional generals were embittered by these needless losses and by the hard driving of their men, saying fierce things about our high command. Their language was mild compared with that of some of our young officers. I remember one I met near Hanin. He was one of a group of 3, all gunner officers, who were looking about for better gun positions, not so clearly visible to the enemy, who was in 2 little woods, the Bois de Sart and Bois Vert, which stared down upon them like green eyes. Some of their guns had been destroyed, many of their horses killed, some of their men. A few minutes before our meeting, a shell had crashed into a bath close to their hut, where men were washing themselves. The explosion filled the bath with blood and bits of flesh. The young officer stared at me under the tilt forward of his steel hat and said, "Hello, Gibbs." I had played chess with him at Groom's Café in Fleet Street in days before the war. I went back to his hut and had tea with him, close to the bath, hoping that we should not be cut up with the cake. There were noises off, as they say in stage directions, which were enormously disconcerting to one's peace of mind, and not very far off. I had heard before some hard words about our generalship and staff work, but never anything so passionate, so violent, as from that gunner officer. His view of the business was summed up in a word: murder. He raged against the impossible orders sent down from headquarters, against the brutality with which men were left in the line week after week, and against the monstrous, abominable futility of all our so-called strategy. His nerves were in rags, as I could see by the way in which his hand shook when he lighted one cigarette after another. His spirit was in a flame of revolt against the misery of his sleeplessness, filth, and imminent peril of death. Every shell that burst near Henin sent a shudder through him. I stayed an hour in his hut, and then went away toward Neuville-Vitasse, with harassing fire following along the way. I looked back many times to the valley and to the ridges where the enemy lived above it, invisible but deadly. The sun was setting, and there was a tawny glamour in the sky and a mystical beauty over the landscape, despite the desert that war had made there, leaving only white ruins and slaughtered trees where once there were good villages with church spires rising out of sheltering woods. The German gunners were doing their evening hate. Crumps were bursting heavily again amid our gun positions. Heninel was not a choice spot. There were other places of extreme unhealthfulness where our men had fought their way up to the Hindenburg line, or as the Germans called it, the Siegfried line. Reconciling and Chersey were targets of German guns, and I saw them ravaging among the ruins and dodged them. But our men, who lived close to these places, stayed there too long to dodge them always. They were inhabitants, not visitors. The Australians settled down in front of Bullecourt, captured it after many desperate fights, which left them with a bitter grudge against tanks which had failed them, and some English troops who were held up on the left while they went forward and were slaughtered. The 4th Australian Division lost 3,000 men in an experimental attack directed by the Fifth Army. They made their gun emplacements in the Noryl Valley, the Valley of Death as they called it, and Australian gunners made little slit trenches and scuttled into them when the Germans ranged on their batteries, blowing gun spokes and wheels and breech blocks into the air. Caen, the bastion of the Hindenburg line, stared straight down the valley, and it was evil ground, as I knew when I went walking there with another war correspondent and an Australian officer who at a great pace led us round about amid 5.9s and debouched a little to see one of our ammunition dumps exploding like a Brock's Benefit, and chattered brightly under woolly bears which made a rending tumult above our heads. I think he enjoyed his afternoon out from staff work in the headquarters huts. Afterward I was told that he was mad, but I think he was only brave. I hated those hours, but put on the mask that royalty wears when it takes on intelligent interest in factory work. The streams of wounded poured down into the casualty clearing stations day by day, week by week, and I saw the crowded butchers' shops of war, where busy surgeons lopped at limbs and plugged men's wounds. Yet in those days, as before and afterward, as at the beginning and as at the end, the spirits of British soldiers kept high unless their bodies were laid low. Between battles they enjoyed their spells of rest behind the lines. In that early summer of '17 there was laughter in Arras, lots of fun in spite of high velocities, and music of masked pipers and brass bands, jolly comradeship in billets with paneled walls upon which perhaps Robespierre's shadow had fallen in the candlelight before the Revolution, when he was a good young man of Arras. As a guest of the Gordons of the 15th Division, I listened to the pipers who marched round the table and stood behind the colonel's chair and mine and played the martial music of Scotland until something seemed to break in my soul and my eardrums. I introduced a French friend to the mess, and as a guest of honor he sat next to the colonel, and the 8 pipers played behind his chair. He went pale, deadly white, and presently swooned off his chair, and the Gordons thought it was the finest tribute to their pipes. The officers danced reels in stocking feet, with challenging cries, Gaelic exhortations, with fine grace and passion, though they were tangled sometimes in the maze. Many of them fell in the fields outside or in the bogs of Flanders. On the western side of Arras there were field sports by London men and Surreys, Buffs, Sussex, Norfolks, Suffolks, and Devons. They played cricket between their turns in the line, lived in the sunshine of the day, and did not look forward to the morrow. At such times one found no trace of war's agony in their faces, or their eyes, nor in the quality of their laughter. My dwelling place at that time, with other war correspondents, was in an old white chateau between St. Paul and Hedin, from which we motored out to the line, Arras way or Vimy way, for those walks in Queer Street. The contrast of our retreat with that Armageddon beyond was profound and bewildering. Behind the old white house were winding walks through little woods beside the stream which Henry crossed on his way to Agincourt, tapestried in early spring with bluebells and daffodils and all the flowers that Ronsard wove into his verse in the springtime of France. Birds sang their love songs in the thickets. The tits twittered fearfully at the laugh of the jay. All that beauty was like a sharp pain at one's heart after hearing the close tumult of the guns and trudging over the blasted fields of war in the routine of our task, week by week, month by month. "This makes for madness," said a friend of mine, a musician surprised to find himself a soldier. "In the morning we see our boys with their heads blown off." That morning, beyond the Pont de Jour and Telles, we had passed a group of headless boys, and another coming up stared at them with a silly smile and said, "They've copped it all right," and went on to the same risk, and we had crouched below mounds of earth when shells had scattered dirt over us and scared us horribly, so that we felt a little sick in the stomach. And in the afternoon we walked through this garden where the birds are singing. There's no sense in it. It's just midsummer madness. But only one of us went really mad and tried to cut his throat and died. One of the best, as I knew him at his best. Chapter 4. The battles of the Third Army beyond Arras petered out, and on June 7th there was the Battle of Messines and Wytschaete, when the Second Army revealed its mastery of organization and detail. It was the beginning of a vastly ambitious scheme to capture the whole line of ridges through Flanders, of which this was the southern hook, and then to liberate the Belgian coast as far inland as Bruges by a combined sea and land attack with shore-going tanks directed by the Fourth Army. This first blow at the Messines Ridge was completely and wonderfully successful, due to the explosion of 17 enormous mines under German positions, followed by an attack in depth, divisions passing through each other, or leapfrogging, as it was called, to the final objectives against an enemy demoralized by the earthquake of the explosions. For 2 years there had been fierce underground fighting at Hill 60 and elsewhere, when our tunnelers saw the Germans had listened to one another's workings, racing to strike through first to their enemies' galleries and touch off their high explosive charges. Our miners, aided by the magnificent work of Australian and Canadian tunnelers, had beaten the enemy into sheer terror of their method of fighting, and they had abandoned it, believing that we had also. But we had not, as they found to their cost. I had seen the working of the tunnelers up by Hill 70 and elsewhere. I had gone into the darkness of the tunnels, crouching low, striking my steel hat with sharp, spine-jarring knocks against the low beams overhead, coming into galleries where one could stand upright and walk at ease in electric light, hearing the vibrant hum of great engines, the murmur of men's voices in dark crypts, seeing numbers of men sleeping on bunks in the gloom of caverns close beneath the German lines, and listening through a queer little instrument called a microphone, by which I heard the scuffle of German feet in German galleries 1,000 yards away, the dropping of a pick or shovel, the knocking out of German pipes against charcoal stoves. It was by that listening instrument, more perfect than the enemy's, that we had beaten him, and by the grim determination of those underground men of ours, whose skin was the color of the chalk in which they worked, who coughed in the dampness of the caves, and who packed high explosives at the shaft heads, hundreds of tons of it, for the moment when the button should be touched far away and an electric current would pass down a wire and the enemy and his works would be blown into dust. That moment came at Hill 60 and 16 other places below the Wytschaete and Messines Ridge at 3:30 on the morning of June 7th, after a quiet night of war, when a few of our batteries had fired in a desultory way and the enemy had sent over some flocks of gas shells, and before the dawn I heard the cocks crow on Kemmel Hill. I saw the 17 mines go up, and earth and flame gush out of them as though the fires of hell had risen. A terrible sight, as the work of men against their fellow creatures. It was the signal for 750 of our heavy guns and 2,000 of our field guns to open fire, and behind a moving wall of bursting shells, English, Irish, and New Zealand soldiers moved forward in dense waves. It was almost a walkover. Only here and there groups of Germans served their machine guns to the death. Most of the living were stupefied amid their dead in the upheaved trenches, slashed woods, and deepest dugouts. I walked to the edge of the mine craters and stared into their great gulfs, wondering how many German bodies had been engulfed there. The following day I walked through Wytschaete Wood to the ruins of the hospice on the ridge. In 1914 some of our cavalry had passed this way when the hospice was a big red brick building with wings and outhouses and a large community of nuns and children. Through my glasses I had often seen its ruins from Kemmel Hill and the Scherpenberg. Now nothing was left but a pile of broken bricks, not very high. Our losses were comparatively small, though some brave men had died, including Major Willie Redmond, whose death in Wytschaete Wood was heard with grief in Ireland. Ludendorff admits the severity of the blow. Quotes, "The moral effect of the explosions was simply staggering. The 7th of June cost us dear, and owing to the success of the enemy attack, the price we paid was very heavy. Here, too, it was many days before the front was again secure. The British army did not press its advantage. Apparently it only intended to improve its position for the launching of the great Flanders offensive. It thereupon resumed operations between the old Arras battlefield and also between La Bassée and Lens. The object of the enemy was to wear us down and distract our attention from Ypres." End of quotes. That was true. The Canadians made heavy attacks at Lens, then, some of which I saw from ground beyond Notre-Dame-de-Lorette and the Vimy Ridge, and the enemy country by Grenay, when those men besieged a long chain of mining villages which girdled Lens itself, where every house was a machine gun fort with deep tunnels. I saw them after desperate struggles, covered in clay, parched with thirst, gassed, wounded, but indomitable. Lens was the Troy of the Canadian Corps and the English troops of the First Army, and it was only owing to other battles they were called upon to fight in Flanders that they had to leave it at last uncaptured for the enemy to escape. All of this was subsidiary to the great offensive in Flanders with its ambitious objects. But when the battles of Flanders began, the year was getting past its middle age, and events on other fronts had upset the strategical plan of Sir Douglas Haig and our High Command. The failure and abandonment of the Nivelle offensive in the Champagne were disastrous to us. It liberated many German divisions who could be sent up to relieve exhausted divisions in Flanders. Instead of attacking the enemy when he was weakening under assaults elsewhere, we attacked him when all was quiet on the French front. The collapse of Russia was now happening, and our policy ought to have been to save men for the tremendous moment of 1918, when we should need all our strength. So it seems certain now, though it was easy to prophesy after the event. I went along the coast as far as Coxyde and Nieuport and saw secret preparations for the coast offensive. We were building enormous gun emplacements at Melobon for long-range naval guns, camouflaged in sand dunes. Our men were being trained for fighting in the dunes. Our artillery positions were mapped out. 3 shots to 1, sir," said Sir Henry Rawlinson to the king. "That's the stuff to give them." But the Germans struck the first blow up there, not of importance to the strategical position, but ghastly to 2 battalions of the 1st Division, cut off on a spit of land at Lombartse, and almost annihilated under a fury of fire. At this time the enemy was developing his use of a new poison gas, mustard gas, which raised blisters and burned men's bodies where the vapor was condensed into reddish powder and blinded them for a week or more, if not forever, and turned their lungs to water. I saw hundreds of these cases in the 3rd Canadian Casualty Clearing Station on the coast, and there were thousands all along our front. At Oostdunkirk, near Nieuport, I had a whiff of it and was conscious of a burning sensation about the lips and eyelids, and for a week afterward vomited at times, and was scared by queer flutterings of the heart, which at night seemed to have but a feeble beat. It was enough to put the wind up. Our men dreaded the new danger, so mysterious, so stealthy in its approach. It was one of the new plagues of war. Chapter 5. The Battle of Flanders began around Ypres on July 31st, with a greater intensity of artillery on our side than had ever been seen before in this war, in spite of the Somme and Messines, when on big days of battle 2,000 guns opened fire on a single corps front. The enemy was strong also in artillery, arranged in great groups, often shifting to enfilade our lines of attack. The natural strength of his position along the ridges, which were like a great bony hand outstretched through Flanders, with streams or beaks, as they are called, flowing in the valleys which ran between the fingers of that claw-like range, were strengthened by chains of little concrete forts or pillboxes, as our soldiers called them, so arranged that they could defend one another by enfilade machine-gun fire. These were held by garrisons of machine-gunners of proved resolution, whose duty was to break up our waves of attack until, even if successful in gaining ground, only small bodies of survivors would be in a position to resist the counterattacks launched by German divisions farther back. The strength of pillboxes made of concrete 2 inches thick resisted everything but the direct hit of heavy shells, and they were not easy targets at long range. The garrisons within them fought with the utmost courage, even when surrounded, and again this method of defense proved terribly effective against the desperate, heroic assaults of British infantry. What our men had suffered in earlier battles was surpassed by what they now were called upon to endure. All the agonies of war, which I have attempted to describe, were piled up in those fields of Flanders. There was nothing missing in the list of war's abominations. A few days after the battle began, the rains began, and hardly ceased for 4 months. Night after night the skies opened and let down steady torrents, which turned all that country into one great bog of slime. Those little rivers or beaks, which ran between the knobby fingers of the claw-like range of ridges, were blown out of their channels and slopped over into broad swamps. The hurricanes of artillery fire, which our gunners poured upon the enemy positions for 20 miles in depth, churned up deep shell craters, which intermingled and made pits, which the rains and floods filled to the brim. The only way of walking was by duckboards, tracks laid down across the bogs under enemy fire, smashed up day by day, laid down again under the cover of darkness. Along a duckboard walk men must march in a single file, and if one of our men, heavily laden in his fighting kit, stumbled on those greasy boards, as all of them stumbled at every few yards, and fell off, he sank up to his knees, often up to his waist, sometimes up to his neck, in mud and water. If he were wounded when he fell, and darkness was about him, he could only cry to God or his pals, for he was helpless otherwise. One of our divisions of Lancashire men, the 66th, took 11 hours in making 3 miles or so out of Ypres across that ground on their way to attack, and then, in spite of their exhaustion, attacked. Yet, week after week, month after month, our masses of men, almost every division of the British Army at one time or another, struggled on through the slough of despond, capturing ridge after ridge, until the heights of Passchendaele were stormed and won, even though then the Germans clung to Staden and Westruspike, when all our efforts came to a dead halt, and that Belgian coast attack was never launched. Sir Douglas Haig thinks that some of the descriptions of that 6 months' horror were exaggerated. As a man who knows something of the value of words, and who saw many of those battle scenes in Flanders, and went out from Ypres many times during those months to the Westhoek Ridge and Pilkem Ridge, and Frensburg and Inverness Copse, and Glencorse Wood, and beyond to Polygon Wood and Passchendaele, where his dead lay in the swamps and round the pillboxes, and where tanks that had wallowed into the mire were shot into scrap heap by German gunfire. 30 were knocked out by direct hits on the first day of battle, and where our own guns were being flung up by the harassing fire of heavy shells. I say now that nothing that has been written is more than pale image of the abomination of those battlefields, and that no pen or brush has yet achieved the picture of that Armageddon in which so many of our men perished. They were months of ghastly endurance to gunners, when batteries sank up to their axles, as I saw them often, while they fired almost unceasingly for days and nights without sleep, and were living targets of shells which burst about them. They were months of battle in which our men advanced through slime into slime, under the slash of machine-gun bullets, shrapnel, and high explosives, wet to the skin, chilled to the bone, plastered up to the eyes in mud, with the dreadful way back for walking wounded, and but little chance sometimes for wounded who could not walk. The losses in many of these battles amounted almost to annihilation to many battalions, and whole divisions lost as much as 50% of their strength after a few days in action, before they were relieved. Those were dreadful losses. Napoleon said that no body of men could lose more than 25% of their fighting strength in an action without being broken in spirit. Our men lost double that, and more than double, but kept their courage, though in some cases they lost their hope. The 55th Division of Lancashire men, in their attacks on a line of pillboxes called Plum Farm, Schuler Farm, and Square Farm below the Gravenstaffel Spur, lost 3,840 men in casualties out of 6,049. Those were not uncommon losses. They were usual losses. One day's fighting in Flanders on October 4th cost the British Army 10,000 casualties, and they were considered light by the higher command in relation to the objects achieved. General Harper of the 51st Highland Division told me that in his opinion the official communiques and the war correspondents' articles gave only one side of the picture of war and were too glowing in their optimism. I did not tell him that my articles were accused of being black in pessimism, pervading gloom. "We tell the public," he said, "that an enemy division has been shattered. That is true, but so is mine. One of my brigades has lost 87 officers and 2,000 men since the spring." He protested that there was not enough liaison between the fighting officers and the higher command, and could not blame them for their hatred of the staff. The story of the two Irish divisions, the 36th Ulster and 16th Nationalist, in their fighting on August 16th, is black in tragedy. They were left in the line for 16 days before the battle, and were shelled and gassed incessantly as they crouched in wet ditches. Every day groups of men were blown to bits until the ditches were bloody and the living lay by the corpses of their comrades. Every day scores of wounded crawled back through the bogs, if they had the strength to crawl. Before the attack on August 16th, the Ulster Division had lost nearly 2,000 men. They then attacked and lost 2,000 more, and over 100 officers. The 16th Division lost as many men before the attack, and more officers. The 8th Dublins had been annihilated in the holding line. On the night before the battle, hundreds of men were gassed. Then their comrades attacked and lost over 2,000 more, and 162 officers. All the ground below two knolls of earth, called Hill 35 and Hill 37, which were defended by German pillboxes called Pond Farm and Gallipoli,
Beck House, and Borry Farm became an Irish shambles. In spite of their dreadful losses, the survivors in the Irish battalion went forward to the assault with desperate valor on the morning of August 16th, surrounded the pillboxes, stormed them through blasts of machine-gun fire, and toward the end of the day small bodies of these men had gained a footing on the objectives which they had been asked to capture, but were then too weak to resist German counterattacks. The 7th and 8th Royal Irish Fusiliers had been almost exterminated in their efforts to dislodge the enemy from Hill 37. They lost 17 officers out of 21, and 64% of their men. One company of 4 officers and 100 men, ordered to capture the concrete fort known as Borry Farm at all cost, lost 4 officers and 70 men. The 9th Dublins lost 15 officers out of 17 and 66% of their men. The 2 Irish divisions were broken to bits, and their brigadiers called it murder. They were violent in their denunciation of the Fifth Army for having put their men into the attack after those 13 days of heavy shelling, and after the battle they complained that they were cast aside like old shoes, no care being taken for the comfort of the men who had survived. No motor lorries were sent to meet them and bring them down, but they had to tramp back, exhausted and dazed. The remnants of the 16th Division, the poor, despairing remnants, were sent, without a rest or baths, straight into the line again, down south. I found a general opinion among officers and men, not only of the Irish Division, under the command of the Fifth Army, that they had been the victims of atrocious staff work, tragic in its consequences. From what I saw of some of the Fifth Army staff officers, I was of the same opinion. Some of these young gentlemen, and some of the elderly officers, were arrogant and supercilious, without revealing any symptoms of intelligence. If they had wisdom, it was deeply camouflaged by an air of inefficiency. If they had knowledge, they hid it as a secret of their own. General Gough, commanding the Fifth Army in Flanders, and afterward north and south of St. Quentin, where the enemy broke through, was extremely courteous, of most amiable character, with a high sense of duty. But in Flanders, if not personally responsible for many tragic happenings, he was badly served by some of his subordinates, and battalion officers and divisional staffs raged against the whole of the Fifth Army organization, or lack of organization, with an extreme passion of speech. "You must be glad to leave Flanders," I said to a group of officers trekking toward the Cambrai salient. One of them answered violently, "God be thanked we are leaving the Fifth Army area." In an earlier chapter of this book I have already paid a tribute to the Second Army, and especially to Sir John Harington, its chief of staff. There was a thoroughness of method, a minute attention to detail, a care for the comfort and spirit of the men throughout the Second Army staff, which did at least inspire the troops with the belief that whatever they did in the fighting lines had been prepared and would be supported with every possible help that organization could provide. That belief was founded not upon fine words spoken on parade, but by strenuous work, a driving zeal, and a fine intelligence of a chief of staff whose brain was like a high-power engine. I remember a historic little scene in the Second Army headquarters at Cassel, in a room where many of the great battles had been planned, when Sir John Harington made the dramatic announcement that Sir Herbert Plumer and he, as General Plumer's chief of staff, had been ordered to Italy in the middle of the battle to report on the situation which had become so grave there. He expressed his regret that he should have to leave Flanders without completing all his plans, but was glad that Passchendaele had been captured before his going. In front of him was the map of the great range from Wittschede to Staden, and he laid his hands upon it and smiled and said, "I often used to think how much of that range we should get this year. Now it is nearly all ours." He thanked the war correspondents for all their articles, which had been very helpful to the army, and said how glad he had been to have our cooperation. "It was my ambition," he said, speaking with some emotion, "to make cordial relations between battalion officers and the staff, and to get rid of that criticism, sometimes just, which has been directed against the staff. The Second Army has been able to show the fighting soldiers that the success of a battle depends greatly on efficient staff work, and has inspired them with confidence in the preparations and organization behind the lines. Yet it seemed to me in my pessimism, and seems to me still in my memory of all that ghastly fighting, that the fine mechanism of the Second Army applied to those battles in Flanders was utterly misspent, that after the first heavy rains had fallen the offensive ought to have been abandoned, and that it was a frightful error of judgment to ask masses of men to attack in conditions where they had not a dog's chance of victory, except at a cost which made it of Pyrrhic irony. Nevertheless, it was wearing the enemy out, as well as our own strength and manpower. He could less afford to lose his one man than we could our three, now that the United States had entered the war. Ludendorff has described the German agony and days of battle which he calls terrific, inflicting enormous loss upon his armies and increasing his anxiety at the reduction of our fighting strength. Quotes, "Enormous masses of ammunition, the like of which no mortal mind before the war had conceived, were hurled against human beings who lay, eking out by a bare existence, scattered in shell holes that were deep in slime. The terror of it surpassed even that of the shell-pitted field before Verdun. This was not life. It was agony unspeakable, and out of the universe of slime the attacker wallowed forward, slowly but continually and in dense masses. Time and again the enemy, struck by the hail of our projectiles in the forefield, collapsed, and our lonely men in the shell holes breathed again. Then the mass came on. Rifle and machine gun were beslimed. The struggle was man to man, and only too often it was the mass that won. What the German soldier accomplished, lived through, and suffered during the Flanders battle will stand in his honor for all time as a brazen monument that he set himself with his own hands on enemy soil. The enemy's losses, too, were heavy. When in the spring of 1918 we occupied the battlefield, it presented a horrible spectacle with its many unburied dead. Their number ran into thousands. 2/3 of them were enemy dead. 1/3 were German soldiers who had met there a hero's death. And yet the truth must be told. Individual units no longer surmounted as before the demoralizing influences of the defensive campaign. October 26th and 30th and November 6th and 10th were also days of pitched battle of the heaviest kind. The enemy stormed like a wild bull against the iron wall that had kept him at a distance from our U-boat base. He hurled his weight against the Hothulst Wood. He hurled it against Pulselkapelle, Passchendaele, Leclerc, Gebelwelt, Zandevoorde. At very many points he dented the line. It seemed as if he would charge down the wall, but although a slight tremor passed through its foundation, the wall held. The impressions that I continued to receive were extremely grave. Tactically, everything had been done. The forefield was good. Our artillery practice had materially improved. Behind nearly every fighting division there stood a second, as rear wave. In the third line, too, there were still reserves. We knew that the wear and tear of the enemy's forces was high, but we also knew that the enemy was extraordinarily strong, and what was equally important, possessed extraordinary willpower. End of quotes. That was the impression of the cold brain directing the machinery of war from German headquarters. More human and more tragic is a letter of an unknown German officer which we found among hundreds of others, telling the same tale in the mud of the battlefield. Quotes, "If it were not for the men who have been spared me on this fierce day and are lying around me and looking timidly at me, I should shed hot and bitter tears over the terrors that have menaced me during these hours. On the morning of September 18th, my dugout containing 17 men was shot to pieces over our heads. I am the only one who withstood the maddening bombardment of 3 days and still survives. You cannot imagine the frightful mental torments I have undergone in those few hours. After crawling out through the bleeding remnants of my comrades and through the smoke and debris, wandering and running in the midst of the raging gunfire in search of a refuge, I am now awaiting death at any moment. You do not know what Flanders means. Flanders means endless human endurance. Flanders means blood and scraps of human bodies. Flanders means heroic courage and faithfulness even unto death." End of quotes. To British and to Germans it meant the same. End of section 20. Of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7, Chapters 6 to 10. Chapter 6. During the 4.5 months of that fighting, the war correspondents were billeted in the old town of Cassel, where, perched on a hill which overlooks a wide stretch of Flanders, through our glasses we could see the sand dunes beyond Dunkirk, and with the naked eye the whole vista of the battle line around Ypres, and in the wide curve all the countryside lying between Aire and Hazebrouck and Notre Dame de Lorette. My billet was in a monastery for old priests on the eastern edge of the town, and at night my window was lighted by distant shell fire, and I gazed out to a sky of darkness rent by vivid flashes, bursts of red flame, and rockets rising high. The priests used to tap on my door when I came back from the battlefields all muddy, with a slime-plastered face, writing furiously, and an old padre used to plague me like that, saying, "What news? It goes well, eh? Not too well, perhaps? Alas, it is slaughter on both sides." "It's all your fault," I said once, chaffingly, to get rid of him. "You do not pray enough." He grasped my wrist with his skinny old hand. "Monsieur," he whispered, "after 80 years I nearly lose my faith in God. That is terrible, is it not? Why does not God give us victory? Alas, perhaps we have sinned too much." One needed great faith for courage then, and my courage, never much to boast about, ebbed low those days, when I agonized over our losses and saw the suffering of our men and those foul swamps where the bodies of our boys lay in pools of slime, vividly colored by the metallic vapors of high explosives, beside the gashed tree stumps and the mangled corpses of Germans who had died outside their pillboxes, and when I saw dead horses on the roads out of Ypres, and transport drivers dead beside their broken wagons, and officers of ours with the look of doomed men, nerve-shaken, soul-stricken, in captured blockhouses, where I took a nip of whiskey with them now and then before they attacked again, and groups of dazed prisoners coming down the tracks through their own harrowing fire, and always, always streams of wounded by tens of thousands. There was an old mill house near Vlamertinghe, beyond Goldfish Chateau, which was made into a casualty clearing station, and scores of times when I saw it crowded with the walking wounded who had trudged down from the fighting line, taking 11 hours, 14 hours sometimes, to get so far. They were no longer cheerful like the gay lads who came lightly wounded out of the earlier battles, glad of life, excited by their luck. They were silent, shivering, stricken men, boys in age, but old and weary in the knowledge of war. The slime of the battlefields had engulfed them. Their clothes were plastered to their bodies. Their faces and hands were coated with that whitish clay. Their steel hats and rifles were caked with it. Their eyes, brooding, were strangely alive in those corpse-like figures of mud who huddled round charcoal stoves or sat motionless on wooden forms waiting for ambulances. Yet they were stark in spirit still. "Only the mud beat us," they said. Man after man said that. "We should have gone much farther except for the mud." Along the Menin road there were wayside dressing stations for wounded, with surgeons at work, and I saw the same scenes there. They were not beyond the danger zone. Doctors and orderlies were killed by long-range shells. Wounded were wounded again or finished off. Some ambulances were blown to bits. A colonel who had been standing in talk with a doctor was killed halfway through a sentence. There was never a day in which Ypres was not shelled by long-range high velocities which came howling overhead as I heard them scores of times in passing through those ruins with gas masks at the alert, according to orders, and steel hats strapped on, and a deadly sense of nostalgia because of what was happening in the fields of horror that lay beyond. Yet to the soldier farther up the Menin road, Ypres was sanctuary and God's heaven. The little old town of Cassel on the hill, where once a Duke of York marched up and then marched down again, was beyond shell range, though the enemy tried to reach it and dropped 12-inch shells, which made holes deep enough to bury a coach and horses, round its base. There is an inn there, the Hôtel du Sauvage, which belongs now to English history, and Scottish and Irish and Welsh and Australian and Canadian. It was the last place along the road to Ypres where men who loved life could get a dinner sitting with their knees below a tablecloth, with candlelight glinting in glasses, while outside the windows the flickering fires of death told them how short might be their tarrying in the good places of the world. This was a good place, where the blinds were pulled down by Madame, who understood. Behind the desk was Mademoiselle Suzanne, a dainty rogue in porcelain, with wonderfully bright eyes, and just a little greeting of a smile for any young officer who looked her way trying to get that greeting, because it was ever so long since he had seen a pretty face, and might be ever so long again. Sometimes it was a smile met in a mirror against the wall, to which Suzanne looked to touch her curls and see, like the Lady of Shalott, the pictures of life that passed. A man would tilt his chair to get that angle of vision. Outside, on these nights of war, it was often blusterous, very dark, wet with heavy rain. The door opened, and other officers came in with waterproofs sagging round their legs and top boots muddy to the tags, abashed because they made pools of water on polished boards. "Pardon, madame. Ce ne fait rien, monsieur." There was a clip-clop of horses' hoofs in the yard. I thought of D'Artagnan and the musketeers who might have ridden into this very yard, strode into this very room, on their way to Dunkirk or Calais. Madame played the piano remarkably well. Classical music of all kinds, and any accompaniment to any song. Our young officers sang. Some of them touched the piano with a loving touch and said, "Ye gods, a piano again!" and played old melodies or merry ragtime. Before Passchendaele was taken, a Canadian boy brought a fiddle with him, and played last of all, after other tunes, "The Long, Long Trail," which his comrades sang. "Come and play to us again," said Madame. "If I come back," said the boy. He did not come back along the road through Ypres to Cassel. From the balcony one could see the nightbirds fly. On every moonlight night German raiders were about bombing our camps and villages. One could see just below the hill how the bombs crashed into Sainte-Marie-Capelle and many hamlets where British soldiers lay, and where peasants and children were killed with them. For some strange reason Cassel itself was never bombed. "We are a nest of spies," said some of the inhabitants, but others had faith in a miraculous statue, and still others in Sir Herbert Plumer. Once, when a big shell burst very close, I looked at Mademoiselle Suzanne behind the desk. She did not show fear by the flicker of an eyelid, though officers in the room were startled. "Vous n'avez pas peur même de la mort?" "You are not afraid even of death?" I asked. She shrugged her shoulders. "Je m'en fiche de la mort. I don't care a damn for death." The Hôtel du Sauvage was a pleasant rendezvous, but barred for a time to young gentlemen of the Air Force who lingered too long there sometimes and were noisy. It was barred to all officers for certain hours of the day without special permits from the APM, who made trouble in granting them. 3 Scottish officers rode down into Cassel. They had ridden down from Hellfire to sit at a table covered with a tablecloth and drink tea in a room again. They were refused permission, and their language to me about the APM was unprintable. They desired his blood and bones. They raised their hands to heaven to send down wrath upon all skunks dwelling behind the lines in luxury and denying any kind of comfort to fighting men. They included the PM in their rage, and all staff officers from Cassel to Bolognia and away back to Whitehall. To cheer up the war correspondents' mess, we assembled at night after miserable days, and when in the darkness gusts of wind and rain clouded the window panes and distant gunfire rumbled or bombs were falling in near villages, telling of peasant girls killed in their beds and soldiers mangled in wayside burns, we had the company sometimes of an officer, a black-eyed fellow,
who told merry little tales of executions and prison happenings at which he assisted in the course of his duty. I remember one about a young officer sentenced to death for cowardice. There were quite a number of lads like that. He was blindfolded by a gas mask fixed on the wrong way round and pinioned and tied to a post. The firing party lost their nerve, and their shots were wild. The boy was only wounded, and screamed in his mask, and the APM had to shoot him twice with his revolver before he died. That was only one of many little anecdotes told by a gentleman who seemed to like his job and to enjoy these reminiscences. The battles of Flanders ended with the capture of Passchendaele by the Canadians, and that year's fighting on the Western Front cost us 800,000 casualties. And though we had dealt the enemy heavy blows from which he reeled back, the drain upon our manpower was too great for what was to happen next year, and our men were too sorely tired. For the first time the British Army lost its spirit of optimism, and there was a sense of deadly depression among many officers and men with whom I came in touch. They saw no ending of the war, and nothing except continuous slaughter, such as that in Flanders. Our men were not mythical heroes exalted by the gods above the limitations of nature. They were human beings with wives and children or mothers and sisters whom they desired to see again. They hated this war. Death had no allurement for them, except now and then as an escape from intolerable life under fire. They would have been superhuman if they had not revolted in spirit, though still faithful to discipline against the foul conditions of warfare in the swamps where, in spite of all they had, in that 4 months or so of fighting, achieved the greatest effort of human courage and endurance ever done by masses of men in obedience to command. Chapter 7. At the end of those battles happened that surprising, audacious adventure in the Cambrai salient, organized by the Third Army under General Byng, when on November 20th, 1917, squadrons of tanks broke through the Hindenburg line, and infantry streamed through the breach, captured hundreds of guns, 10,000 prisoners, many villages and ridges, and gave a monstrous shock to the German High Command. The audacity of the adventure lay in the poverty of manpower with which it was attempted and supported. The divisions engaged had all been through the grinding mill of Flanders and were tired men. The artillery was made up largely of those batteries which had been axle deep in Flanders mud. It was clearly understood by General Byng and General Louis Vaughan, his chief of staff, that Sir Douglas Haig could not afford to give them strong reserves to exploit any success they might gain by surprise or to defend the captured ground against certain counterattacks. It was to be a surprise assault by tanks and infantry, with the hope that the cavalry corps might find its gap at last and sweep round Cambrai before the enemy could recover and reorganize. With other correspondents I saw General Louis Vaughan, who expounded the scheme before it was launched. That charming man, with his professional manner, sweetness of speech, gentleness of voice and gesture, like an Oxford Don, analyzing the war correspondence of Xenophon, made no secret of the economy with which the operation would have to be made. "We must cut our cost according to our cloth," he said. The whole idea was to seize only as much ground as the initial success could gain, and not to press if resistance became strong. It was a gamble, with a chance of luck. The cavalry might do nothing, or score a big triumph. All depended on the surprise of the tanks. If they were discovered before the assault, the whole adventure would fail at the start. They had been brought up secretly by night, 400 of them, with supply tanks for ammunition and petrol lying hidden in woods by day, so the artillery and infantry and cavalry had been concentrated also. The enemy believed himself secure in its Hindenburg line, which had been constructed behind broad hedges of barbed wire with such wide ditches that no tank could cross. How, then, would tanks cross? Ah, that was a little trick which would surprise the Germans mightily. Each tank would advance through the early morning mists with a bridge on its nose. The bridge was really a big fascine, or bundle of faggots, about 1.5 yards in diameter and controlled by a lever and chain from the interior of the tank. Having plowed through the barbed wire and reached the edge of the Hindenburg trench, the tank would drop the fascine into the center of the ditch, stretch out its long body, reach the bundle of faggots, find support on it, and use it as a stepping stone to the other side. Very simple in idea and effect. So it happened, and the mists favored us, as I saw on the morning of the attack at a little place called Beaumont, near Villers-Puech. The enemy was completely surprised, caught at breakfast in his dugouts, rounded up in batches. The tanks went through the breach they had made, with the infantry swarming round them, and captured Havencourt, Hermies, Ribecourt, Gouzencourt, Messenert, and Mâcon, and a wide stretch of country forming a cup of amphitheater below a series of low ridges south of Boulogne Wood, where the ground rose again. It was a spectacular battle, such as we had never seen before, and during the following days, when our troops worked up to Boulogne Wood and through the intervening villages of Anneux, Grandcourt, Contagne, and Fontaine-Notre-Dame, I saw tanks going into action and cruising about like land ships, with cavalry patrols riding over open ground, airplanes flying low over German territory, and masses of infantry beyond all trench lines, and streams of liberated civilians trudging through the lines from Marcoing. The enemy was demoralized the first day and made only slight resistance. The chief losses of the tanks were due to a German major of artillery who served his own guns and knocked out a baker's dozen of these monsters as they crawled over Fliquier Ridge. I saw them lying there with the blood and bones of their pilots and crews within their steel walls. It was a Highland soldier who checked the German major. "You're a brave man," he said, "but you've got to die," and ran him through the stomach with his bayonet. It was this check at the Fliquier Ridge, followed by the breaking of the bridge at Mesnières under the weight of a tank and the holding of a trench line called the Rumilly Switch by a battalion of Germans who raced to it from Cambrai before our men could capture it, which thwarted the plans of the cavalry. Our cavalry generals were in a consultation at their headquarters too far back to take immediate advantage of the situation. They waited for the capture of the Rumilly Switch, and held up masses of cavalrymen whom I saw riding through the village of Ribecourt with excitement and exultation, because they thought that at last their chance had come. Finally, orders were given to cancel all previous plans to advance. Only one squadron, belonging to the Canadian Fort Garry Horse in General Seeley's division, failed to receive the order. Their colonel rode after them, but his horse slipped and fell before he caught them up. And it was their day of heroic folly. They rode fast and made their way through a gap in the wire cut by the troopers, and came under rifle and machine gun fire, which wounded the captain and several men. The command was carried on by a young lieutenant, who rode with his men until they reached the camouflage road southeast of the village of Rumilly, where they went through in sections under fire of the enemy hidden in the banks. Here they came up against a battery of field guns, one of which fired point blank at them. They charged the battery, putting the guns out of action and killing some of the gunners. Those who were not destroyed surrendered, and the prisoners were left to be sent back by the supports. The squadron then dealt with the German infantry in the neighborhood. Some of them fled, while some were killed or surrendered. All these operations were done at a gallop under fire from flanking blockhouses. The squadron then slowed down to a walk and took up a position in a sunken road 1 kilometer east of Rumilly. Darkness crept down upon them, and gradually they were surrounded by German infantry and machine guns, so that they were in great danger of capture or destruction. Only 5 of their horses remained unhit, and the lieutenant in command decided that they must endeavor to cut their way through and get back. The horses were stampeded in the direction of the enemy in order to draw the machine gun fire, and while these riderless horses galloped wildly out of one end of the sunken road, the officer and his surviving troopers escaped from the other end. On the way back they encountered 4 bodies of the enemy, whom they attacked and routed. On one occasion their escape was due to the cunning of another young lieutenant who spoke German and held conversations with the enemy in the darkness, deceiving them as to the identity of his force until they were able to take the German troops by surprise and hack a way through. This lieutenant was hit in the face by a bullet, and when he arrived back in Mesnières with his men in advance of the rear guard, he was only able to make his report before falling in a state of collapse. Other small bodies of cavalry, Among them the 8th Dragoons and 5th Hussars had wild, heroic adventures in the Cambrai salient, where they rode under blasts of machine gun fire and rounded up prisoners in the ruined villages of Novelle and Fontaine Notre Dame. Some of them went into Folly Wood nearby and met 7 German officers strolling about the glades as though there was no war on. They took them prisoners, but had to release some of them later, as they could not be bothered with them. Later they came across 6 ammunition wagons and destroyed them. In the heart of the wood was one of the German divisional headquarters, and one of our cavalry officers dismounted and approached the cottage stealthily and looked through the windows. Inside was a party of German officers seated at a table with beer mugs in front of them, apparently unconscious of any danger near them. Our officer fired his revolver through the windows and then, like a schoolboy who has thrown a stone, ran away as hard as he could and joined his troop. Youthful folly of gallant hearts. After the enemy's surprise, his resistance stiffened, and he held the village of Fontaine Notre Dame and Bourlon Wood on the hill above with strong rear guards. Very quickly, too, he brought new batteries into action, and things became unpleasant in fields and villages where our men, as I saw them on those days, hunted around for souvenirs in German dugouts and found field glasses, automatic pistols, and other good booty. It seemed to me that the plan, as outlined by General Louis Vaughan, not to exploit success farther than justified by the initial surprise, was abandoned for a time. A brigade of guards was put in to attack Fontaine Notre Dame and suffered heavily from machine gun fire before taking it. The 62nd Yorkshire Division lost many good men in Bourlon village and Bourlon Wood, into which the enemy poured gas shells and high explosives. Then on November 30th the Germans, under the direction of General von Marwitz, came back upon us with a tiger's pounce, in a surprise attack which we ought to have anticipated. I happened to be on the way to Gouzencourt early that morning, and going through the village of Fan next to it, I saw men straggling back in some disorder, and gun teams wedged in a dense traffic moving in what seemed to be the wrong direction. "I don't know what to do," said a young gunner officer. "My battery has been captured and I can't get into touch with the brigade." "What has happened?" I asked. He looked at me in surprise. "Don't you know? The enemy has broken through." "Broken through where?" The gunner officer pointed down the road. "At the present moment he's in Gouzencourt." I went northward and saw that places like Amiens and Havrincourt, which had been peaceful spots for a few days, were under heavy fire. Bourlon Wood beyond was a fiery furnace. Hell had broken out again, and things looked bad. There was a general packing up of dumps and field hospitals and heavy batteries. In Gouzencourt and other places our divisional and brigade headquarters were caught napping. Officers were in their pajamas or in their baths when they heard the snap of machine gun bullets. I saw the guards go forward to Gouzencourt for a counterattack. They came along munching apples and whistling as though on peace maneuvers. Next day, after they had gained back Gouzencourt, I saw many of them wounded, lying under tarpaulins, all dirty and bloody. The Germans had adopted our own way of attack. They had assembled masses of troops secretly, moving them forward by night under the cover of woods, so that our air scouts saw no movement by day. Our line was weakly held along the front. The 55th Division, thinned out by losses, was holding the line of 1,300 yards, 3 times as much as any troops can hold, in safety, and the German storm troops, after a short, terrific bombardment, broke through to a distance of 5 miles. Our tired men, who had gained the first victory, fought heroic rearguard actions back from Mesnier and Marcoing, and back from Bourlon Wood on the northern side of the salient. They made the enemy pay a high price in blood for the success of his counterattack, but we lost many thousands of brave fellows, and the joy bells which had rung in London on November 20th became sad and ironical music in the hearts of our disappointed people. So ended 1917, our black year, and in the spring of 1918, after all the losses of that year, our armies on the Western Front were threatened by the greatest menace that had ever drawn near to them, and the British Empire was in jeopardy. Chapter 8. In the autumn of 1917
The Italian disaster of Caporetto had happened, and Sir Herbert Plumer, with his chief of staff, Sir John Harrington, and many staff officers of the Second Army had, as I have told, been sent to Italy with some of our best divisions, so weakening Sir Douglas Haig's command. At that very time, also, after the bloody losses in Flanders, the French government and General Headquarters brought severe pressure upon the British War Council to take over a greater length of line in France, in order to release some of the older classes of the French army who had been under arms since 1914. We yielded to that pressure, and Sir Douglas Haig extended his lines north and south of St. Quentin, where the Fifth Army, under General Gau, was entrusted with the defense. I went over all that new ground of ours, out of Noyon to Chaulnes and Bercy and the floods of the Oie Bellefere, out from Ham to Holmont Forest and Francilly, Pin de Doullon, and the Fort de Laise by St. Quentin, and from Peronne to Hagicourt and Jeancourt and La Verrière. It was a pleasant country, with living trees and green fields not annihilated by shell fire, though with the naked eye I could see the scarred walls of St. Quentin Cathedral, and the villages near the front lines had been damaged in the usual way. It was dead quiet there for miles, except for short bursts of harassing fire now and then, and odd shells here and there, and bursts of black shrapnel in the blue sky of mild days. "Paradise after Flanders," said our men. But I knew that there was a great movement of troops westward from Russia, and wondered how long this paradise would last. I looked about for trench systems, support lines, and did not see them, and wondered what our defense would be if the enemy attacked here in great strength. Our army seemed wonderfully thinned out. There were few men to be seen in our outpost line or in reserve. It was all strangely quiet, alarmingly quiet. Yet pleasant for the time being. I had a brother commanding a battery along the railway line south of St. Quentin. I went to see him, and we had a picnic meal on a little hill, staring straight toward St. Quentin Cathedral. One of his junior officers set the gramophone going. The colonel of the artillery brigade came jogging up on his horse and called out, "Fine morning, and a pretty spot." The infantry divisions were cheerful. Like a rest cure, they said. They had sports almost within sight of the German lines. I saw a boxing match in an Irish battalion, and while two fellows hammered each other, I glanced away from them to winding, wavy lines of chalk on the opposite hillsides, and wondered what was happening behind them in that quietude. "What do you think about the German offensive?" I asked a general of a London division, General Gorringe, of the 47th, standing on a wagon and watching a tug-of-war. From that place also we could see the German positions. "GHQ has got the wind up," he said. "It is all bluff." General Hall, temporarily commanding the Irish division, was of the same opinion, and took some pains to explain the folly of thinking the Germans would attack. Yet day after day, week after week, the intelligence reports were full of evidence of immense movements of troops westward, of intensive training of German divisions in back areas, of new hospitals, ammunition dumps, airplanes, battery positions. There was overwhelming evidence as to the enemy's intentions. Intelligence officers took me on one side and said, "England ought to know. The people ought to be prepared. All this is very serious. We shall be up against it." GHQ was convinced. On February 23rd, the war correspondents published articles summarizing the evidence, pointing out the gravity of the menace, and they were passed by the censorship. But England was not scared. Dances were in full swing in London. Little ladies laughed as usual, light-hearted. Flanders had made no difference to national optimism, though the hospitals were crowded with blind and maimed and shell-shocked. "I am skeptical of the German offensive," said Mr. Bonar Law. Nobody believed the war correspondents. Nobody ever did believe us, though some of us wrote the truth from first to last as far as the facts of war go, apart from deeper psychology, and a naked realism of horrors and losses, and criticism of facts which did not come within our liberty of the pen.
They were strange months for me. I felt that I was in possession, as indeed I was, of a terrible secret which might lead to the ending of the world, our world as we knew it, with our liberties and power. For weeks I had been pledged to say no word about it, to write not a word about it, and it was like being haunted by a specter all day long. One laughed, but the specter echoed one's laughter and said, "Wait." The mild sunshine of those spring days was pleasant to one's spirit in the woods about Le Ferret, and in fields where machine guns chattered a little, while overhead our airplanes dodged German Archies. But the specter chilled one's blood at the reminder of vast masses of field-gray men drawing nearer to our lines in overwhelming numbers. I motored to many parts of the front, and my companion sometimes was a little Frenchman who had lost a leg in the war, D'Artagnan with a wooden peg, most valiant, most gay. Along the way he recited the poems of Bonsard. At the journey's end one day he sang old French chansons in an English mess, within gunshot of the German lines. He climbed up a tree and gazed at the German positions and made sketches while he hummed little tunes and said between them, "Ah, les sacres Boches! If only I could fight again." I remember a pleasant dinner in the old town of Noyon, in a little restaurant where two pretty girls waited. They had come from Paris with their parents to start this business, now that Noyon was safe. Safe, oh Lord! And everything was very dainty and clean. At dinner that night there was a hostile air raid overhead. Bombs crashed, but the girls were brave. One of them volunteered to go with an officer across the square to show him the way to the APM, from where he had to get a pass to stay for dinner. Shrapnel bullets were whipping the flagstones of the Grande Place from anti-aircraft guns. The officer wore his steel helmet. The girl was going without any hat above her braided hair. He did not let her go, and the officer had another guide. One night I brought my brother to the place from his battery near St. Quentin. We dined well, slept well. "Noyon is a good spot," he said. "I shall come here again when you give me a lift." A few days later my brother was firing at masses of Germans with open sights, and the British army was in a full tide of retreat. And the junior officer who had played his gramophone was dead, with other officers and men of that battery. When I next passed through Noyon, shells were falling into it, and later I saw it in ruins, with the glory of the Romanesque cathedral sadly scarred. I have ofttimes wondered what happened to the little family in the old hotel. So March 21st came, as we knew it would come, even to the very date, and Ludendorff played his trump cards and the great game. Before that date I had an interview with General Gough, commanding the Fifth Army. He pulled out his maps, showed his method of forward redoubts beyond the main battle zone, and in a quiet, amiable way spoke some words which froze my blood. "We may have to give ground," he said, "if the enemy attacks in strength. We may have to fall back to our main battle zone. That will not matter much. It is possible that we may have to go further back. Our real line of defense is the Somme. It will be nothing like a tragedy if we hold that. If we lose the crossings of the Somme, it will, of course, be serious. But not a tragedy even then. It will only be tragic if we lose Amiens, and we must not do that." The crossings of the Somme? Amiens? Such a thought had never entered my imagination. General Gough had suggested terrible possibilities. All but the worst happened. In my dispatches, reprinted in book form with explanatory prefaces, I have told in full detail the meaning and measure of the British retreat, when 48 of our divisions were attacked by 114 German divisions and fell back, fighting stubborn rearguard actions, which at last brought the enemy to a dead halt outside Amiens and along the river Ancre, northward from Albert, where afterward, in a northern attack, the enemy under Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria broke through the Portuguese between Givenchy and Festubert, where our wings held, drove up to Belleul, which was burned to the ground, and caused us to abandon all the ridges of Flanders which had been gained at such great cost, and fall back to the edge of Ypres.
In this book I shall not narrate all this history again. They were evil days for us. The German offensive was conducted with masterly skill, according to the new method of infiltration which had been tried against Italy with great success in the autumn of '17 at Caporetto. It consisted in a penetration of our lines by wedges of machine gunners, constantly reinforced and working inward, so that our men, attacked frontally after terrific bombardment, found themselves under flanking fire on their right and left and in danger of being cut off. Taking advantage of a dense fog for which they had waited according to meteorological forecasts, the Germans had easily made their way between our forward redoubts on the Fifth Army front, where our garrisons held out for a long time, completely surrounded, and penetrated our inner battle zone. Through the gaps they made they came in masses in a great pace, with immense machine gun strength and light artillery. On the Third Army front, where penetrations were made, notably near Bullecourt, between the 6th and 51st Divisions, the whole of our army machine was upset for a time, like a watch with a broken mainspring and loose wheels. Staffs lost touch with fighting units. Communications were broken down. Orders were given, but not received. After enormous losses of men and guns, our heavy artillery was choking the roads of escape, while our rear guards fought for their time rather than for ground. The crossings of the Somme were lost too easily. In the confusion and tumult of those days, some of our men, being human, were demoralized and panic-stricken, and gave ground which might have been longer held. But on the whole, and in the mass, there was no panic, and a most grim valor of men who fought for days and nights without sleep, fought when they were almost surrounded or quite surrounded, and until few of them remained to hold any kind of line. Fortunately, the Germans were unable to drag their heavy guns over the desert they had made a year before in their own retreat, and at the end of the week their pace slackened and they halted in exhaustion. I went into the swirl of our retreat day after day by Guiscard and Hume. Then, as the line moved back, by Peronne and Bapaume, and at last, on a dreadful day, by the windmill at Pozières, our old heroic fighting ground, where once again, after many battles, the enemy was in Courcelette and High Wood and Deville Wood, and as I saw by going to the right through Albert, driving hard up to Amidst and Montauban. That meant the loss of all the old Somme battlefields, and that struck a chill in one's heart. But what I marveled at always was the absence of panic, the fatalistic acceptance of the turn of fortune's wheel by many officers and men, and the refusal of corps and divisional staffs to give way to despair in those days of tragedy and crisis. The northern attack was in many ways worse to bear and worse to see. The menace to the coast was frightful when the enemy struck up to Bailleul and captured Kemmel Hill from the French regiment which had come up to relieve some of our exhausted and unsupported men. All through this country, between Esther and Merville and Steenwerk and Mattern and Bailleul, thousands of civilians had been living on the edge of battlefields, believing themselves safe behind our lines. Now the line had slipped, and they were caught by German shell fire and German guns, and after nearly 4 years of war had to abandon their homes like the first fugitives. I saw old women coming down lanes where 5.9s were bursting and where our gunners were getting into action. I saw young mothers packing their babies and their bundles into perambulators while shells came hurtling over the thatched roofs of their cottages. I stood on the Mont de Chat, looking down upon a wide sweep of battle, and saw many little farmsteads on fire, and Bailleul, one torch of flame and smoke. There was an old monastery on the Mont de Chat, which had been in the midst of a cavalry battle in October of 1914, when Prince Max of Hesse, the Kaiser's cousin, was mortally wounded by a shot from one of our troopers. He was carried into the cell of the old prior, who watched over him in his dying hours when he spoke of his family and friends. Then his body was borne down the hill at night and buried secretly by a parish priest, and when the Kaiser wrote to the Pope desiring to know the whereabouts of his cousin's grave, the priest to whom his message was conveyed said, "Tell the Kaiser he shall know when the German armies have departed from Belgium, and when reparation has been made for all their evil deeds." It was the prior who told me that story, and described to me how the British cavalry had forged their way up the hill. He showed me the scars of bullets on the walls and the windows from which the monks looked out upon the battle. "All that is a wonderful memory," said the prior. "Thanks to the English, we are safe and beyond the range of German shells." I thought of his words that day I climbed the hill to see the sweep of battle beyond. The monastery was no longer beyond the range of German shells. An 8-inch shell had just smashed into the prior's parlor. Others had opened gaps in the high roofs and walls. The monks had fled by order of the prior, who stayed behind, like the captain of a sinking ship. His corridors resounded to the tramp of army boots. The Ulster gunners had made their headquarters in the rectory, but did not stay there long. A few days later, the monastery was a ruin. From many little villages, caught by the oncoming tide of war, our soldiers helped the people to escape in lorries or on gun wagons. They did not weep, nor say much, but were wonderfully brave. I remember a little family in Robeck whom I packed into my car when shells began to fall among the houses. A pretty girl with a little invalid brother in her arms and a mother by her side pointed the way to a cottage in a wood some miles away. She was gay and smiling when she said, "Au revoir et merci." A few days later the cottage and the wood were behind the German lines. The northern defense by the 55th Lancashires, 51st Highlanders, whom had all been through the Somme retreat, the 25th Division of the Cheshires, Wiltshires, and Lancashire Fusiliers, and the 9th Scottish Division, and others who fought with their backs to the wall as Sir Douglas Haig demanded of them without reliefs until they were worn thin, was heroic and tragic in its ordeal. Until Foch sent up his cavalry, I saw them riding in clouds of dust and heard the panting of their horses, followed by divisions of blue men in hundreds of blue lorries tearing up the roads and forming a strong blue line behind our thin brown line. Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria had 26 fresh divisions in reserve, but had to hold them until other plans were developed. The Crown Prince's plan against the French and the attack on Arras. The defense of Arras was by the 3rd and 56th Divisions, the Iron Division and the London Division on the left, and by the 15th Division and Guards on the right, saved the center of our line and all our line. We had a breathing space while heavy blows fell against the French and against 3 British divisions who had been sent to hold a quiet sector on their right. The Germans drove across the Chemin des Dames, struck right and left terrific blows, beat the French back, reached the Marne again, and threatened Paris. Foch waited to strike. The genius of Foch was that he waited until the last minute of safety, taking immense risks in order to be certain of his counterstroke. For a time he had to dissipate his reserves, but he gathered them together again. As quick as the blue men had come up behind our lines, they were withdrawn again. 3 of our divisions went with them, the 51st Highlanders and 15th Scottish and the 48th English. The flower of the French army, the veterans of many battles, was massed behind the Marne, and at Chateau Thierry the American Marines and infantry were given their first big job to do. What happened, all the world knows. The Crown Prince's army was attacked on both flanks and in the center, and was sent reeling back to escape complete annihilation. Chapter 9. Ludendorff's great offensive had failed and turned to ruin. Some of the 26 fresh divisions under Ruprecht of Bavaria were put into the melting pot to save the Crown Prince. The British army, with its gaps filled up by 300,000 new drafts from England, the young brothers of the elder brothers who had gone before, was ready to strike again, and on August 8th the Canadians and Australians north and south of the Somme, led by many tanks, broke the enemy's lines beyond Amiens, and slowly but surely rolled it back with enormous losses. For the first time in the war the cavalry had their chance of pursuit, and made full use of it, rounding up great batches of prisoners, capturing batteries of heavy and light guns, and fighting in many actions. August 8th, writes Ludendorff, was the black day of the German army in the history of this war. He describes from the German point of view what I and others have described from the British point of view, and the general narrative is the same. A succession of hammer blows by the British armies, which broke not only the German war machine, but the German spirit. It was a marvelous feat when the 19th Division and the Welsh waded at dusk across the foul waters of the river Ancre under the heights of Thiepval, assembled under the guns of the enemy up there, and then, wet to their skins and in small numbers compared with the strength of the enemy, stormed the huge ridges from both sides and hurled the enemy back from what he thought was an impregnable position, and followed him day by day, taking thousands of prisoners and smashing his rearguard defenses one by one. The most decisive battle of the British front in the comeback after our days of retreat was when the gallant help of American troops from the 27th New York Division, our men of the English Midlands, the 47th Division, and others broke the main Hindenburg line along St. Quentin Canal. That canal was 60 feet wide, with steep cliffs rising sheer to the wonderful system of German machine gun redoubts and tunnel defenses between the villages of Bellecourt and Bellinglis. It seemed to me an impossible place to assault and capture. If the enemy could not hold that line, they could hold nothing. In a dense fog on Sunday morning, September 30th, our men, with the Americans and Australians in support, went down to the canal bank, waded across where the water was shallow, swam across in lifebelts where it was deep, or got across somehow and anyhow under bursts of machine gun fire by rafts and plank bridges. A few hours after the beginning of the battle, they were far out beyond the German side of the canal, with masses of prisoners in their hands. The Americans on the left of the attack, where the canal goes below ground, showed superb and reckless gallantry. They forgot, however, to mop up behind them, so that the enemy came out of his tunnels and the Australians had to cut their way through. And that evening I met their escorts with droves of captured Germans. They had helped to break the last defensive system of the enemy opposite the British front, and after that our troops fought through open country on the way to victory. I saw many of the scenes which led up to Mons and Le Cateau, and afterwards to the Rhine. Something of the horror of war passed when the enemy drew back slowly in retreat from the lands he had invaded, and we liberated great cities like Lille and Roubaix and Tourcoing, and scores of towns and villages where the people had been waiting for us for so long, and now wept with joy to see us. The entry into Lille was unforgettable, when old men and women and girls and boys and little children crowded round us and kissed our hands. So it was in other places. Yet not all the horror had passed. In Courtrai, in Saint-Normand, by Valenciennes, in Hohan and other villages, the enemy's shell fire and poison gas killed and injured many of the people who had been under the German yoke so long and now thought they were safe. Hospitals were filled with women gasping for breath, with gas fumes in their lungs, and with dying children. In Valenciennes, the cellars were flooded when I walked there on its day of capture, so that when shells began to fall, the people could not go down to shelter. Some of them did not try to go down. At an open window sat an old veteran of 1870, with his medal on his breast, and with his daughter and granddaughter on each side of his chair. He called out, "Merci, merci," when English soldiers passed, and when I stopped a moment, clasped my hands through the window and could not speak for the tears which fell down his white and withered cheeks. A few dead Germans lay about the streets, and in Maubeuge, on the day before the armistice, I saw the last dead German of the war in that part of the line. He lay stretched outside the railway station, into which many shells had crashed. It was as though he had walked from his own comrades toward our line before a bullet caught him. Ludendorff writes of the broken morale of the German troops and of how his men surrendered to single troopers and ours, while whole detachments gave themselves up to tanks. Retiring troops, he wrote, greeted one particular division, the cavalry, that was going up fresh and gallantly to the attack, with shouts of "Blacklegs" and "War prolongers." That is true. When the Germans left Bohan, they shouted out to the French girls, "The English are coming! Bravo! The war will soon be over!" On a day in September, when British troops broke the Drocourt-Queant line, I saw the 2nd German Guards coming along in batches, like companies, and after they had been put in barbed wire enclosures, they laughed and clapped at the sight of other crowds of comrades coming down as prisoners. I thought then, something has broken in the German spirit. For the first time, the end seemed very near. Yet the German rear guards fought stubbornly in many places, especially in the last battles around Cambrai, where on the north the Canadian Corps had to fight desperately and suffered heavy and bitter losses under machine gun fire, while on the south our naval division and others were badly cut up. General Currie, whom I saw during those days, was anxious and disheartened. He was losing more men in machine gun actions round Cambrai than in bigger battles. I watched those actions from Boulogne Wood, saw the last German railway train steam out of town, and went into the city early in the morning of its capture, when there was a roaring fire in the heart of it, and the Canadians were routing out the last Germans from their hiding places. The British army could not have gone on much farther after November 11th, when the armistice brought us to a halt. For 3 months our troops had fought incessantly, storming many villages strongly garrisoned with machine gunners, crossing many canals under heavy fire, and losing many comrades all along the way. The pace could not have been kept up. There is a limit even to the valor of British troops, and for a time we had reached that limit. There were not many divisions who could have staggered on to new attacks without rest and relief, but they had broken the German armies against them by a succession of hammer strokes, astounding in their rapidity and in their continuity, which I need not here describe in detail, because in my dispatches, now in book form, I have narrated the history as I was a witness of it day by day. Elsewhere, the French and Americans had done their part with steady driving pressure. The illimitable reserves of Americans and their fighting quality, which triumphed over a faulty organization of transport and supplies, left the German High Command without hope even for a final gamble. Before them the German troops were in revolt, at last, against the bloody, futile sacrifice of their manhood and people. A blinding light had come to them, revealing the criminality of their warlords in this great swindle against their race. It was defeat and agony which enlightened them, as most people, even ourselves, are enlightened only by suffering and disillusionment, and never by successes. Chapter 10. After the armistice, I went with our troops to the Rhine and entered Cologne with them. That was the most fantastic adventure of all in 4.5 years of strange and terrible adventures. To me, there was no wild exultation in the thought of being in Cologne with our conquering army. The thought of all the losses on the way, and of all the futility of this strife, smote at one's heart. What fools the Germans had been! What tragic fools! What a mad villainy there had been among rival dynasties and powers and politicians and peoples to lead to this massacre! What had any one gained out of it all? Nothing except ruin. Nothing except great death and poverty and remorse and revolt. The German people received us humbly. They were eager to show us courtesy and submission. It was a chance for our young Junkers, for the Prussian in the hearts of young pups of ours, who could play the petty tyrant, shout at the German waiters, refuse to pay their bills, bully shopkeepers, insult unoffending citizens. A few young staff officers behaved like that, disgustingly. The officers of fighting battalions and the men were very different. It was a strange study in psychology to watch them. Here they were among the Huns. The men they passed in the streets and sat with in the restaurants had been in German uniforms a few weeks before, or a few days. They were the enemy, the men they had tried to kill, the men who had tried to kill them. They had actually fought against them in the same places. At the Domhof Hotel I overheard a conversation between a young waiter and 3 of our cavalry officers. They had been in the same fight in the village of Noyelles, near Cambrai, a tiny place of ruin where they had crouched under machine gun fire. The waiter drew a diagram on the tablecloth. I was just there. The 3 cavalry officers laughed. Extraordinary! We were a few yards away. They chatted with the waiter as though he were an old acquaintance who had played against them in a famous football match. They did not try to kill him with a table knife. He did not put poison in the soup. That young waiter had served in a hotel in Manchester, where he had served a friend of mine, to whom he now expressed his opinion on the folly of the war and the criminality of his warlords and things in general. Among these last he uttered an epigram which I remember for its brutal simplicity. It was when a staff officer of ours, rather the worse for wine, had been making a scene with the head waiter, bullying him in a strident voice. "Some English gentlemen are swine," said the young waiter, "but all German gentlemen are swine." Some of our officers and men, billeted in houses outside Cologne or across the Rhine, endeavored to stand on distant terms with the Huns, but it was impossible to be discourteous when the old lady of the house brought them an early cup of coffee before breakfast, warmed their boots before the kitchen fire, and said, "God be praised, the war is over." For English soldiers, anything like hostility was ridiculous in the presence of German boys and girls who swarmed round their horses and guns, kissed their hands, brought them little pictures and gifts. "Kids are kids," said a sergeant major. "I don't want to cut their throats. Queer, ain't it?" Many of the kids looked half-starved. Our men gave them bread and biscuit and bully beef. In Cologne the people seemed pleased to see British soldiers. There was no sense of humiliation, no agony of grief at this foreign occupation. Was it lack of pride, cringing, or profound relief that the river of blood had ceased to flow, and even a sense of protection against the revolutionary mob which had looted their houses before our entry? Almost every family had lost one son, some of them 2, 3, or even 5 sons in that orgy of slaughter. They had paid a dreadful price for pride. Their ambition had been drowned in blood. In the restaurants, orchestras played gay music. Once I heard them playing old English melodies, and I sickened a little at that. That was going too far. I looked round the Café Brauer, a strange scene after 4½ years Hun hating. English soldiers were chatting with Germans, clinking beer mugs with them. Germans lifted their hats to English Tommies. Our men, Canadian and English, said "cheerio" to German soldiers in uniforms without shoulder straps or buttons. English people, still talking of Huns, demanding vengeance and maintenance of the blockade, would have become hysterical if they had come suddenly to this German café before the signing of peace. Long before peace was signed at Versailles, it had been made on the Rhine. Stronger than the hate of war was human nature. Face to face, British soldiers found that every German had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, in spite of being a Hun. As ecclesiastics would say when not roused to patriotic fury, they had been made in the image of God. There were pleasant-spoken women in the shops and in the farmhouses. Blue-eyed girls with flaxen pigtails curtsied very prettily to English officers. They were clean. Their houses were clean, more spotless even than English homes. When soldiers turned on a tap, they found water came out of it. Wonderful! The sanitary arrangements were good. Servants were hard-working and dutiful. There was something, after all, in German Kultur. At night the children said their prayer to the Christian God. Most of them were Catholics and very pious. "They seem good people," said English soldiers. At night in the streets of Cologne were women not so good. Shameless women, though daintily dressed and comely. British soldiers, English, Scottish, and Canadian, grinned back at their laughing eyes, entered into converse with them, found they could all speak English, went down side streets with them to narrow-fronted houses. There were squalid scenes when the APM raided those houses and broke up an entente cordiale that was flagrant and scandalous. Astonishing climax to the drama of war. No general orders could stop fraternization before peace was signed. Human nature asserted itself against all artificial restrictions and false passion. Friends of mine, who had been violent in their hatred of all Germans, became thoughtful and said, "Of course there are exceptions," and "the innocent must not suffer for the guilty," and "we can afford to be a little generous now." But the innocent were made to suffer for the guilty, and we were not generous. We maintained the blockade, and German children starved, and German mothers weakened, and German girls swooned in the tram cars, and German babies died. Ludendorff did not starve or die. Neither did Hindenburg, nor any German warlord, nor any profiteer. Down the streets of Cologne came people of the rich middle classes, who gorged themselves on buns and cakes for afternoon tea. They were cakes of ersatz flour and ersatz cream, and not very healthy or nutritious, though very expensive. But in the side streets, among the working women, there was, as I found, the wolf of hunger standing with open jaws at every doorway. It was not actual starvation, but what the Germans called Unternahrung, undernourishment, producing rickety children, consumptive girls, and men out of whom vitality had gone. They stinted and scraped on miserable substitutes, and never had enough to eat. Yet they were the people who, for 2 years at least, had denounced the war, had sent up petitions for peace, and had written to their men in the trenches about the great swindle and the gilded ones. They were powerless, as some of them told me, because of the secret police and martial law. What could they do against the government, with all their men away at the front? They were treated like pigs, like dirt. They could only suffer and pray. They had a little hope that in the future, if France and England were not too hard, they might pay back for the guilt of their warlords and see a new Germany arise out of its ruin, freed from militarism and with greater liberties. So humble people talked to us when I went among them with a friend who spoke good German, better than my elementary knowledge. I believed in their sincerity, which had come through suffering, though I believed that newspaper editors, many people in the official classes, and the old military castes were still implacable in hatred and unrepentant. The German people deserved punishment for their share in the guilt of war. They had been punished by frightful losses of life, by the multitude of cripples, by the ruin of their empire. When they told me of their hunger, I could not forget the hungry wives and children of France and Belgium who had been captives in their own land behind German lines, nor our prisoners who had been starved until many of them died. When I walked through German villages and pitied the women who yearned for their men, still prisoners in our hands, nearly a year after the armistice, and long after peace, a cruelty which shamed us, I think. I remembered hundreds of French villages broken into dust by German gunfire, burned by incendiary shells, and that vast desert of the battlefields of France and Belgium, which never in our time will regain its life as a place of human habitation. When Germans said, "Our industry is ruined, our trade is killed," I thought of the factories in Lille and many towns from which all machinery had been taken, or in which all machinery had been broken. I thought of the 1,000 crimes of their war, the agony of millions of people upon whose liberties they had tramped and upon whose necks they had imposed a brutal yoke. Yet even with all those memories of tragic scenes, which in this book are but lightly sketched, I hoped that the peace we should impose would not be one of vengeance, by which the innocent would pay for the sins of the guilty, the children for their fathers' lust, the women for their warlords, the soldiers who hated war for those who drove them to the shambles, but that this peace should in justice and mercy lead the working people of Europe out of the misery in which all were plunged, and by the policy no higher than common sense, but as high as that, establish a new phase of civilization in which military force would be reduced to the limits of safety for European peoples eager to end the folly of war and get back to work. I hoped too much. There was no such peace. End of section 21. Of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, For What Men Died, chapters 1 to 4. Chapter 1. In this book I have written in a blunt way some episodes of the war as I observed them and gained first-hand knowledge of them in their daily traffic. I have not painted the picture blacker than it was, nor selected gruesome morsels and joined them together to make a jigsaw puzzle for ghoulish delight. Unlike Henri Barbusse, who, in his dreadful book Le Feu,
gave the unrelieved blackness of this human drama, I have here and in other books shown the light as well as the shade in which our men lived, the gaiety as well as the fear they had, the exultation as well as the agony of battle, the spiritual ardor of boys as well as the brutality of the task that was theirs. I have tried to set down as many aspects of the war's psychology as I could find in my remembrance of these years, without exaggeration or false emphasis, so that out of their confusion, even out of their contradiction, the real truth of the adventure might be seen as it touched the souls of men. Yet, when one strives to sum up the evidence and reach definite conclusions about the motives which led men of the warring nations to kill one another year after year in those fields of slaughter, the ideals for which so many millions of men laid down their lives, and the effect of those years of carnage upon the philosophy of this present world of men, there is no clear line of thought or conviction. It is difficult at least to forecast the changes that will be produced by this experience in the social structure of civilized peoples, and in their relations to one another, though it is certain, even now, that out of the passion of the war a new era in the world's history is being born. The ideas of vast masses of people have been revolutionized by the thoughts that were stirred up in them during those years of intense suffering. No system of government designed by men afraid of the new ideas will have power to kill them, though they may throttle them for a time. For good or ill, I know not which, the ideas germinated in trenches and dugouts, in towns under shell fire or bomb fire, in hearts stricken by personal tragedy or world agony, will prevail over the old order which dominated the nations of Europe, and the old philosophy of political and social governance will be challenged and perhaps overthrown. If the new ideas are thwarted by reactionary rulers endeavoring to jerk the world back to its old-fashioned discipline under their authority, there will be anarchy reaching to the heights of terror in more countries than those where anarchy now prevails. If by fear or by wisdom the new ideas are allowed to gain their ground gradually, a revolution will be accomplished without anarchy. But in any case, for good or ill, a revolution will happen. It has happened in the sense that already there is no resemblance between this Europe after the war and that Europe before the war in the mental attitude of the masses toward the problems of life. In every country there are individuals, men and women, who are going about as though what had happened had made no difference, and as though, after a period of restlessness, the people will settle down to the old style of things. They are merely sleepwalkers. There are others who see clearly enough that they cannot govern or dupe the people with old spell words, and they are struggling desperately to think out new words which may help them to regain their power over simple minds. The old gangs are organizing a new system of defense, building a new kind of Hindenburg line behind which they are dumping their political ammunition. But their Hindenburg line is not impregnable. The angry murmur of the mob, highly organized, disciplined, passionate, trained to fight, is already approaching the outer bastions. In Russia the mob is in possession, wiping the blood out of their eyes after the nightmare of anarchy, encompassed by forces of the old regime, and not knowing yet whether its victory is won or how to shape the new order that must follow chaos. In Germany there is only the psychology of stunned people, broken for a time in body and spirit, after stupendous efforts and bloody losses which led to ruin and the complete destruction of their old pride, philosophy, and power. The revolution that has happened there is strange and rather pitiful. It was not caused by the willpower of the people, but by a cessation of willpower. They did not overthrow their ruling dynasty, their tyrants. The tyrants fled, and the people were not angry, nor sorry, nor fierce, nor glad. They were stupefied. Members of the old order joined hands with those of the people's parties out to evolve a republic with new ideals based upon the people's will and inspired by the people's passion. The Germans, after the armistice and after peace, had no passion, as they had no will. They were in a state of coma. The knockout blow had happened to them, and they were incapable of action. They just ceased from action. They had been betrayed to this ruin by their military and political rulers, but they had not vitality enough to demand vengeance on those men. The extent of their ruin was so great that it annihilated anger, political passion, pride, all emotion except that of despair. How could they save something out of the remnants of power that had been theirs? How could they keep alive, feed their women and children, pay their monstrous debts? They had lost their faith as well as their war. Nothing that they had believed was true. They had believed in their invincible armies, and the armies had bled to death and broken. They had believed in the supreme military genius of their warlords, and the warlords, blunderers as well as criminals, had led them to the abyss and dropped them over. They had believed in the divine mission of the German people as a civilizing force, and now they were despised by all other peoples as a brutal and barbarous race, in spite of German music, German folk songs, German art, German sentiment. They had been abandoned by God, by the protecting hand of the altes gutes deutsches Gottes, to whom they had prayed for comfort and help in those years of war, in Protestant churches and Catholic churches, with deep piety and childlike faith. What sins had they done that they should be abandoned by God? The invasion of Belgium? That, they argued, was a tragic necessity. Atrocities? Those were, they believed, the inventions of their enemies. There had been stern things done, terrible things, but according to the laws of war. Montclair had been shot. That was war. Hostages had been shot. It was to save German lives from slaughter by civilians. Individual brutalities, yes. There were brutes in all armies. The U-boat war? It was, said the German patriot, to break a blockade that was starving millions of German children to slow death, condemning millions to consumption, rickets, all manner of disease. Nurse Cavell? She pleaded guilty to a crime that was punishable, as she knew, by death. She was a brave woman who took her risk open-eyed, and was judged according to the justice of war, which is very cruel. Poison gas? Why not, said German soldiers, when to be gassed was less terrible than to be blown to bits by high explosives. They had been the first to use that new method of destruction, as the English were the first to use tanks, terrible also in their destructiveness. Germany was guilty of this war, had provoked it against peaceful peoples. No, 1,000 times no. They had been, said the troubled soul of Germany, encompassed with enemies. They had plotted to close her in. Russia was a huge menace. France had entered into alliance with Russia and was awaiting her chance to grab an Alsace-Lorraine. Italy was ready for betrayal. England hated the power of Germany and was in secret alliance with France and Russia. Germany had struck to save herself. It was a war of self-defense, to save the fatherland. The German people still clung desperately to those ideas after the armistice, as I found in Cologne and other towns, and as friends of mine who had visited Berlin told me after peace was signed. The Germans refused to believe in accusations of atrocity. They knew that some of these stories had been faked by hostile propaganda, and knowing that, as we know, they thought all were false. They said, lies, 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 and made countercharges against the Russians and Poles. They could not bring themselves to believe that their sons and brothers had been more brutal than the laws of war allow, and what brutality they had done was imposed upon them by ruthless discipline. But they deplored the war, and the common people, ex-soldiers and civilians, cursed the rich and governing classes who had made profit out of it, and continued it when they might have made peace with honor. That was their accusation against their leaders. That, and the ruthless, bloody way in which their men had been hurled into the furnace on a gambler's chance of victory, while they were duped by faked promises of victory. When not put upon their defense by accusations against the whole fatherland, the German people, as far as I could tell by talking with a few of them, and by those letters which fell into our hands, revolted in spirit against the monstrous futility and idiocy of the war, and were convinced in their souls that its origin lay in the greed and pride of the governing classes of all nations who would use men's bodies as counters in a devil's game. That view was expressed in the signboards put above the parapet. "We're all fools. Let's all go home." And in that letter by the women who wrote, "For the poor here it is terrible, and yet the rich, the gilded ones, the bloated aristocrats, gobble up everything in front of our very eyes. All soldiers, friend and foe, ought to throw down their weapons and go on strike, so that this war, which enslaves the people more than ever, may cease. It is that view, terrible in its simplicity, which may cause a more passionate revolution in Germany when the people awaken from their stupor. It was that view which led to the Russian Revolution and to Bolshevism. It is the suspicion which is creeping into the brains of British working men and making them threaten to strike against any adventure of war, like that in Russia, which seems to them, unless proved otherwise, on behalf of the gilded ones and for the enslavement of the peoples. Not to face that truth is to deny the passionate convictions of masses of men in Europe. That is one key to the heart of the revolutionary movement which is surging beneath the surface of our European state. It is the belief of many brooding minds that almost as great as the direct guilt of the German warlords was the guilt of the whole political society of Europe, whose secret diplomacy, unrevealed to the peoples, was based upon hatred and fear and rivalry, in play for imperial power and the world's markets, as common folk play dominoes for penny points, and risking the lives of common folk in a gamble for enormous stakes of territory, imperial prestige, and personal vanity of politicians, the vast private gain of trusts and profiteers. To keep the living counters quiet, to make them jump into the pool of their own free will at the word go, the statesmen, diplomats, trusts, and profiteers debauch the name of patriotism, raise the watchword of liberty, and play upon the ignorance of the mob easily, skillfully, by inciting them to race hatred, by inflaming the brute passion in them, and by concocting a terrible mixture of false idealism and self-interest, so that simple minds quick to respond to sentiment, as well as those quick to hear the call of the beast, rally shoulder to shoulder and march to the battlegrounds under the spell of that potion. Some go with a noble sense of sacrifice, some with bloodlust in their hearts, most with the herd instinct following the lead, little knowing that they are but the pawns of a game which is being played behind closed doors by the great gamblers in the courts and foreign offices and committee rooms and counting houses of the political casinos in Europe. I have heard the expression of this view from soldiers during the war and since the war, at street corners, in tram cars, and in conversations with railway men, mechanics, policemen, and others who were soldiers a year ago, or stay-at-homes, thinking hard over the meaning of the war. I am certain that millions of men are thinking these things, because I found the track of those common thoughts, crude, simple, dangerous, among Canadian soldiers crossing the Atlantic, in Canadian towns, and in the United States, as I had begun to see the trail of them far back in the early days of the war, when I moved among French soldiers, Belgian soldiers, and our own men. My own belief is not so simple as that. I do not divorce all peoples from their governments as victims of a subtle tyranny devised by statesmen and diplomats of diabolical cunning, and by financial magnates ready to exploit human life for greater gains. I see the evil which led to the crime of the war, and to the crimes of the peace, with deep spread roots to the very foundation of human society. The fear of statesmen, upon which all international relations were based, was in the hearts of peoples. France was afraid of Germany, and screwed up her military service, her war preparations, to the limit of national endurance, the majority of the people of France accepting the burden as inevitable and right. Because of her fear of Germany, France made her alliance with Russian Tsardom, her entente cordiale with Imperial England, and the French people poured their money into Russian loans as a life insurance against the German menace. French statesmen knew that their diplomacy was supported by the majority of the people, by their ignorance as well as by their knowledge. So it was in Germany. The spell words of the German warlords expressed the popular sentiment of the German people, which was largely influenced by the fear of Russia in alliance with France, by fear and envy of the British Empire and England's sea power, and by the faith that Germany must break through that hostile combination at all costs in order to fulfill the high destiny which was marked out for her, as she thought, by the genius and industry of her people. The greed of the bloated aristocrats was only on a bigger scale than the greed of the small shopkeepers. The desire to capture new markets belonged not only to statesmen, but to commercial travelers. The German peasant believed as much in the might of the German armies as Hindenburg and Ludendorff. The brutality of German generals was not worse than that of Unteroffizier or the foreman of works. In England there was no traditional hatred of Germany, but for some years distrust and suspicions, which had been vented in the newspapers with taunts and challenges, stinging the pride of Germans and playing into the hands of the Junker caste. Our war psychology was different from that of our allies because of our island position and our faith in sea power, which had made us immune from the fear of invasion. It took some time to awaken the people to a sense of real peril and of personal menace to their hearths and homes. To the very end, masses of English folk believed that we were fighting for the rescue of other people, Belgian, French, Serbian, Romanian, and not for the continuance of our imperial power. The official propaganda, the words and actions of British statesmen, did actually express the conscious and subconscious psychology of the multitude. The call to the old watchwords of national pride and imperial might thrilled the soul of a people of proud tradition in sea battles and land battles. Appeals for the rescue of the little nations struck old chords of chivalry and sentiment, though with a strange lack of logic and sincerity. Irish demand for self-government was unheeded. Base passions as well as noble instincts were stirred easily. Greedy was the appetite of the mob for atrocity tales. The more revolting they were, the quicker they were swallowed. The foul absurdity of the corpse factory was not rejected any more than the tale of the crucified Canadian, disproved by our own GHQ, or the cutting off of children's hands and women's breasts, for which I could find no evidence from the only British ambulances working in the districts where such horrors were reported. Spy mania flourished in mean streets. German music was banned in English drawing rooms. Preachers and professors denied any quality of virtue or genius to German poets, philosophers, scientists, or scholars. A critical weighing of evidence was regarded as pro-Germanism and lack of patriotism. Truth was delivered bound to passion. Hatred at home, inspired largely by feminine hysteria and official propaganda, reached such heights that when fighting men came back on leave, their refusal to say much against their enemy, their straightforward assertions that Fritz was not so black as he was painted, that he fought bravely, died gamely, and in the prison camps was well-mannered, decent, industrious, good-natured, were heard with shocked silence by mothers and sisters who could only excuse this absence of hate on the score of war weariness. Chapter 2. The people of all countries were deeply involved in the general blood guiltiness of Europe. They made no passionate appeal in the name of Christ or in the name of humanity for the cessation of the slaughter of boys and the suicide of nations, and for a reconciliation of peoples upon terms of some more reasonable argument than that of high explosives. Peace proposals from the Pope, from Germany, from Austria, were rejected with fierce denunciation, most passionate scorn, as peace plots and peace traps, not without the terrible logic of the vicious circle, because indeed there was no sincerity of renunciation in some of those offers of peace, and the powers hostile to us were simply trying our strength and our weakness in order to make their own kind of peace, which should be that of conquest. The gamblers, playing the game of poker with crowns and armies as their stakes, were upheld generally by the peoples, who would not abate one point of pride, one fraction of hate, one claim of vengeance, though all Europe should fail and ruin, and the last legions of boys be massacred. There was no call from people to people across the frontiers of hostility. Let us end this homicidal mania. Let us get back to sanity and save our younger sons. Let us hand over to justice those who will continue the slaughter of our youth. There was no forgiveness, no generous instinct, no large-hearted common sense in any combatant nation of Europe. Like wolves, they had their teeth in one another's throats and would not let go, though all bloody and exhausted until one should fall at the last gasp to be mangled by the others. Yet in each nation, even in Germany, there were men and women who saw the folly of the war and the crime of it, and desired to end it by some act of renunciation and repentance, and by some uplifting of the people's spirit to vault the frontiers of hatred and the barbed wire which hedged in patriotism. Some of them were put in prison. Most of them saw the impossibility of counteracting the forces of insanity which had made the world mad, and kept silent, hiding their thoughts and brooding over them. The leaders of the nations continued to use mob passion as their argument and justification, excited it anew when its fires burned low, focused it upon definite objectives, and gave it a sense of righteousness by the high-sounding watchwords of liberty, justice, honor, and retribution. Each side proclaimed Christ as its captain and invoked the blessing and aid of the God of Christendom, though Germans were allied with Turks and France was full of black and yellow men. The German people did not try to avert their ruin by denouncing the criminal acts of their warlords, nor by deploring the cruelties they had committed. Allies did not help them to do so because of their lust for bloody vengeance and their desire for the spoils of victory. The people shared the blame of their rulers because they were not nobler than their rulers. They cannot now plead ignorance or betrayal by false ideals which dupe them, because character does not depend on knowledge, and it was the character of European peoples which failed in the crisis of the world's fate, so that they followed the call back of the beast in the jungle rather than the voice of the crucified one whom they pretended to adore. Chapter 3. The character of European peoples failed in common sense and in Christian charity. It did not fail in courage to endure great agonies, to suffer death largely, to be obedient to the tradition of patriotism and to the stoic spirit of old fighting races. In courage, I do not think there was much difference between the chief combatants. The Germans, as a race, were wonderfully brave until their spirit was broken by the sure knowledge of defeat and by lack of food. Many times through all those years they marched shoulder to shoulder, obedient to discipline, to certain death, as I saw them on the Somme, like martyrs. They marched for their fatherland, inspired by the spirit of the German race, as it had entered their souls by the memory of old German songs, old heroic ballads, their German home life, their German women, their love of little old towns on hillsides or in valleys, by all the meaning to them of that word Germany, which is like the name of England to us, who is fool enough to think otherwise, and fought often 1,000 times to the death, as I saw their bodies heaped in the fields of the Somme and round their pillboxes in Flanders, and in the last phase of the war behind the Hindenburg line, round their broken batteries on the way to Mons and La Cateau. The German people endured years of semi-starvation and a drain of blood greater than any other fighting people, 2 million dead, before they lost all vitality, hope, and pride, and made their abject surrender. At the beginning they were out for conquest, inspired by arrogance and pride. Before the end they had fought desperately to defend the fatherland from the doom which cast its black shadow on them as it drew near. They were brave, those Germans, whatever the brutality of individual men and the cold-blooded cruelty of their commanders. The courage of France is to me like an old heroic song, stirring the heart. It was medieval in its complete adherence to the faith of valor and its spirit of sacrifice for la patrie. If patriotism were enough as the gospel of life, Nurse Cavell did not think so. France as a nation was perfect in that faith. Her people had no doubt as to their duty. It was to defend their sacred soil from the enemy which had invaded it. It was to hurl the brutes back from the fair fields they had ravaged and despoiled. It was to liberate their brothers and sisters from the outrageous tyranny of the German yoke in the captured country. It was to seek vengeance for bloody, foul, and abominable deeds. In the first days of the war France was struck by heavy blows which sent her armies reeling back in retreat, but before the first battle of the Marne, when her peril was greatest, when Paris seemed doomed, The spirit of the French soldiers rose to a supreme act of faith, which was fulfilled when Foch attacked in the center, when Marigny struck on the enemy's flank, and hundreds of thousands of young Frenchmen hurled themselves, reckless of life, upon the monster which faltered and then fled behind the shelter of the Aisne. With bloodshot eyes and parched throats and swollen tongues, blind with sweat and blood, mad with the heat and fury of attack, the French soldiers fought through that first battle of the Marne and saved France from defeat and despair. After that, year after year, they flung themselves against the German defense and died in heaps, or held their lines, as at Verdun, against colossal onslaught, until the dead lay in masses. But the living said, "They shall not pass," and kept their word. The people of France, above all, the women of France, behind the lines, were the equals of the fighting men in valor. They fought with despair through many black months and did not yield. They did the work of their men in the fields and knew that many of them, the sons or brothers or lovers or husbands, would never return for the harvest time, but did not cry to have them back until the enemy should be thrust out of France. Behind the German line, under German rule, the French people, prisoners in their own land, suffered most in spirit, but were proud and patient in endurance. "Why don't your people give in?" asked a German officer of a woman in Nesle. "France is bleeding to death." "We shall go on for 2 years, or 3 years, or 4, or 5, and in the end we shall smash you," said the woman who told me this. The German officer stared at her and said, "You people are wonderful." Yes, they were wonderful, the French, and their hatred of the Germans, their desire for vengeance, complete and terrible at all cost of life, even though France should bleed to death and die after victory, is to be understood in the heights and depths of its hatred and in the passion of its love for France and liberty. When I think of France, I am tempted to see no greater thing than such patriotism as that to justify the gospel of hate against such an enemy, to uphold vengeance as a sweet virtue. Yet, if I did so, I should deny the truth that has been revealed to many men and women by the agony of the war, that if civilization may continue, patriotism is not enough. That international hatred will produce other wars, worse than this, in which civilization will be submerged, and that vengeance, even for dreadful crimes, cannot be taken of a nation without punishing the innocent more than the guilty, so that out of its cruelty and injustice new fires of hatred are lighted. The demand for vengeance passes to the other side, and the devil finds another vicious circle in which to trap the souls of men and catch 'em all alive-o. To deny that would also be a denial of the faith with which millions of young Frenchmen rushed to the colors in the first days of the war. It was they who said, "This is a war to end war." They told me so. It was they who said, "German militarism must be killed so that all militarism shall be abolished. This is a war for liberty." So soldiers of France spoke to me on a night when Paris was mobilized and the tragedy began. It is a Frenchman, Henri Barbusse, who, in spite of the German invasion, the outrages against his people, the agony of France, has the courage to say that all peoples in Europe were involved in the guilt of that war because of their adherence to that old barbaric creed of brute force and the superstitious servitude of their souls to symbols of national pride based upon military tradition. He even denounces the salute to the flag, instinctive and sacred in the heart of every Frenchman, as a fetish worship in which the narrow bigotry of national arrogance is raised above the rights of the common masses of men. He draws no distinction between a war of defense and a war of aggression, because attack is the best means of defense, and all peoples who go to war dupe themselves into the belief that they do so in defense of their liberties and rights and power and property. Germany attacked France first because she was ready first and sure of her strength. France would have attacked Germany first to get back Alsace-Lorraine, to wipe out 1870 if she also had been ready and sure of her strength. The political philosophy on both sides of the Rhine was the same. It was based on military power and rivalry of secret alliances and imperial ambitions. The large-hearted internationalism of Jean Jaures, who, with all his limitations, was a great Frenchman, patriot, and idealist, had failed among his own people and in Germany, and the assassin's bullet was his reward for the adventure of his soul to lift civilization above the level of the old jungle law and to save France from the massacre which happened. In war, France was wonderful, most heroic in sacrifice, most splendid in valor. In her dictated peace, which was ours also, her leaders were betrayed by the very evil which millions of young Frenchmen had gone out to kill at the sacrifice of their own lives. Militarism was exalted in France above the ruins of German militarism. It was a peace of vengeance, which punished the innocent more than the guilty, the babe at the breast more than the Junker in his Schloss, the poor working woman more than the warlord, the peasant who had been driven to the shambles more than Sixt von Arnim or Ruprecht of Bavaria or Ludendorff or Hindenburg. It is a peace that can only be maintained by power of artillery and by the conscription of every French boy who shall be trained for the next war defense 20 years hence, 30 years hence, when Germany is strong again, stronger than France because of her population, stronger than enormously than France in relative numbers of able-bodied men than in August 1914. So if that philosophy continue, and I do not think it will, the old fear will be reestablished. The old burdens of armament will be piled up anew. The people of France will be weighed down as before under a military regime, stifling their liberty of thought and action, wasting the best years of their boyhood in barracks, seeking protective alliances, buying allies at great cost, establishing the old spy system, the old diplomacy, the old squalid ways of international politics, based as before on fear and force. Marshal Foch was a fine soldier. Clemenceau was a strong minister of war. There was no man great enough in France to see beyond the passing triumph of military victory and by supreme generosity of soul to lift their enemy out of the dirt of their despair, so that the new German Republic should arise from the ruins of the Empire, remorseful of their deeds in France and Belgium, with all their rage directed against their ancient tyranny, and with a newborn spirit of democratic liberty reaching across the old frontiers. Is that the foolish dream of the sentimentalist? No. No more than that, for the German people, after their agony, were ready to respond to generous dealing, pitiful in their need of it, and there is enough sentiment in German hearts, the most sentimental people in Europe, to rise with a surge of emotion to a new gospel of atonement if their old enemies had offered a chance of grace. France has not won the war by her terms of peace, nor safeguarded her frontiers for more than a few uncertain years. By harking back to the old philosophy of militarism, she has reestablished peril amid a people drained of blood and deeply in debt. Her support of reactionary forces in Russia is to establish a government which will guarantee the interest on French loans and organize a new military regime in alliance with France and England. Meanwhile, France looks to the United States and British people to protect her from the next war, when Germany shall be strong again. She is playing the militarist role without the strength to sustain it. Chapter 4. What of England? Looking back at the immense effort of the British people in the war, our high sum of sacrifice in blood and treasure, and the patient courage of our fighting men, the world must, and does indeed, acknowledge that the old stoic virtue of our race was called out by this supreme challenge and stood the strain. The traditions of 1,000 years of history, filled with war and travail and adventure, by which old fighting races had blended with different strains of blood and temper, Roman, Celtic, Saxon, Danish, Norman, survived in the fiber of our modern youth, country-bred or city-bred, in spite of the weakening influences of slumdom, vicious environment, ill nourishment, clerkship, and sedentary life. The Londoner was a good soldier. The Liverpools and Manchesters were hard and tough in attack and defense. The South Country battalions of Devons and Dorsets, Sussex and Somersets were not behindhand in ways of death. The Scots had not lost their fire and passion, but were terrible in their onslaught. The Irish battalions, with recruiting cut off at the base, fought with their old gallantry until there were few to answer the last roll call. The Welsh dragon encircled Mametz Wood, devoured the cockchafers on Pilgrim Ridge, and were hard on the trail of the Black Eagle in the last offensive. The Australians and Canadians had all the British quality of courage and the benefit of a harder physique, gained by outdoor life and unweakened ancestry. In the mass, apart from neurotic types here and there among officers and men, the stock was true and strong. The spirit of a seafaring race, which has the salt in its blood from Land's End to John O'Groats and back again to Wapping, had not been destroyed, but answered the ruffle of Drake's drum, and with simplicity and gravity in Royal Navy and in Merchant Marine, swept the highways of the seas, hunted worse monsters than any fabulous creatures of the deep, and shirked no dread adventure in the storms and darkness of a spacious hell. The men who went to Zeebrugge were the true sons of those who fought the Spanish Armada and singed the King of Spain's beard in Cadiz Harbor. The victors of the Jutland battle were better men than Nelson's, the scourings of the prisons and the sweepings of the press gang, and not less brave in frightful hours. Without the service of the British seamen, the war would have been lost for France and Italy and Belgium and all of us. The flower of our youth went out to France and Flanders, to Egypt, Palestine, Gallipoli, Mesopotamia, and Saloniki, and was a fine flower of gallant boyhood, clean, for the most part eager, not brutal, except by intensive training, simple in minds and hearts, chivalrous in instinct, without hatred, adventurous, laughter-loving, and dutiful. That is God's truth. In spite of the vice-rotted, criminal, degenerate, and brutal fellows in many battalions, as in all crowds of men. In millions of words during the years of war, I recorded the bravery of our troops on the Western Front, their patience, their cheerfulness, suffering, and agony, yet with all those words describing day by day the incidents of their life in war, I did not exaggerate the splendor of their stoic spirit or the measure of their sacrifice. The heroes of mythology were but paltry figures compared with those who, in the Great War, went forward to the roaring devils of modern gunfire, dwelt amid high explosives more dreadful than dragons, breathed in the fumes of poison gas more foul than the breath of Medusa, watched and slept above mine craters which upheaved the hellfire of Pluto, and defied thunderbolts more certain in death-dealing blows than those of Jove. Something there was in the spirit of our men which led them to endure these things without revolt, ideals higher than the selfish motives of life. They did not fight for greed or glory, not for conquest, nor for vengeance. Hatred was not the inspiration of the mass of them, for I am certain that except in hours when men see red, there was no direct hatred of the men in the opposite trenches, but on the other hand, a queer sense of fellow-feeling, a humorous sympathy for old Fritz, who was in the same bloody mess as themselves. Our generals, it is true, hated the Germans. I should like 1 week in Cologne, one of them told me, before there seemed ever a chance of getting there, and I would let my men loose in the streets and turn a blind eye to anything they liked to do. Some of our officers were inspired by a bitter, unrelenting hate. If I had 1,000 Germans in a row, one of them said to me, I would cut all their throats and enjoy the job. But that was not the mentality of the men in the ranks, except those who were murderers by nature and pleasure. They gave their cigarettes to prisoners and filled their water bottles and chatted in a friendly way with any German who spoke a little English, as I have seen them time and time again on days of battle, in the fields of battle. There are exceptions to this treatment, but even the Australians and the Scots, who were most fierce in battle, giving no quarter sometimes, treated their prisoners with humanity when they were bundled back. Hatred was not the motive which made our men endure all things. It was rather, as I have said, a refusal in their souls to be beaten in manhood by all the devils of war, by all its terrors, or by its beastliness, and at the back of all the thought that the old country was up against it and that they were there to avert the evil. Young soldiers of ours, not only of officer rank, but of other ranks,
as they were called, were inspired at the beginning, and some of them to the end, with a simple, boyish idealism. They saw no other causes of war than German brutality. The enemy to them was the monster who had to be destroyed lest the world and its beauty should perish. And that was true so long as the individual German, who loathed the war, obeyed the discipline of the herd leaders and did not revolt against the natural laws which, when the war was once started, bade him die in defense of his own fatherland. Many of those boys of ours made a dedication of their lives upon the altar of sacrifice, believing that by this service and this sacrifice they would help the victory of civilization over barbarism, and of Christian morality over the devil's law. They believed that they were fighting to dethrone militarism, to ensure the happiness and liberties of civilized peoples, and were sure of the gratitude of their nation should they not have the fate to fall upon the field of honor, but to go home blind or helpless. I have read many letters from boys now dead in which they express that faith. "Do not grieve for me," wrote one of them, "for I shall be proud to die for my country's sake." "I am happy," wrote another, I quote the tenor of his letters, "because though I hate war, I feel that this is the war to end war. We are the last victims of this way of argument. By smashing the German war machine, we shall prove for all time the criminal folly of militarism and Junkerdom." There were young idealists like that, and they were to be envied for their faith, which they brought with them from public schools and from humble homes where they had read old books and heard old watchwords. I think, at the beginning of the war, there were many like that, but as it continued year after year, doubts crept in, dreadful suspicions of truth more complex than the old simplicity, a sense of revolt against sacrifice unequally shared and devoted to a purpose which was not that for which they had been called to fight. They had been told that they were fighting for liberty, but their first lesson was the utter loss of individual liberty under discipline which made the private soldier no more than a number. They were ordered about like galley slaves, herded about like cattle, treated individually and in the mess with utter disregard of their comfort and well-being. Often, as I know, they were detrained at railheads in the wind and rain, and by ghastly errors of staff work kept waiting for their food until they were weak and famished. In the base camps, men of one battalion were drafted into other battalions, where they lost old comrades and were unfamiliar with the speech and habits of a crowd belonging to different counties, the Sussex men going to a Manchester regiment, the Yorkshire men being drafted to a Surrey unit. By RTOs and AMLOs and camp commandments and town majors and staff, Puff's men were bullied and bundled about, not like human beings, but like dumb beasts, and in 1,000 ways injustice, petty tyranny, hard work, degrading punishments for trivial offenses struck at their souls and made the name of personal liberty a mockery. From their own individuality they argued to broader issues. Was this war for liberty? Were the masses of men on either side fighting with free will as free men? Those Germans, were they not under discipline, each man of them forced to fight whether they liked it or not? Compelled to go forward to sacrifice with machine guns behind them to shoot them down if they revolted against their slave drivers? What liberty had they to follow their conscience or their judgment? Theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die, like all soldiers in all armies. Was it not rather that the masses of men engaged in slaughter were serving the purpose of powers above them, rival powers, greedy for one another's markets, covetous of one another's wealth, and callous of the lives of humble men? Surely if leaders of the warring nations were put together for even a week in some place like Hooge or the Hohenzollern redoubt, afflicted by the usual harassing fire, poison gas, mine explosions, lice, rats, and the stench of rotting corpses, with the certainty of death or dismemberment at week end, they would settle the business and come to terms before the week was out. I heard that proposition put forward many times by young officers of ours, and as an argument against their own sacrifice they found it unanswerable. End of section 22. 23 of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, Chapters 5 to 9. Chapter 5. The condition and psychology of their own country, as they read about it in the Paris Daily Mail, which was first to come into their billets, filled some of these young men with distress and disgust, strengthened into rage when they went home on leave. The deliberate falsification of news, the truth of which they heard from private channels, made them discredit the whole presentation of our case and state. They said propaganda, with a sharp note of scorn. The breezy optimism of public men, preachers, and journalists, never downcast by black news, never agonized by the slaughter in these fields, minimizing horrors and loss and misery, crowing over the enemy, prophesying early victory which did not come, accepting all the destruction of manhood, while they stayed safe, as a necessary and inevitable misfortune, had a depressing effect on men who knew they were doomed to die, in the law of averages, if the war went on. "Damn their optimism," said some of our officers. "It's too easy for those behind the lines. It is only we who have the right of optimism. It's we who have to do the dirty work. They seem to think we like the job. What are they doing to bring the end nearer?" The frightful suspicion entered the heads of some of our men, some of those I knew, that at home people liked the war and were not anxious to end it, and did not care a jot for the sufferings of the soldiers. Many of them came back from 7 days' leave fuming and sullen. Everybody was having a good time. Munition workers were earning wonderful wages and spending them on gramophones, pianos, furs, and the pictures. Everybody was gadding about in a state of joyous exultation. The painted flapper was making herself sick with the sweets of life after office hours in government employ, where she did little work for a lot of pocket money. The society girl was dancing bare-legged for war charities, pushing into bazaars for the poor, dear wounded, getting her pictures into the paper as a notable war worker, married for the 3rd time in 3 years. The middle-class cousin was driving staff officers to Whitehall, young gentlemen of the air service to Hendon, junior secretaries to their luncheons. Millions of girls were in some kind of fancy dress with buttons and shoulder straps, breeches and puttees, and they seemed to be making a game of the war and enjoying it thoroughly. Oxford dons were harvesting, and proud of their prowess with the pitchfork. Behold their patriotism, while the boys were being blown to bits on the Yser Canal. Miners were striking for some wages. Factory hands were downing tools for fewer hours at higher pay. The government was paying any price for any labor, while Tommy Atkins drew his 1 2 and made a little go a long way in a wayside estaminet before jogging up the Menin road to have his head blown off. The government had created a world of parasites and placemen housed in enormous hotels where they were engaged at large salaries upon mysterious unproductive labors which seemed to have no result in front-line trenches. Government contractors were growing fat on the life of war, amassing vast fortunes, juggling with excess profits, battening upon the flesh and blood of boyhood in the fighting lines. These old men, these fat men, were breathing out fire and fury against the Hun and vowing by all their gods that they would see their last son die in the last ditch rather than agree to any peace except that of destruction. There were Fug committees, it was Lord Kitchener's word, at the War Office, the Board of Trade, the Foreign Office, the Home Office, the Ministry of Munitions, the Ministry of Information, where officials on enormous salaries smoked cigars of costly brands and decided how to spend vast sums of public money on organization, which made no difference to the man stifling his cough below the parapet in a wet fog of Flanders, staring across no man's land for the beginning of a German attack. In all classes of people there was an epidemic of dancing, jazzing, card-playing, theater-going. They were keeping their spirits up wonderfully. Too well for men slouching about the streets of London on leave
and wondering at all this gaiety, and thinking back to the things they had seen and forward to the things they would have to do. People at home, it seemed, were not much interested in the life of the trenches. Anyhow, they could not understand. The soldier listened to excited tales of air raids. A bomb had fallen in the next street. The windows had been broken. Many people had been killed in a house somewhere in Hackney. It was frightful. The Germans were devils. They ought to be torn to pieces, every one of them. The soldier on leave saw crowds of people taking shelter in underground railways, working men among them, sturdy lads, panic-stricken. But for his own wife and children, he had an evil sense of satisfaction in these sights. It would do them good. They would know what war meant, just a little. They would not be so easy in their damned optimism. An air raid? Lord God! Did they know what a German barrage was like? Did they guess how men walked day after day through harassing fire to the trenches? Did they have any faint idea of life in a sector where men stood, slept, ate, worked, under the fire of 8-inch shells, 5.9s, trench mortars, rifle grenades, machine-gun bullets, snipers, to say nothing of poison gas, long-range fire on the billets in small farmsteads, and on every moonlight night air raids above wooden hutments, so closely crowded into a small space that hardly a bomb could fall without killing a group of men. "Oh, but you have your dugouts," said a careless little lady. The soldier smiled. It was no use talking. The people did not want to hear the tragic side of things. Bairnsfather's Old Bill seemed to them to typify the spirit of the fighting men. "Auf, Mau Kaiser!" The British soldier was gay and careless of death, always. Shellfire meant nothing to him. If he were killed, well, after all, what else could he expect? Wasn't that what he was out for? The twice-married girl knew a charming boy in the Air Force. He had made love to her even before Charlie was done in. These dear boys were so greedy for love. She could not refuse them. Poor darlings. Of course, they had all got to die for liberty and that sort of thing. It was very sad. A terrible thing, war. Perhaps she had better give up dancing for a week, until Charlie had been put into the casualty lists. "What are we fighting for?" asked officers back from leave, turning over the pages of the Sketch and Tatler, with pictures of race meetings, strike meetings, bareback beauties at war bazaars, and portraits of profiteers in the latest honors list. "Are we going to die for these swine? These parasites and prostitutes? Is this the war for noble ideals, liberty, Christianity, and civilization? To hell with all this filth. The world has gone mad, and we are the victims of insanity." Some of them said that below all that froth there were deep and quiet waters in England. They thought of the anguish of their own wives and mothers, their noble patience, their uncomplaining courage, their spiritual faith in the purpose of the war. Perhaps at the heart England was true and clean and pitiful. Perhaps, after all, many people at home were suffering more than the fighting men, in agony of spirit. It was unwise to let bitterness poison their brains. Anyhow, they had to go on. How long? How long, O Lord? "How long is it going to last?" asked the London Rangers of their chaplain. He lied to them and said another 3 months. Always he had absolute knowledge that the war would end 3 months later. That was certain. "Courage," he said. "Courage to the end of the last lap." Most of the long service men were dead and gone long before the last lap came. It was only the new boys who went as far as victory. He asked permission of the general to withdraw 19 of them from the line to instruct them for communion. They were among the best soldiers, and not afraid of the ridicule of their fellows because of their religious zeal. The chaplain's main purpose was to save their lives, for a while, and give them a good time and spiritual comfort. They had their good time. 3 weeks later came the German attack on Arras, and they were all killed, every man of them. The chaplain, an Anglican, found it hard to reconcile Christianity with such a war as this, but he did not camouflage the teachings of the master he tried to serve. He preached to his men the gospel of love and forgiveness of enemies. It was reported to the general, who sent for him. "Look here, I can't let you go preaching soft stuff to my men. I can't allow all that nonsense about love. My job is to teach them to hate.
You must either cooperate with me or go." The chaplain refused to change his faith or his teaching, and the general thought better of his intervention. For all chaplains it was difficult. Simple souls were bewildered by the conflict between the spirit of Christianity and the spirit of war. Many of them, officers as well as men, were blasphemous in their scorn of parson stuff, some of them frightfully ironical. A friend of mine watched two chaplains passing by. One of them was a tall man with a crown and star on his shoulder strap. "I wonder," said my friend with false simplicity, "whether Jesus Christ would have been a lieutenant colonel." On the other hand, many men found help in religion, and sought its comfort with a spiritual craving. They did not argue about Christian ethics and modern warfare. Close to death in the midst of tragedy, conscious in a strange way of their own spiritual being, and of a spirituality present among masses of men above the muck of war, the stench of corruption, and fear of bodily extinction, they groped out toward God. They searched for some divine wisdom greater than the folly of the world, for a divine aid which would help them to greater courage. The Spirit of God seemed to come to them across no man's land with pity and comradeship. Catholic soldiers had a simpler, stronger faith than men of Protestant denominations, whose faith depended more on ethical arguments and intellectual reasonings. Catholic chaplains had an easier task. Leaving aside all argument, they heard the confessions of the soldiers, gave them absolution for their sins, said Mass for them in wayside barns, administered the sacraments, held the cross to their lips when they fell mortally wounded, anointed them when the surgeon's knife was at work, called the names of Jesus and Mary into dying ears. There was no need of argument here. The old faith, which has survived many wars, many plagues, and the old wickedness of men, was still full of consolation to those who accepted it as little children, and by their own agony hoped for favor from the Man of Sorrows, who was hanged upon a cross, and found a mother love in the vision of Mary, which came to them when they were in fear and pain and the struggle of death. The padre had a deliberate job to do in the trenches, and for that reason was allowed more liberty in the line than other chaplains. Battalion officers, surgeons, and nurses were patient with mysterious rites which they did not understand, but which gave comfort, as they saw, to wounded men. And the heroism with which many of these priests worked under fire, careless of their own lives, exalted by spiritual fervor, yet for the most part human and humble and large-hearted and tolerant, aroused a general admiration throughout the army. Many of the Protestant clergy were equally devoted, but they were handicapped by having to rely more upon providing physical comforts for the men than upon spiritual acts, such as anointing and absolution, which were accepted without question by Catholic soldiers. Yet the Catholic Church, certain of its faith, and all other churches claiming that they teach the gospel of Christ, have been challenged to explain their attitude during the war and the relation of their teaching to the world tragedy, the great crime which has happened. It will not be easy for them to do so. They will have to explain how it is that German bishops, priests, pastors, and flocks, undoubtedly sincere in their professions of faith, deeply pious, as our soldiers saw in Cologne, and fervent in their devotion to the sacraments on their side of the fighting line, as the Irish Catholics on our side, were able to reconcile this piety with their war of aggression. The faith of the Austrian Catholics must be explained in relation to their crimes, if they were criminal, as we say they were, in leading the way to this war by their ultimatum to Serbia. If Christianity has no restraining influence upon the brutal instincts of those who profess and follow its faith, then surely it is time the world abandoned so ineffective a creed and turned to other laws likely to have more influence on human relations. That, brutally, is the argument of the thinking world against the clergy of all nations, who all claim to be acting according to the justice of God and the Spirit of Christ. It is a powerful argument, for the simple mind, rejecting casuistry, cuts straight to the appalling contrast between Christian profession and Christian practice, and says, here, in this war, there was no conflict between one faith and another, but the murderous death struggle between many nations holding the same faith, preaching the same gospel, and claiming the same God as their protector. Let us seek some better truth than that hypocrisy. Let us, if need be, in honesty, get back to the savage worship of national gods, the juju of the tribe. My own belief is that the war was no proof against the Christian faith, but rather is a revelation that we are as desperately in need of the Spirit of Christ as at any time in the history of mankind. But I think the clergy of all nations, apart from a heroic and saintly few, subordinated their faith, which is a gospel of charity, to national imitations. They were patriots before they were priests, and their patriotism was sometimes as limited, as narrow, as fierce, and as bloodthirsty as that of the people who looked to them for truth and light. They were often fiercer, narrower, and more desirous of vengeance than the soldiers who fought, because it is now a known truth that the soldiers, German and Austrian, French and Italian and British, were sick of the unending slaughter long before the ending of the war, and would have made a peace more fair than that which now prevails if it had been put to the common vote in the trenches, whereas the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Archbishop of Cologne, and the clergy who spoke from many pulpits in many nations under the cross of Christ still stoked up the fires of hate and urged the armies to go on fighting in the cause of justice, for the defense of the fatherland, for Christian righteousness, to the bitter end. Those words are painful to write, but as I am writing this book for truth's sake, at all costs, I let them stand. Chapter 6. The entire aspect of the war was changed by the Russian Revolution, followed by the collapse of the Russian armies and the peace of Brest-Litovsk, when for the first time the world heard the strange word Bolshevism and knew not what it meant. The Russian armies had fought bravely in the first years of the war, with the Oriental disregard of death, under generals in German pay, betrayed by a widespread net of anarchy and corruption so villainous that arms and armaments sent out from England had to be bribed on their way from one official to another, and never reached the front. So foul in callousness of human life, the soldiers were put into fighting line without rifle or ammunition. These Russian peasants flung themselves not once, but many times, against the finest troops of Germany, with no more than naked bayonets against powerful artillery and the scythe of machine-gun fire, and died like sheep in the slaughterhouses of Chicago. Is it a wonder that at the last they revolted against this immolation, turned round upon their tyrants, and said, "You are the enemy. It is you that we will destroy." By this new revelation they forgot their hatred of Germans. They said, "You are our brothers. We have no hatred against you. We do not want to kill you. Why should you kill us? We are all of us the slaves of bloodthirsty castes who use our flesh for their ambitions. Do not shoot us, brothers, but join hands against the common tyranny which enslaves our peoples." They went forward with outstretched hands and were shot down like rabbits by some Germans, and by others were not shot, because German soldiers gaped wide-eyed at this new gospel, as it seemed, and said, "They speak words of truth. Why should we kill one another?" The German warlords ordered a forward movement, threatened their own men with death if they fraternized with Russians, and dictated their terms of peace on the old lines of military conquest. But as Ludendorff has confessed, and as we now know from other evidence, many German soldiers were infected with Bolshevism and lost their fighting spirit. Russia was already in anarchy. Constitutional government had been replaced by the Soviets and by committees of soldiers and workmen. Kerensky had fled. Lenin and Trotsky were the Marat and Danton of the revolution, and decreed the reign of terror. Tales of appalling atrocity, some true, some false, no one could tell how true or how false, came through to France and England. It was certain that the whole fabric of society in Russia had dissolved in the wildest anarchy the world has seen in modern times, and that the Bolshevik gospel of brotherhood with humanity was at least rudely interrupted by wholesale murder within its own boundaries. One other thing was certain. Having been relieved of the Russian menace, Germany was free to withdraw her armies on that front and use all her striking force in the west.
It should have cautioned our generals to save their men for the greatest menace that had confronted them. But without caution they fought the battles of 1917 in Flanders, as I have told. In 1917 and in the first half of 1918 there seemed no ending to the war by military means. Even many of our generals who had been so breezy in their optimism believed now that the end must come by diplomatic means, a peace by understanding. I had private talks with men in high command who acknowledged that the way must be found and the British mind prepared for negotiations, because there must come a limit to the drain of blood on each side. It was to one man in the world that many men in the armies looked for a way out of this frightful impasse. President Wilson had raised new hope among many men who otherwise were hopeless. He not only spoke high words, but defined the meanings of them. His definition of liberty seemed sound and true, promising the self-determination of peoples. His offer to the German people to deal generously with them if they withdrew their tyranny raised no quarrel among British soldiers. His hope of a new diplomacy, based upon open covenants openly arrived at, seemed to cut at the root of the old evil in Europe, by which the fate of peoples had been in the hands of the few. His 14 points set out clearly and squarely a just basis of peace. His advocacy of a League of Nations held out a vision of a new world by which the great and small democracies should be united by a common pledge to preserve peace and submit their differences to a supreme court of arbitration. Here, at last, was a leader of the world with a clear call to the nobility of men rather than to their base passions, a gospel which would raise civilization from the depths into which it had fallen, and a practical remedy for that suicidal mania which was exhausting the combatant nations. I think there were many millions of men on each side of the fighting line who thanked God because President Wilson had come with a wisdom greater than the folly which was ours to lead the way to an honorable peace and a new order of nations. I was one of them. Months passed, and there was continual fighting, continued slaughter, and no sign that ideas would prevail over force. The Germans launched their great offensive, broke through the British lines, and afterward through the French lines, and there were held in check long enough for our reserves to be flung across the Channel, 300,000 boys from England and Scotland who had been held in hand as the last counters for the pool. The American army came in tidal waves across the Atlantic, flooded our back areas, reached the edge of the battlefields, were a new guarantee of strength. Their divisions passed mostly to the French front. With them and with his own men, magnificent and courage still, as some of ours, Foch had his army of reserve and struck. So the war ended after all by military force, and by military victory greater than had seemed imaginable or possible 6 months before. In the peace terms that followed there was but little trace of those splendid ideas which had been proclaimed by President Wilson. On one point after another he weakened, and was beaten by the old militarism which sat enthroned in the council chamber with its foot on the neck of the enemy. The self-determination of peoples was a hollow phrase signifying nothing. Open covenants openly arrived at were mocked by the closed doors of the conference. When at last the terms were published, their merciless severity, their disregard of racial boundaries, their creation of hatreds and vendettas which would lead, as sure as the sun would rise, to new warfare, staggered humanity, not only in Germany and Austria, but in every country of the world, where at least minorities of people had hoped for some nobler vision of the world's needs, and for some healing remedy for the evils which had massacred its youth. The League of Nations, which it seemed to promise so well, was hedged round by limitations which made it look bleak and barren. Still, it was peace, and the rivers of blood had ceased to flow, and the men were coming home again. Home again. Chapter 7. The men came home in a queer mood, startling to those who had not watched them out there, and to those who welcomed peace with flags. Even before their homecoming, which was delayed week after week, month after month, unless they were lucky young miners, out for the victory push and back again quickly,
Strange things began to happen in France and Flanders, Egypt and Palestine. Men who had been long patient became stubbornly impatient. Men who had obeyed all discipline broke into disobedience, bordering on mutiny. They elected spokesmen to represent their grievances, like trade unionists. They answered back to their officers in such large bodies with such threatening anger that it was impossible to give them field punishment number 1 or any other number, especially as their battalion officers sympathized mainly with their point of view. They demanded demobilization according to their terms of service, which was for the duration of the war. They protested against the gross inequalities of selection by which men of short service were sent home before those who had been out in 1914, 1915, 1916. They demanded justness, fair play, and denounced red tape and official lies. "We want to go home," was their shout on parade, a serious business, subversive of discipline. Similar explosions were happening in England. Bodies of men broke camp at Folkestone and other camps, demonstrated before town halls, demanded to speak with mayors, generals, any old fellows who were in authority, and refused to embark for France until they had definite pledges that they would receive demobilization papers without delay. Whitehall, the sacred portals of the War Office, the holy ground of the Horse Guards parade, were invaded by bodies of men who had commandeered ambulances and lorries and had made long journeys from their depots. They, too, demanded demobilization. They refused to be drafted out for service to India, Egypt, Archangel, or anywhere. They had done their bit, according to their contract. It was for the War Office to fulfill its pledges. Justice was the word on their lips, and it was a word which put the wind up, as soldiers say, any staff officers and officials who had not studied the laws of justice as they concerned private soldiers, and who had dealt with them after the armistice and after the peace as they had dealt with them before, as numbers, counters to be shifted here and there according to the needs of the high command. What was this strange word justice on soldiers' lips? Red tape squirmed and writhed about the business of demobilization. Orders were made, communicated to the men, cancelled even at the railway gates. Promises were made and broken. Conscripts were drafted off to India, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Archangel, against their will and contrary to pledge. Men on far fronts, years absent from their wives at home, were left to stay there, fever-stricken, yearning for home, despairing. And while the old war was not yet cold in its grave, we prepared for a new war against Bolshevik Russia, arranging for the spending of more millions, the sacrifice of more boys of ours, not openly with the consent of the people, but on the sly, with the fine art of camouflage. The purpose of the new war seemed to many men who had fought for liberty an outrage against the self-determination of peoples, which had been the fundamental promise of the League of Nations, and a blatant hypocrisy on the part of a nation which denied self-government to Ireland. The ostensible object of our intervention in Russia was to liberate the Russian masses from the bloody tyranny of the Bolsheviks, but this ardor for the liberty of Russia had not been manifest during the reign of Tsardom and Grand Dukes, when there were massacres of mobs in Russia, bloody Sundays in St. Petersburg, pogroms in Riga, floggings of men and girls in many prisons, and when free speech, liberal ideas, and democratic uprisings had been smashed by Cossack knout and by the torture of Siberian exile. Anyhow, many people believed that it was none of our business to suppress the Russian Revolution or to punish the leaders of it, and it was suspected by British working men that the real motive behind our action was not a noble enthusiasm for liberty, but an endeavor to establish a reactionary government in Russia in order to crush a philosophy of life more dangerous to the old order in Europe than high explosives, and to get back the gold that had been poured into Russia by England and France. By a strange paradox of history, French journalists, forgetting their own revolution, the cruelties of Robespierre and Marat, the September massacres, the torture of Marie Antoinette in the Tuileries, the guillotining of many fair women of France, and after 1870 the terrors of the Commune, were most horrified by the anarchy in Russia,
and most fierce in denunciation of the bloody struggle by which a people made mad by long oppression and infernal tyrannies strove to gain the liberties of life. Thousands of British soldiers, newly come from war in France, were sullenly determined that they would not be dragged off to the new adventure. They were not alone. As Lord Rothermere pointed out, a French regiment mutinied on hearing a mere unfounded report that it was being sent to the Black Sea. The United States and Japan were withdrawing. Only a few of our men, disillusioned by the ways of peace, missing the comradeship of the ranks, restless, purposeless, not happy at home, seeing no prospect of good employment, said, "Hell, why not the army again, and Archangel, or any old where?" and volunteered for Mr. Winston Churchill's little war. After the troubled demobilization came peace pageants and celebrations and flag wavings, but all was not right with the spirit of the men who came back. Something was wrong. They put on civilian clothes again, looked to their mothers and wives very much like the young men who had gone to business in the peaceful days before August of '14. But they had not come back the same men. Something had altered in them. They were subject to queer moods, queer tempers, fits of profound depression alternating with restless desire for pleasure. Many of them were easily moved to passion when they lost control of themselves. Many were bitter in their speech, violent in opinion, frightening. For some time, while they drew their unemployment pensions, they did not make any effort to get work for the future. They said, "That can wait. I've done my bit. The country can keep me for a while. I helped to save it. Let's go to the movies." They were listless when not excited by some show. Something seemed to have snapped in them, their willpower. A quiet day at home did not appeal to them. "Are you tired of me?" asked the young wife wistfully. "Aren't you glad to be home?" "It's a dull sort of life," said some of them. The boys, unmarried, hung about street corners, searched for their pals, formed clubs where they smoked incessantly and talked in an aimless way. They began the search for work. Boys without training looked for jobs with wages high enough to give them a margin for amusement after the cost of living decently had been reckoned on the scale of high prices, mounting higher and higher. Not so easy as they had expected. The girls were clinging to their jobs, would not let go of the pocket money which they had spent on frocks. Employers favored girl labor, found it efficient and on the whole cheap. Young soldiers who had been very skilled with machine guns, trench mortars, hand grenades, found that they were classed with the ranks of unskilled labor in civil life. That was not good enough. They had fought for their country. They had served England. Now they wanted good jobs with short hours and good wages. They meant to get them, and meanwhile prices were rising in the shops. Suits of clothes, boots, food, anything, were at double and treble the price of pre-war days. The profiteers were rampant. They were out to bleed the men who had been fighting. They were defrauding the public with sheer, undisguised robbery, and the government did nothing to check them. England, they thought, was rotten all the way through. Who cared for the men who had risked their lives and bore on their bodies the scars of war? The pensions doled out to blinded soldiers would not keep them alive. The consumptives, the gas, the paralyzed were forgotten in institutions where they lay hidden from the public eye. Before the war had been over 6 months, our heroes, our brave boys in the trenches, were without preference in the struggle for existence. Employers of labor gave them no special consideration. In many offices they were told bluntly, as I know, that they had wasted 3 or 4 years in the army and could not be of the same value as boys just out of school. The officer class was hardest hit in that way. They had gone straight from the public schools and universities to the army. They had been lieutenants, captains, and majors in the Air Force or infantry battalions or tanks or trench mortars, and they had drawn good pay, which was their pocket money. Now they were at loose end, hating the idea of office work, but ready to knuckle down to any kind of decent job with some prospect ahead. What kind of job? What knowledge had they of use in civil life? None. They scanned advertisements, answered likely invitations, were turned down by elderly men who said, "I've had 200 applications, and none of you young gentlemen from the army are fit to be my office boy." They were the same elderly men who had said, "We'll fight to the last ditch. If I had 6 sons, I would sacrifice them all in the cause of liberty and justice." Elderly officers who had lost their businesses for their country's sake, who with a noble devotion had given up everything to do their bit, paced the streets searching for work, and were shown out of every office where they applied for a post. I know one officer of good family and distinguished service who hawked round a subscription book to private houses. It took him more courage than he had needed under shell fire to ring the bell and ask to see the lady of the house. He thanked God every time the maid handed back his card and said, "Not at home." On the first week's work he was £4 out of pocket. Here and there an elderly officer blew out his brains. Another sucked a rubber tube fastened to a gas jet. It would have been better if they had fallen on the field of honor. Where was the nation's gratitude for men who had fought and died, or fought and lived? Was it for this reward and peace that nearly 1 million of our men gave up their lives? That question is not my question. It is the question that was asked by millions of men in England in the months that followed the armistice, and it was answered in their own brains by a bitterness and indignation out of which may be lit the fires of the revolutionary spirit. At street corners, in tramway cars, in tea shops where young men talked at the table next to mine, I listened to conversations not meant for my ears, which made me hear in imagination, afar off, yet not very far perhaps, the dreadful rumble of revolution, the violence of mobs led by fanatics. It was the talk mostly of demobilized soldiers. They asked one another, "What did we fight for?" And when other questions such as, "Wasn't this a war for liberty?" or "We fought for the land, didn't we? Then why shouldn't we share the land?" or "Why should we be bled white by profiteers?" They mentioned the government, and they laughed in a scornful way. "The government," said one man, "is a conspiracy against the people. All its power is used to protect those who grow fat on big jobs, big trusts, big contracts. It used us to smash the German Empire in order to strengthen and enlarge the British Empire for the sake of those who grabbed the oil wells, the gold fields, the minerals, and the markets of the world." Chapter 8. Out of such talk revolution is born, and revolution will not be averted by pretending that such words are not being spoken and that such thoughts are not seething among our working classes. It will only be averted by cutting at the root of public suspicion, by cleansing our political state of its corruption and folly, and by a clear, strong call of noble-minded men to a new way of life in which a great people, believing in the honor and honesty of its leadership and in fair reward for good labor, shall face a period of poverty with courage and cooperate unselfishly for the good of the Commonwealth, inspired by a sense of fellowship with workers of other nations. We have a long way to go and many storms to weather before we reach that state, if, by any grace that is in us and above us, we reach it. For there are disease and insanity in our present state, due to the travail of the war and the education of the war. The daily newspapers for many months have been filled with a record of dreadful crimes, of violence and passion. Most of them have been done by soldiers or ex-soldiers. The attack on the police station at Epsom, the destruction of the town hall at Luton, revealed a brutality of passion, a murderous instinct, which had been manifested again and again in other riots and street rows and solitary crimes. Those last are the worst because they are not inspired by a sense of injustice, however false, or any mob passion, but by homicidal mania and secret lust. The many murders of young women, the outrages upon little girls, the violent robberies that have happened since the demobilizing of the armies have appalled decent-minded people. They cannot understand the cause of this epidemic after a period when there was less crime than usual. The cause is easy to understand. It is caused by the discipline and training of modern warfare. Our armies, as in all armies, established an intensive culture of brutality. They were schools of slaughter. It was the duty of officers like Colonel Ronald Campbell, O.C. Bayonets, a delightful man, to inspire bloodlust in the brains of gentle boys who instinctively disliked butcher's work. By an ingenious system of psychology he played upon their nature, calling out the primitive barbarism which has been overlaid by civilized restraints, liberating the brute which has been long chained up by law and the social code of gentle life, but lurks always in the secret layers of the human heart. It is difficult, when the brute has been unchained for the purpose of killing Germans, to get it into the collar again with the cry of "Down, dog, down!" Generals, as I have told, were against the soft stuff preached by parsons, who were not quite militarized, though army chaplains. They demanded the gospel of hate, not that of love. But hate, when it dominates the psychology of men, is not restricted to one objective, such as a body of men behind barbed wire. It is a spreading poison. It envenoms the whole mind, like jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. Our men, living in holes in the earth like ape-men, were taught the ancient code of the jungle law, to track down human beasts in no man's land, to jump upon their bodies in the trenches, to kill quickly, silently in a raid, to drop a hand grenade down a dugout crowded with men, blowing their bodies to bits, to lie patiently for hours in a shell hole for a sniping shot at any head which showed, to bludgeon their enemy to death, or spit him on a bit of steel, to get at his throat if need be with nails and teeth. The code of the ape-man is bad for some temperaments. It is apt to become a habit of mind. It may surge up again when there are no Germans present, but some old woman behind an open till, or some policeman with a bull's-eyes lantern and a truncheon, or in a street riot where fellow citizens are for the time being the enemy. Death, their own or other people's, does not mean very much to some who, in the trenches, sat within a few yards of stinking corpses, knowing that the next shell might make such of them. Life was cheap in war. Is it not cheap in peace? The discipline of military life is mainly an imposed discipline, mechanical, and enforced in the last resort not by reason, but by field punishment or by a firing platoon. Whereas many men were made brisk and alert by discipline and saw the need for it for the general good, others were always in secret rebellion against its restraints of the individual will, and as soon as they were liberated broke away from it as slaves from their chains, and did not substitute self-discipline for that which had weighed heavy upon them. With all its discipline, army life was full of lounging, hanging about, waste of time, waiting for things to happen. It was an irresponsible life for the rank and file. Food was brought to them, clothes were given to them, entertainments were provided behind the line, sports organized, their day ordered by high powers. There was no need to think for themselves, to act for themselves. They moved in herds dependent on their leaders. That, too, was a bad training for the individualism of civil life. It tended to destroy personal initiative and willpower. Another evil of the abnormal life of war sowed the seeds of insanity in the brains of men not strong enough to resist it. Sexually, they were starved. For months they lived out of the sight and presence of women, but they came back into villages or towns where they were tempted by any poor slut who winked at them and infected them with illness. Men went to hospital with venereal disease in appalling numbers. Boys were ruined and poisoned for life. Future generations will pay the price of war not only in poverty and by the loss of the unborn children of the boys who died, but by an enfeebled stock and the heritage of insanity. The Prime Minister said one day, "The world is suffering from shell shock." That was true, but it suffered also from the symptoms of all that illness which comes from syphilis, whose breeding ground is war. The majority of our men were clean-living and clean-hearted fellows who struggled to come unscathed in soul from most of the horrors of war. They resisted the education of brutality and were not envenomed by the gospel of hate. Out of the dark depths of their experience they looked up to the light and had visions of some better law of life than that which led to the world tragedy. It would be a foul libel on many of them to besmirch their honor by a general accusation of lowered morality and brutal tendencies. Something in the spirit of our race and in the quality of our home life kept great numbers of them sound, chivalrous, generous-hearted, in spite of the frightful influence of degradation bearing down upon them out of the conditions of modern warfare. But the weak men, the vicious, the murderous, the primitive, were overwhelmed by these influences, and all that was base in them was intensified, and their passions were unleashed, with what result we have seen and shall see, to our sorrow and the nation's peril. The nation was in a great peril after this war, and that peril will not pass in our lifetime except by heroic remedies. We won victory in the field, and at the cost of our own ruin. We smashed Germany and Austria and Turkey, but the structure of our own wealth and industry was shattered, and the very foundations of our power were shaken and sapped. 9 months after the armistice, Great Britain was spending at the rate of £2 million a day in excess of their revenue. She was burdened with a national debt which had risen from 645 millions in 1914 to 7,800 millions in 1919. The pre-war expenditure of £200 million per annum on the Navy, Army, and Civil Service pensions and interest on national debt had risen to 750 millions. Our exports were dwindling down owing to decreased output, so that foreign exchanges were rising against us, and the American dollar was increasing in value as our proud old sovereign was losing its ancient standard. So that for all imports from the United States we were paying higher prices, which rose every time the rate of exchange dropped against us. The slaughter of 900,000 men of ours, the disablement of many more than that, had depleted our ranks of labor, and there was a paralysis of all our industry, owing to the dislocation of its machinery for purposes of war, the soaring cost of raw material, the crippling effect of high taxation, the rise in wages to meet high prices, and the lethargy of the workers. Ruin, immense, engulfing, annihilating to our strength as a nation and as an empire, stares us brutally in the eyes at the time I write this book, and I find no consolation in the thought that other nations in Europe, including the German people, are in the same desperate plight or worse. Chapter 9. The nation, so far, has not found a remedy for the evil that has overtaken us. Rather, in a kind of madness that is not without a strange splendor, like a ship that goes down with drums beating and banners flying, we are racing toward the rocks. At this time, when we are sorely stricken and in dire poverty and debt, we have extended the responsibilities of empire and of world power as though we had illimitable wealth. Our sphere of influence includes Persia, Tibet, Arabia, Palestine, Egypt, a vast part of the Mohammedan world. Yet, if any part of our possessions were to break into revolt or raise a holy war against us, we should be hard-pressed for men to uphold our power and prestige, and our treasury would be called upon in vain for gold. After the war, which was to crush militarism, the Air Force alone proposed an annual expenditure of more than twice as much money as the whole cost of the army before the war. While the armaments of the German people, whom we defeated in the war against militarism, are restricted to a few warships and a navy of 100,000 men at a cost reckoned as £10 million a year, we are threatened with a naval and military program costing £300 million a year. Was it for this our men fought? Was it to establish a new imperialism upheld by the power of guns that 900,000 boys of ours died in the war of liberation? I know it was otherwise. There are people at the street corners who know, and in the tram cars and factories and little houses in mean streets where there are empty chairs and the portraits of dead boys. It will go hard with the government of England if it plays a grandiose drama before hostile spectators who refuse to take part in it. It will go hard with the nation, for it will be engulfed in anarchy. At the present time, in this August of 1919, when I write these words, 5 years after another August, this England of ours, this England which I love because its history is in my soul and its blood is in my body, and I have seen the glory of its spirit, is sick, nigh unto death. Only great physicians may heal it, and its old vitality struggling against disease, and its old sanity against insanity. Our empire is greater now in spaciousness than ever before, but our strength to hold it has ebbed low because of much death and a strain too long endured and strangling debts. The workman is tired and has slackened in his work. In this scheme of life he desires more luxury than our poverty affords. He wants higher wages, shorter hours, and less output. Reasonable desires in our state before the war, unreasonable now because the cost of the war has put them beyond human possibility. He wants low prices with high wages and less work. It is a false arithmetic, and its falsity will be proved by a tremendous crash. Some crash must come, tragic and shocking to our social structure. I see no escape from that, and only the hope that in that crisis the very shock of it will restore the mental balance of the nation, and that all classes will combine under leaders of unselfish purpose and fine vision, eager for evolution and not revolution, for peace and not for blood, for Christian charity and not for hatred, for civilization and not for anarchy, to reshape the conditions of our social life and give us a new working order, with more equality of labor and reward, duty and sacrifice, liberty and discipline of the soul, combining the virtue of patriotism with a generous spirit to other peoples across the old frontiers of hate. That is the hope, but not the certainty. It is only by that hope that one may look back upon the war with anything but despair. All the lives of those boys whom I saw go marching up the roads of France and Flanders to the fields of death, so splendid, so lovely in their youth, will have been laid down in vain if by their sacrifice the world is not uplifted to some plane a little higher than the barbarity which was let loose in Europe. They will have been betrayed if the agony they suffered is forgotten, and the war to end war leads to preparations for new, more monstrous conflict. Or is war the law of human life? Is there something more powerful than Kaisers and castes which drives masses of men against other masses in death struggles which they do not understand? Are we really poor beasts in the jungle, striving by tooth and claw, high velocity and poison gas for the survival of the fittest in an endless conflict? If that is so, then God mocks at us. Or rather, if that is so, there is no God, such as we men may love with love for men. The world will not accept that message of despair, and millions of men today who went through the agony of the war are inspired by the humble belief that humanity may be cured of its cruelty and stupidity, and that a brotherhood of peoples, more powerful than a league of nations, may be founded in the world after its present sickness and out of the conflict of its anarchy. That is the new vision which leads men on, and if we can make one step that way, it will be better than the backward fall which civilization took when Germany played the devil and led us all into the jungle. The devil in Germany had to be killed. There was no other way except by helping the Germans to kill it before it mastered them. Now let us exorcise our own devils and get back to kindness toward all men of good will. That also is the only way to heal the heart of the world and our own state. Let us seek the beauty of life and God's truth somehow, remembering the boys who died too soon and all the falsity and hatred of these past 5 years. By blood and passion there will be no healing. We have seen too much blood. We want to wipe it out of our eyes and souls. Let us have peace. End of section 23. End of Now It Can Be Told by Philip Gibbs. Recording by Walt Allen, Falmouth, Maine. See my webpage for the book at tinyurl.com/PhilipGibbs.